everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Players descend. Good thing I have a traversal simulator. Chapter 301 to 360, Chapter 302. The drama part for Chapter 302. The drama part 4 at this point. Only through the slow-motion replay did the light brain allow many players to clearly see the details. The formation of the three mithril golems had been perfectly maintained, encircling Wayne Sturwell so that he had no way to escape. But with the close-up, players saw that his gaze remained calm. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots in succession. Each bullet hit the exact same spot on the first mithril golem, forcing it to retreat a full step. That step happened to block the path of the other two golems, causing them to collide head-on with each other. It was a move of absolute brilliance. And Wayne Sturwell's display didn't end there. With flowing movements and fluttering robes, he weaved among the monsters, slipping past each attack with elegant sidesteps, striking back with explosive firepower. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. With a casual lift of his hand, one of the bosses suddenly turned traitor, and began attacking the other two. That was the final straw. Within minutes, the remaining two bosses fell dead on the spot. Watching Wayne Sturwell dispatch 3 bosses near level 70, effortlessly, viewers were stunned. Jinx even replayed the fight over and over, the impact hitting maximum. Next, Wayne Sturwell explored the 3 chambers of that passageway. When faced with countless black wraiths in the 3rd chamber, he decisively chose to retreat, turning instead to explore the other 2 corridors. By now, including Jinx, all the players were fully immersed in the unfolding story, as if walking alongside the protagonist through the shadowy tomb. They followed him past ever-burning lamps, down mural-covered corridors scarred by time, and felt the heavy pressure emanating from the depths of the hall. A close-up showed Wayne Sturwell's left hand suddenly swelling. With a flash of golden energy, a small hole burst open at the edge of his palm, and tiny black worms wriggled out, burning to ash. It was clearly a curse. Before they could even react, the great door ahead began to shake, and the BGM abruptly turned urgent. The view pulled back to reveal Wayne Sturwell running without hesitation. Behind him, a shadowy wraith clung close, freezing the entire corridor with its trail of frost. The danger was overwhelming. Luckily, he escaped by teleporting out of the central corridor, forcing the black wraith to retreat unwillingly. Only then did all the players breathe a sigh of relief. By this point, many players were genuinely anxious for Wayne Sturwell. Jinx scrolled through the bullet screen. Over 200,000 comments had already piled up in no time. This episode of the serial drama had no dull moments at all, far more tense than the previous 2. If not for knowing Wayne would eventually make it out of the tomb, even she would have been unbearably nervous. Now only the final corridor remained. Just like before, Wayne Sturwell crushed a level 68 obsidian gargoyle, and entered a display room filled with jars. The screen split into 2 perspectives. One showed him with a hand in his pocket, calmly walking deeper in. The other revealed, on the far side of the jars, a twisted monster of flesh and blood holding its breath, waiting in ambush. The BGM shifted quietly. It was Wayne Sturwell's execution theme. Though the scene was terrifying, by this point players no longer worried for him. Once the execution theme played, it was the opponent who needed to fear. The split screens merged again. Wayne, seemingly unaware, stepped into range. When the monster lunged in ambush, he sidestepped with unhurried ease, drew his gun, and fired in rapid succession. Bang 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 bang. The monster was visibly powerful, boasting both self-healing and great strength, but before Wayne Sturwell's mastery and insight, it looked like nothing more than a dull bird. In less than 50 seconds, the massive flesh golem fell dead on the spot. The sharp contrast in size between the two gave an overwhelming visual impact. Before players could react, the sound of jars cracking echoed behind him. The camera panned to reveal countless flesh golems crawling out, surging toward Wayne Sturwell. Fortunately, he was already moving swiftly toward the last 3 chambers. In the left chamber, 3 nearly level, 70 gargoyle bosses awaited. Using the same method as with the mithril golems, Wayne easily dispatched them. One particular scene was even ranked among the top 10 iconic moments of the gunslinger class, a textbook example of control-based gunslinger play. After seizing control of one gargoyle, Wayne made it unleash a tornado, sweeping the other two into the air. What followed was a dazzling shooting display. His gunfire seemed erratic, but every shot struck both airborne gargoyles at the exact same time, keeping them suspended, rising and falling again and again. The light brain slowed the playback just enough so that Wayne Sturwell's shooting matched perfectly with the rhythm of the execution theme, hitting each beat with flawless precision. Close-ups revealed even more detail. Wayne appeared to be using a variant of the Mozambique shooting method. Each time the gargoyles tried to stabilize and spread their wings, they were struck simultaneously, their balance shattered, flung upward again. Considering the distance between them wasn't small, pulling off such perfectly timed dual shots was nothing short of impossible. Gunners really are amazing. Jin's eyes sparkled. Finally, Wayne sent his last 2 bullets into the 2 gargoyles, watching them fall one after the other. The bullet screen erupted in frenzy. Wayne is insane. Toying with 3 level, 70 bosses like that, he's gotta be higher than 70. Definitely higher. The growth of this protagonist is terrifying. Say no more, I'm rewatching this from the start. By now, over 2/3 of the video had played. Wayne Sturwell went on to explore the central and right side chambers, uncovering clues and even finding a mirror. With a casual swing of his sword, he instantly killed his mirrored self and smoothly exited the tomb. The bullet screen exploded again. Wayne Sturwell is ruthless, so ruthless he even one-shots himself. When he next appeared, it was already on the battlefield of Richie Burke and Aaron Ingersoll. With one hand in his pocket, Wayne strode forward effortlessly, dodging falling shells as if strolling. Behind his fluttering black coat, pirate's friend and foe alike collapsed in dizziness. Close-ups showed their dilated pupils, the look of fear pushed to its very extreme. He's here. Wayne Sturwell's Conqueror's hockey. Then, with just 3 shots, Wayne nonchalantly gunned down Aaron Ingersoll, who had been towering like a final boss. The execution theme surged to its climax, its pounding drums matching perfectly with the moment. At last, the players felt fully satisfied. From the nerve-wracking tomb to the unstoppable massacre in the real world, their emotions soared like a roller coaster. The bullet screen filled with ecstatic outbursts, everyone swept up as if watching a blockbuster adventure they themselves had lived through. Zhou Ning. Truth be told, even he was enjoying himself. He realized his skill at showing off had improved, just a step away from rivaling the vampire version of Zhou Ning. Yet for some reason, the light brain hadn't included his own experience in the mirror world, skipping straight to when he re-emerged. Perhaps to avoid spoilers. Chapter 302, Chapter 303, Mystery of the Old Manor 1507 words. Chapter 303, Mystery of the Old Manor. Because the mirror world contained far too many secrets tied to later versions of the game, letting players learn them early would inevitably affect the plot. This much was understandable. And this time, Lightbrain was actually being reliable. He hadn't leaked too much about himself, such as how he had gone treasure hunting in the Elven King's mausoleum. Considerably more decent. After Aaron Ingersoll was slain, the players saw Wayne Sturwell turn toward the floating airship hanging midair. He simply said, "Wait," and smiled as he waved at it. Lightbrain quickly switched perspectives. With stirring background music swelling, the 3-masted ship, which had been preparing to escape, suddenly froze in place. Its bow tilted skyward, its stern dropped sharply downward, and it plunged nose first. At the same time, the ropes on board seemed to come alive, lashing out and binding the off-balance pirates before stringing them up along the masts. No one can beat me when my BGM is playing. Can someone tell me what skill that was? Mom, I want to learn it. Stop yelling for your mom, I want to learn it too. Zhou Ning. Watching himself perform was a little embarrassing, but seeing the chat shower him with praise felt really good. He wished he could give every comment a like. With the battle ended, the treasure hunt that followed was equally thrilling. Just when the players thought they could relax, they saw the noble travel party they'd just encountered undergo collective aberration in the life tide, twisting into monsters. The sight chilled them to the bone. Everyone firmly etched the retreat society into their memories. After that, Zhou Ning and the others crossed the territory of the swamp-dwelling pygmies, discovered the treasure left behind by Storm Wilt, returned to the airship, and agreed to escort Spark Lambert back to Darkland. The screen faded to black, then lit up again. A final surprise appeared. Within a shattered, otherworldly landscape lay countless ruined elven cities. Wandering aimlessly through the ruins were hordes of black wraiths. In the distance, faint outlines of towns could be seen, each one shrouded beneath the looming shadow of a giant spider. The shot shifted back to Darkland City. Beautiful courtesans drifted among nobles, subtly swaying the kingdom's politics with their charms. On the fortress throne of Darkland, King Charles VII sat with a crown upon his head, speaking with an elderly gentleman and a hooded, withered elf. Professor Bislock, familiar to all by now, sat quietly beside them. Deep underground in Darkland, a god shackled in place howled skyward, its entire body wreathed in burning green fell fire. The screen blacked out once more. Then fiery text appeared. Apocalypse 1. The cataclysm of Darkland is coming. The film ended. Viewers who had binge-watched it all had only one thought: not enough. Thanks to Lightbrain's tight editing, the pacing was intense and dramatic. The performance of Wayne Sturwell throughout the film was nothing short of epic, leaving the audience deeply satisfied. One after another, they tagged the famous hater, Grantham. If anyone had doubted Wayne Sturwell's strength before, after this film, no one could. To take down 3 near-level 70 bosses simultaneously. Surely being ranked number 1 in Apocalypse wasn't an exaggeration. On top of that, the announcement of the new version thrilled players in the Kingdom of Bryston. It was obvious the one main storyline would unfold in Darkland, with Wayne Sturwell at its center. Otherwise, they wouldn't have played a teaser after a film that featured him as the lead. Players from other countries would have no choice but to rush to Darkland if they wanted to join the main plot. It was clear the steam trains heading there would be packed in the coming days. Zhou Ning. Compared to everyone else, he clearly understood more about the teaser. The mirror world didn't contain only the one town he'd experienced. There were countless similar ones. The Dark Spider Mother, Madalida, had replaced the elven goddess with endless avatars of herself, using her authority over theft to siphon faith and fuel her revival. That elderly gentleman Zhou Ning knew him. It was Earl Robbins, suspected to be both a death worshipper and a member of the curse god cult. As for the elderly elf, he was likely one of the ancient elven powerhouses hidden within the Life Alchemy Society. Judging from the new version's title, there was no doubt they shared a common interest. They were secretly joining forces to unleash a great cataclysm upon Darkland. A sudden, powerful sense of crisis rose in Zhou Ning's chest. After finishing the series, he took another peek at the forums. He didn't find any useful information, but thanks to Lightbrain's promotion, more and more players now wanted to change classes into roaming gunners. Complaints filled the forum from those unable to locate him to complete the class transfer. Maybe this was the payoff after being milked by Lightbrain for so long. Meanwhile, the armament hockey manual he'd just put up for sale was already bought by none other than the Tycoon Undersea Star. The new dungeon manual had been purchased 4 times as well. He'd underestimated players' spending power. After some thought, Zhou Ning put another copy of Armament Hockey up for sale. It was already past midnight. After collecting the daily welfare from the simulator and endless gold pouch, Zhou Ning took the mysterious item Will Lagri's resting place out of storage and carefully put it on his left hand. 2 new necromancy spells appeared in his mind. Spirit Vision Necromancy LV, 2, grants temporary spirit sight, allowing you to perceive ghostly entities within a certain range. Communicate with the Dead Necromancy LV, 2, allows brief communication with ghostly beings. His luck wasn't great this time, both were only level 2, with no offensive power. Right, I wonder if John's family business has been resolved yet. Remembering the haunting problem John's household had faced, Zhou Ning figured his newly acquired skills might come in handy. Before leaving Southwestshire, he could at least do a good deed. He decided to run a test first. From his inventory, he pulled out Damien's ordinary mirror and set it on the table. Then he went to the inn's mirror, etched a mark on it with his finger, and a flash of blue light shimmered across both mirrors. The mark vanished, leaving him with a deep sense of connection to this mirror. This was the new ability of the mysterious item mirror transference. He could engrave marks on up to 3 mirrors, letting him instantly leap from Damien's ordinary mirror to any of them. No matter the distance, he could teleport back here instantly. John's manor was nearby. Zhou Ning had visited once since arriving in Southwestshire, so he knew the way. After orienting himself at the window, he leapt out without hesitation. With nearly 250 agility, he landed smoothly, not even disturbing the couple fornicating in the alley. As a famous tourist spot and an even more renowned red light district than Darkland, the streets still blazed with light at 12:10 a.m. Prostitutes in all manner of cosplay costumes lined the streets. Zhou Ning even spotted a few dressed as Blue-Eyed Maiden and Harpy Lady. Didn't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Would get this popular. After shaking off a few persistent harpies trying to pull him in, Zhou Ning arrived at the gates of John's family estate, Fuller Manor. This was the wealthy quarter of Southwestshire, flanked on both sides by other large estates. The manor was pitch dark. Because of the haunting, John's family no longer lived there, only a faint light glowed from the servants' quarters on the west side. Zhou Ning had the strange impression that the air here was thick, sticky, as if saturated with necrotic energy. At the gates he saw an elderly figure, wearing a judge's wig, pacing elegantly along the manor's drive. Now and then, the phantom paused, sighing with sorrow. This is a spirit formed purely of necrotic energy, a lingering soul drawn to the place of its deepest memory. It has no consciousness, no malice, no aggression. I can help purify it, came Molly's cool voice in his mind. Not yet, Zhou Ning whispered. Wait, necrotic energy. He instinctively activated spirit vision. What he saw stunned him. Fuller Manor itself wasn't too bad. But in the manor to its right, the necrotic aura was overwhelming. Through spirit vision, he saw countless mutilated undead roaming aimlessly, the scene resembling a slaughterhouse. At once, Zhou Ning remembered the hidden quest he had once received, Mystery of the Old Manor, near an old estate in Southwestshire. Coordinates 749, 1212, find the wandering spirit. This spirit conceals an unknown clue. Discover it and uncover its true cause of death. Because of its high-level requirement, the quest had never been taken. But checking his current coordinates, 745, 1207, it was a perfect match. Clearly, the overwhelming necrotic aura from the right-hand manor was what had awakened John's grandfather's spirit. Chapter 303, Chapter 304, Hidden Mission Completed 1234 words. Chapter 304, Hidden Mission Completed. Zhou Ning walked up to the door of the house on the right, and instantly felt a chill creep over him. According to the nameplate hanging at the entrance, the owner of this estate bore the surname Fisher, a name common among the Fowrit people. As he drew closer, he realized that under his deep blue spirit vision, the place was crawling with the dead. The sheer number of them was staggering, and the way they had died was gruesome, missing limbs, torn flesh enough to drive anyone without strong nerves to madness. The name Fisher was unfamiliar, but the mutilated bodies around him brought another name to mind, Jeremy Wayne Aiden, the serial killer Sherlock had once mentioned. According to Sherlock, Jeremy had murdered over 35 people in a particularly cruel manner, and the condition of these corpses matched his methods perfectly. Zhou Ning placed his left hand on a railing for support, and like a black bat, leaped lightly into the Fisher estate. The grounds were empty, deathly silent save for the mangled undead wandering aimlessly through the yard. A negative effect quietly appeared over his body. Resentment of the dead, luck minus 25% duration, 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, so that's why Ian and John had such terrible luck. They'd been infected by this debuff. As a transcendent being, Zhou Ning no longer felt fear toward such scenes, though the atmosphere still filled him with instinctive unease. Keeping cautious, he moved among the torn and bloodied spirits. Like John's grandfather's soul, they acted purely on instinct and didn't attack intruders. Most wore ragged peasant clothes and looked young, their faces filled with numbness or grief. From time to time, they wept or sighed, a sound that chilled the spine. I wonder if I can use my necrocommunication ability to talk to them. He tried communicating with more than 10 undead in a row, but all he received were meaningless notes, wails, or sobs. Zhou Ning shook his head helplessly. I can basically conclude these spirits have no self-awareness. I'll have to find another target. He straightened the collar of his coat, and continued deeper into the estate. The deeper he went, the colder and darker it became. At least 70 to 80 people had been killed here. It was a slaughterhouse. Some had evolved into wraiths with hostile intent, circling Zhou Ning, and waiting for a chance to strike. Zhou Ning exhaled a frosty breath. Golden ripples ignited in his right palm, and with a single punch, he burned several of the circling wraiths to ash. You have slain a wraith LV-45. You gained 1,200 EXP, XP reduced by 65% due to low monster level. Low level but still decent experience. After taking down 7 or 8 attacking wraiths, Zhou Ning noticed something unusual. A young man in ornate clothes was quietly slipping away from the group that had just tried to attack him. Found him. A gleam of excitement flashed in Zhou Ning's eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the young undead, intercepting him in an instant. The young man looked about 20, dressed in a white shirt embroidered with intricate patterns, his expression twisted in pain. If not for his clear self-awareness, Zhou Ning might have mistaken him for an ordinary undead. At the same time, the progress bar for Mansion Mystery jumped to 35%. Zhou Ning's hunch had been right. He was thrilled. Don't hurt me. The young spirit shrank back in terror, clearly traumatized by Zhou Ning's earlier destruction of the wraiths. I just want to ask you a few questions. Of course, if you don't cooperate. I don't mind using force, Zhou Ning said with a mild smile. What do you want to know? The young undead stammered. I want to know who killed you and why. The young man lowered his head. After a long silence, he finally whispered, it was Jeremy Wayne Aiden. He killed me with a bone spear, because I discovered one of his secrets. What secret? Zhou Ning pressed. He pretends to be a successful businessman, but in truth, he works for Count Robbins. His work involves kidnapping and murder. I don't know the full purpose, but it's connected to some religious cause. I was his only son and took part in many of his dealings, but I died after accidentally witnessing a meeting between him and the Count. They were performing a ritual, a black altar, a statue, and a pentagram drawn on the floor. I didn't get a clear look at it. The young undead spoke with visible anguish. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. From that description, it sounded like a ritual to offer resentment to an elder god. Picking up a twig, he sketched a rough drawing of a bull-headed figure resembling Nyastora on the ground. Was it this statue? He asked. Looks like it, the young undead said uncertainly, glancing at the drawing. Any other secrets? By now, the mission progress had jumped to 85%, and Zhou Ning continued questioning. That's all. Oh, wait, does Jeremy Wayne Aiden's alias count? I once saw another nameplate of his, Chris Fisher. He's the director of an orphanage in Darkland. I don't know if he's still there. Funny, isn't it? A murderous devil playing the role of a kind-hearted director. The young undead gave a bitter laugh. No sooner had he finished speaking than a system notification popped up. B-rank hidden mission, Undead's Trail, Part 3, The Haunted Manor Mystery completed. You gain 226,000 EXP, total missions completed, January 4th. You may settle at any time. The system will grant bonus rewards based on evaluation. Chris Fisher. Zhou Ning murmured. That name was worth remembering. From experience, any detail highlighted as a key mission clue was never without value. He committed the name to memory, then looked coldly at the young undead. I've asked what I needed to. Do you have any last wishes? I'll do my best to fulfill them. This young man had clearly participated in many of Jeremy Aiden's brutal murders. Even in death, Zhou Ning had no intention of sparing him. Realizing what was about to happen, the young undead's face went pale. After a long pause, he said dejectedly, I understand. Could you go to St. Raymond's Cathedral and ask the Sun Goddess for forgiveness on my behalf? I helped my father do many terrible things. Zhou Ning nodded calmly and turned to leave. Behind him, a golden flame quietly ignited on the young spirit's body, consuming him to ash within moments. Still alert, Zhou Ning retraced his steps and vaulted lightly over the fence, leaving the Fisher estate behind with a quicker pace, pleased to have completed another hidden mission. As for John's grandfather's soul, he decided to speak with John first before taking action. He glanced at the streetlights on both sides of the road, then slipped into the shadow of one. From his inventory, he took out Damien's ordinary mirror. Guided by intuition, he gently rubbed the mirror's surface, connecting with the imprint on the other side. Before long, his figure melded into the mirror itself. Beyond a faint membrane lay the full-length mirror in Hizen's room. Mirror transference successful. Zhou Ning's figure appeared inside the inn room. The window was still half open, the bed slightly messy exactly as he'd left it. He couldn't help but marvel this new mirror ability was far more useful than he had imagined. Chapter 304, Chapter 305, Return to the City 1405 words Chapter 305, Return to the City. The spell's casting time wasn't long, just about 15 seconds, before it could teleport him to a mirror he'd marked. Thinking about it, within the entire game, perhaps only some secret organization's astral teleportation could rival the efficiency of this mirror jump. But the astral plane was teeming with all kinds of elemental beings, and even entire elemental kingdoms were hidden within it. The Blood Nation that had appeared earlier was part of that very astral plane. One wrong move there, and you'd be trapped forever. Because of that, Zhou Ning suspected that the inside of the mirror might also be part of the astral plane, though its danger level was much lower. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Ning checked out of his room and walked out of the inn. Several players followed closely behind him. It was the day they had agreed to return to Darkland. At the inn's entrance, Spark Lambert stood there with a suitcase in hand and 2 dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't slept well. Wayne, that uneasy feeling I had last night kept getting stronger. Something's not right, Spark said, not bothering to hide it from Richie Burke beside him. Which deity do you worship? Zhou Ning asked casually. My family are all followers of the Sun Goddess, Spark replied, pressing his palms together in the prayer gesture used by the ascetic church. Then it's most likely that you've been tainted by the aura of an old god. My advice is that once you're back in Darkland, head to St. Raymond's Cathedral and have a priest perform a purification ritual for you. The sooner, the better, Zhou Ning said. All right, I'll do that as soon as possible, Spark nodded. A short distance away, Richie Burke stood with more than 10 pirate underlings, looking lively and energized. When Zhou Ning glanced over, he straightened up and shouted in unison with his men, Boss. The scene was so awkward Zhou Ning's toes curled from second-hand embarrassment. The players behind him, however, were quite thrilled, chattering excitedly. Zhou Ning could only keep up appearances, staying calm as he greeted them. Where are the others? I had them stay on the MYRNY rooster. There's a telegraph machine on board. We can contact them anytime if needed. Telegraph machine. I completely forgot about that thing. Zhou Ning nodded in realization. All right then, let's go. Spark had already arranged several hired carriages in advance. The group boarded them separately and set off for South Westshire Station. They had come as 5, but were now returning as more than 20 people. Spark Lambert generously paid over 300 Vecta for first-class tickets, and the group boarded the steam train together. Thanks to Spark, this was actually Zhou Ning's first time riding in first class. In addition to complimentary fruit, desserts, and alcoholic beverages, each seat came with weather cards and a mahjong-like card game based on 8 elemental suits. Quite fun. The tables could be unfolded into a large game board, very convenient. What surprised Zhou Ning even more was that every first-class seat came with a large box of Duel Monsters cards for packs of 20 cards each. John had previously mentioned introducing him to a business partner. Perhaps this was the handiwork of that enterprising individual. He casually opened a few packs and luck was on his side. One card had a rare tricolor frame, an ultra-rare UR card, one of the legendary 3 Egyptian gods, Obelisk the Tormentor, the god of the earth. Zhou Ning couldn't help but wonder, could he actually materialize this thing someday? Wow, one of the 3 gods. In his mind, Molly let out a gasp of excitement. She clearly wanted to have some fun, and Zhou Ning naturally obliged her. He pointed at Richie Burke. You come play a few rounds. What game? Richie sat down in confusion while a few of his pirates helped him cobble together a deck. The result. Under Molly's control, Zhou Ning's win rate against total newbie Richie Burke was a miserable 8-19. A rare, evenly matched opponent, Molly remarked with satisfaction. Zhou Ning was numb from the losses, but had to maintain his calm, charismatic persona. Losing that badly with a carefully crafted deck against a clueless beginner, he was barely human at this point. The trip from Southwestshire back to Darkland crossed 2 regions known for unstable weather, one prone to rainstorms, and the other to hurricanes. The journey went less smoothly than the trip there. A severe hurricane delayed them for an hour. From 6 in the morning until around 2 in the afternoon, the steam train finally arrived back in Darkland. After several days away, Darkland's weather had clearly shifted toward winter. The moment Zhou Ning stepped onto the station platform, even through his trench coat he felt the cold bite of the wind, prompting him to pull his collar tighter. The escort quest involving Spark still wasn't complete, though the progress had reached 68%. Zhou Ning glanced at Spark Lambert. Do you need me to escort you home? I'll just take a carriage home, drop off my luggage, and then head straight to the church like you said. Spark looked much better now that he was back in familiar territory. Smiling, he added, Wayne, I really owe you for this. I wouldn't have made it back to Darkland without your help. Give me a way to contact you, I'll make sure to repay you handsomely. Zhou Ning had originally intended to ensure Spark's safety, but since the man insisted, there was no point forcing it. Smiling politely, he handed Spark a slip of paper. Here's my address. If you're ever in danger, come find me. Watching Spark hurry off, Zhou Ning turned to Richie Burke. I'm heading to the Adventurers Hall. What about you guys? We've got to go sell off the materials and magic silk we got. I'll contact you later, Richie said. Zhou Ning nodded. There was no need to restrict their movements. After confirming their meeting spot and contact method, they went their separate ways. By that time, many players had already learned from XB's live stream that Zhou Ning was returning to Darkland. Several of them had been waiting at the station in advance. When they spotted him, they rushed over in a frenzy. You're finally back, boss. Can I learn new skills now? The crowd shouted excitedly. Most of them were new arrivals to Darkland. Many hadn't even chosen their classes yet, relying on firearms or crafting professions to grind levels and gain experience. They'd been waiting a long time for Zhou Ning's return. I'll stay here until 2:30. Starting tomorrow, I'll be at the alchemy shop in front of Vic University for 2 to 3 hours every day around noon. You can come find me there to learn skills anytime, Zhou Ning announced quickly before the crowd grew too large. His experience points were nearly depleted, and he was eager to strengthen himself again. Time to patiently harvest some players for a few days. After some thought, he opened his skill list and guild store, making Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm available for players to learn, priced at 10,000 experience and 15 rose hens. This was one of the most stylish and core abilities of the Wandering Gunslinger. It allowed the user to merge any ability into combat and greatly boosted combat and analysis power. Without it, integrating Ripple Energy and the 3 hockey would have been much harder. He'd been keeping it secret long enough. It was finally time to let others learn it. Once set, Zhou Ning opened his personal shop and began teaching skills. As expected, Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm, immediately drew everyone's attention. Holy crap, that's a god-tier skill. Lucky us, he just unlocked a new skill. The price isn't bad. Hurry and learn it, this guy always raises prices later. Soon, the purchase notifications flooded the chat. Player Gyuli bought your transfer scroll. You gained 11 vectas. Your Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm, has been learned. You gain 10,000 EXP and 15 rose hens. Your Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm, has been learned. You gain 10,000 EXP and 15 rose hens. In just half an hour, by the time Zhou Ning left, he had already earned over 1.2 million experience points. No rush, the bullets could still fly a little longer. Ignoring the players calling after him, Zhou Ning left the station with a faint, mysterious smile on his lips. Chapter 305, Chapter 306, The Imposter. 1238 words. Chapter 306, The Imposter. Not long after, posts about the new skill for the Wandering Gunslinger began flooding the forum. Many players who had tested it claimed it was unbelievably satisfying to use. Vane Sturwell, a famous female fan of Wayne, even uploaded a short combat video showing her outsmarting an ice elemental near West Lynn Town. After activating Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm, her movements became increasingly smooth and seamless. With the 50% skill flare bonus from her fancy gun techniques, her fighting style looked stunningly stylish. As the ice elemental attacked, she made a heart gesture toward the screen, shouted, "Yeah," while gulping a potion, sidestepped to dodge its attacks, and even bashed the creature off balance with her guns, but before turning and firing a bullet straight into its face. Cool beyond words. In her review, she concluded, "This skill is the core of the Wandering Gunslinger. It seamlessly links basic attacks and skills, significantly improving fluidity and visual appeal. Damn, I'm so jealous. Why don't warriors have skills like that? Mages don't either. All we can do is rub together ice arrows and fireballs. Why are they both cool and powerful, while I can only stab bit by bit, sneaking around like some shady creep from a miserable thief?" Seeing this, Underwater Star also posted a short video. The first half showed him using guild contribution points in the Starry Sky Guild to redeem armament hockey. After learning it, a new skill appeared in his panel. Once he activated it, his attack damage jumped from 25 to 49 to 39 to 64, and he even gained an armor-piercing effect. The battle visuals were spectacular. Armament hockey could coat his hands, weapons, and even bullets, creating a dark, metallic glow. In the second half of the video, he fought a level 30+ life elemental. First, he transformed into a jackal using his devil fruit, then activated Deadly Rhythm and armament hockey, successfully slaying a monster 7 levels above him gracefully and brutally at once, like a wild wolf in the wind. He ended the video with a single line. "Not bad, I guess. Lost a bit of HP by accident." That line instantly became the top humblebrag quote of the year in the gaming world. Watching post after post filled with shameless flexing, countless players could only grit their teeth in envy. Same game, same players, why were they so damn lucky? As for these kinds of bragging posts, Zhou Ning could only think, the more the better. Such posts not only drew in new players but also made Wandering Gunslingers feel more connected and proud of their class. As that sense of identity grew, it created nostalgia and loyalty, excellent for player retention. It also boosted the appeal of joining the Starry Sky Guild. Once the guild reached level 2, they'd gain 65 new member slots. Even after recruiting NPCs like Richie Burke, there'd still be around 40 spots left now. That was real profit. Selling dungeon runs and skills cost nothing, and offered huge flexibility. Later on, he could even recruit characters like Leandro and Chris. Those original Children of the Plain came with their own storyline arcs. If they joined the Starry Sky Guild, it would draw even more players in. As Zhou Ning's mind wandered through these plans, he walked into the Adventurers Association Hall by the Seton River, heading to the same counter where he had accepted his quest earlier. Knocking on the counter, he placed 2 ID tags and a quest tag before the clerk. Quest hand in. The staff member took the tag, checked the serial number against the records, and then looked up with admiration. As expected of the legendary gunslinger, Wayne Sturwell finishing a B-rank quest this quickly. However, I still need to confirm the quest details on behalf of the client. Zhou Ning was prepared for that. He truthfully described the discovery of the 2 corpses. As for the half-elf body, he also reported finding it inside a secret realm. Whether they could enter the elven royal tomb to investigate further wasn't his concern. After verifying the report, the staff nodded. No problem. He then pushed a stack of money toward Zhou Ning. Here's your reward, 600 vectas. The Church of the Goddess of Life may contact you in the coming days for more information. They'll handle any additional payments. Then, a stream of notifications popped up on Zhou Ning's panel. You completed the B-rank guild quest, Trail of the Lost Travelers. You gained 320,000 EXP and 600 vectas. Your reputation with the Church of the Goddess of Life increased by 1,000 points. Your guild, Starry Sky, earned 46 guild points and +5 fame. Your guild has leveled up to level 2. Capacity, 65 130 members. Zhou Ning smiled in satisfaction. He had taken this quest not just for the experience, it also offered valuable follow-up rewards after dealing with the church, making it extremely cost-effective. He distributed the quest rewards to the 4 players accompanying him. Each received 60,000 EXP and 50 vectas. They might not have contributed much, but they still worked hard. Sooner or later, that money and experience would return to him in other forms anyway. After collecting his pay, Zhou Ning browsed several counters and quickly found another quest titled, Collect Gargoyle Cores. He accepted it. It was a special procurement quest. The buyer paid the handling fee, while the Adventurers Association merely ensured fair trade. The quest poster was Beach Walker, a name he remembered clearly. In his past life, Beach Walker had purchased large quantities of gargoyle cores at high prices, occasionally rewarding blueprints, potions, or rare trinkets. Zhou Ning was curious if he provided the rarer obsidian gargoyle core this time, what kind of reward would he get? Leaving the Adventurers Association, Zhou Ning adjusted his hat, rented a carriage, and headed straight for the Doyle Alchemy shop in the Western Trade District, where Mr. Turing worked. Meanwhile, Spark Lambert was riding a hired carriage toward his mansion on Levia Street, still shaken with lingering fear. The past few days had been nothing short of a nightmare, so many familiar faces dying right before his eyes, and now he didn't even know how to face their families. Just as he was lost in thought, a carriage passed by his own. The snowstorm lifted the curtain slightly, and Spark caught a glimpse inside. The sight froze him in place, a chill running through his entire body. That was. But she had died in the life tide. He'd seen it himself. She turned into a spider before his eyes. Could he have been mistaken? Absolutely not. The 7th rule of occult studies, never doubt your own eyes. No matter how impossible it seems, if it exists, it's real. Moreover, that carriage was clearly marked with the Foster family's crest. Could someone be impersonating her, taking her place in Darkland? And if so, what about the others? Spark's heart pounded with dread. Out of caution, he got off the carriage well before reaching his house. On the way, however, he ran into someone unexpected. A man with a stern expression, dressed like a typical adventurer, Argus Graven, the leader of the adventuring party Spark had hired earlier. "Hello, Spark." Argus greeted him with a smile. That wasn't right. Argus wasn't the smiling type. They'd spent a week together, and Spark had barely seen him smile once. For some reason, a wave of sorrow suddenly rose in Spark's heart. Chapter 306, Chapter 307, Crisis 1190 words. Chapter 307, Crisis. Taking a deep breath, Spark forced a smile onto his face, and greeted Argus. "Hello, Captain Argus. When did you get back?" The moment he said it, Spark immediately regretted it. He had personally seen Argus turn into a being of life element before. This person clearly wasn't him. Asking such a question so casually might provoke the other party. Just got back not long ago. Argus's expression didn't change. He still wore a faint smile as he asked, "My men and I are drinking at the tavern up ahead. Would you care to join us, mister?" As Argus spoke, Spark sharply noticed that although the man was smiling, his eyes were fixed coldly on him without the slightest trace of warmth. Keeping his composure, Spark shook his head. No need. I still have to head home first." "Ah, that's a shame." Argus's lips curved faintly into a smile, yet his feet remained unmoving, eyes still boring straight into Spark. Spark felt a chill crawl all over his body. It took tremendous effort to suppress the instinct to run. He forced out a polite farewell, careful not to turn his back to the man, and deliberately backed away several steps. Only when he had put some distance between them did he tip his hat slightly in parting, then turned to leave. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Argus still hadn't moved, still standing there, staring straight at him. "What the hell is going on?" Spark screamed silently in his heart. His home was about half a kilometer away. Still shaken from what had just happened, Spark carried his luggage home, his mind heavy with unease. As soon as he opened the gate, he froze. There were lights on inside his house. He had lived alone ever since the age of 24. Could it be? A dreadful premonition surged within him. Fighting down the rising fear, he crept quietly to the west window, pressed against it, and peered inside. His pupils contracted sharply. Inside the room sat someone identical to him, lounging casually on the sofa, chatting with others. Among them were two former members of the Miracle Study Society, Davian and Jones, both sons of senators. Also present were his elder brother, Joshua Lambert, and Joshua's mistress, Marilyn Squire. What do I do now? Rush in and expose him? No, most of these people have already been replaced. My brother might not even believe me. Our relationship has never been good. Spark's mind raced. Yet another possibility he dreaded crept into his thoughts. His brother Joshua might already have been replaced as well. Just then, he noticed the shadow before him suddenly expanding. His heart leapt. He spun around sharply. Behind him stood another himself, face cold and expressionless, staring straight at him. The voice that came out was hollow and chilling, no longer human. "Who are you looking for?" Spark's scalp tingled, goosebumps erupted all over his body. In the next instant, the fake Spark's clothes bulged from both sides, and four shadowy black tentacles burst forth, whipping toward Spark, who still stood frozen in shock. Pride makes one progress, humility makes one pathetic. Reciting the proud clan's creed, Spark raised his arm, and drew the greatsword strapped to his back. The blade instantly enlarged, yet remained agile as he slashed down at the tentacles surging toward him. The impostor let out a shriek as the phantom tentacles erupted with black smoke and fell to the ground. But within moments, more of those shadowy limbs sprouted and lashed toward him again. Spark swung his greatsword furiously, hacking down one after another. From the corner of his eye, he saw more figures converging toward his direction. Seizing a narrow opening, he turned and bolted, crashing through the gate with a clang as he fled for his life. Levia Street was crowded with people. Some were even members of the Earth's Ring patrolling nearby. But when Spark glanced toward the corner ahead, he saw several adventurers standing there, staring at him with sinister smiles. Behind him, his brother Joshua Lambert followed distantly with Davian and Jones. His worst fear was confirmed. Joshua had been replaced too. What now? Ask the Earth's Ring for help. No, there are too many of them. If I accuse someone and they turn it on me, I'll be the one locked up as an aberration. The Earth's Ring is ruthless when it comes to heretics. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Spark bit back his tears, quickly turned onto another street, and flagged down a horse-drawn cab. To St. Raymond Cathedral. I'll pay double. Spark shouted as he climbed into the back seat, not even noticing that the cab was already full. Sitting opposite him was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man. At this point, his only chance was to hide in the cathedral for sanctuary, then find a way to contact Wayne Sturwell. Right now, only Wayne could be trusted and had the power to help him. "Who are you looking for? Where do you think you're going?" The man across from him lifted his head and asked. The other adventurers also began smiling eerily. "You're..." Spark felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss. Time rolled back to a little over an hour earlier. Zhou Ning was riding in a carriage toward Doyle's alchemy shop in the Western Trade District. As always, the shop was quiet, no customers in sight. Aside from the sign at the door that read, "Buying life cores in bulk," the main door was tightly shut. Nothing about it suggested this was the workshop of a master alchemist. After paying the fare, Zhou Ning lightly jumped down from the carriage and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "We're closed today," came Master Turing's gruff voice from inside. "It's me, Wayne Sturwell," Zhou Ning called out. The voice inside immediately brightened. Before long, the door opened and Turing, in his wheelchair, gestured for him to come in. "Come in and sit." The room was cluttered with bottles and jars. Zhou Ning followed him to the only empty table. No sooner had he sat down than Turing impatiently asked, "Wayne, did you get the life cores?" "I did," Zhou Ning nodded. "How many? What's the quality?" "Let me see them," Turing urged. Zhou Ning swept his right hand over the table, instantly filling it with life cores, at least 200 of them, all carefully chosen high-purity ones. "Will this do? If not, I can get more." "That's plenty. I only needed about 100, but I'll take all of them. Can't let your effort go to waste." Picking one up and sniffing it, Turing smiled. "Good quality. 213 in total." Zhou Ning grinned, happy to make a generous deal. Turing nodded, fetched a special container from a nearby shelf, and carefully stored the life cores inside. A moment later, a system notification popped up for Zhou Ning. "Dear Rank Quest, the great alchemist's new invention to completion rate, 213%. You gain 715,000 experience points. Darian Turing's favorability plus 50. His personal shop has added several new items. Chapter 307, Chapter 308, Dragon Blood Elixir complete. 1179 words. Chapter 308, Dragon Blood Elixir complete. Zhou Ning. He had never expected old Turing to be so generous. He actually gave him a whopping 715,000 experience points in one go. "Wait a minute, you have the scent of Zinwood on you." Old Turing wrinkled his nose slightly, asking in surprise. He could smell that? Zhou Ning was startled. He'd only touched the thing 2 or 3 days ago, when he first got it. He nodded and said, "That's right, I came across a piece a few days ago." As he spoke, he retrieved the Zinwood from his inventory, and handed it to Old Turing. Old Turing sniffed the wood scent, and for once, a rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. "You're in luck. I happen to have some sub-dragon blood left. If you'd like, I can help you make it into a finished product as a token of my thanks. Then I'll trouble you." Zhou Ning hadn't expected that response. He bowed slightly in gratitude. Normally, learning to make dragon blood elixirs would take at least half a year to a year. Alchemy was not a simple craft. "Follow me." Old Turing exhaled and gestured for Zhou Ning to come along, pushing his wheelchair toward the intersection of the alchemy shop. At the alchemy table, Old Turing took a bottle of red liquid from the shelf, its color bright like a ruby, appearing to swirl as if alive. Zhou Ning recognized it instantly. That had to be dragon blood. In the world of Apocalypse, dragons lived far to the north in Darkland's frozen tundras. Some nobles in another kingdom even kept smaller species as exotic pets. Though they weren't as massive as Blue Eyes white dragons or sky dragons, they were still undeniably extraordinary beings. So while dragon blood was rare, it wasn't impossible to obtain, just extremely expensive. Despite his age, Old Turing's hands were still steady. He carefully ground the Zinwood into powder and added it to the cauldron, then swiftly poured in the dragon blood and a starlight reagent. With a snap of his fingers, the cauldron flared to life. The green starlight reagent mixed with the ruby dragon blood, turning into a pale yellow hue. Every movement Old Turing made was smooth and precise, without a hint of waste. The dragon blood elixir was a recipe only a master alchemist could learn. Its process was extremely intricate. At certain stages, one had to monitor over 20 details per second and adjust constantly. Yet even at these critical moments, Old Turing remained calm, deliberately slowing his actions as if teaching Zhou Ning through demonstration. A notification appeared on Zhou Ning's interface. He glanced at it and his face lit up with delight. Darian Turing is teaching you Alchemy Grandmaster level. You have gained 675 Proficiency Divine Favor plus 60, Extreme Calm plus 15. Darian Turing is teaching you Alchemy Grandmaster level. You have gained 628 Proficiency Divine Favor plus 59, Extreme Calm plus 13. Darian Turing is teaching you Alchemy Grandmaster level. You have gained 735 Proficiency Divine Favor plus 68, Extreme Calm plus 18. Your alchemy has reached master level. In just a little over 10 minutes, Zhou Ning's alchemy proficiency had skyrocketed, breaking past the expert level bottleneck, and leaping directly into the master tier, saving him several months of slow grind. All done. 10 minutes later, Old Turing exhaled, pouring the cauldron's liquid into 3 test tubes and sealing them tightly. Bubbles rose within, and the pale yellow liquid instantly transformed into a vivid scarlet red. Take them. Old Turing waved tiredly and looked at Zhou Ning. Did you understand the process I used just now? I learned a great deal. You truly live up to your reputation as the former legendary alchemist of Brayston, Zhou Ning said sincerely. Legendary? I'm no legend. Old Turing shook his head as he began tidying the table. His tone turned faintly somber. There are no legends in Darkland City. The vile each have their own vices, and even the noble have their own shades of baseness. All right, take what else you need, I have work to do. There seemed to be hidden meaning in his words. Zhou Ning nodded solemnly and put away the 3 test tubes of dragon blood elixir. Beside him, Old Turing poured the life cores from a container and immersed himself in his research. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His experiment seemed to be going smoothly. Opening Old Turing's personal shop, Zhou Ning saw that the 213 life cores had already been converted into tokens, which could be exchanged for formulas or finished elixirs. Now that his alchemy had reached master level, he could access a wider range of recipes, some quite valuable. One blueprint, for instance, was for an alchemical exo-armor, an external suit even more advanced than the one stored in the Temple of Earth, and it only cost 70 tokens. Zhou Ning redeemed the blueprint, then spent his remaining tokens on the 2 formulas he'd long coveted, the Windrunner elixir and the Emerald elixir. His balance dropped neatly to 0. Just as Zhou Ning was about to take his leave, Old Turing called out again. I see you exchanged for the exo-armor blueprint. Seems you're interested in applied alchemy as well. Yes, I am. Zhou Ning nodded. In truth, not only was he studying applied alchemy, he was also dabbling in puppet alchemy and life alchemy. Excellent. But remember, every branch of alchemy connects to the others. The boundaries aren't as rigid as they seem. Tell you what, come back here next Saturday. I'll have a gift for you, said Old Turing. You have triggered D-rank quest, the Grand Alchemist's new invention 3. Quest description: your friend Old Turing deeply appreciates your help. Visit the Doyle Alchemy Shop next Saturday to receive his final token of gratitude. It must be the final link in the chain quest. Zhou Ning accepted it without hesitation. Leaving the Doyle Alchemy Shop, he felt elated. This had been an incredible harvest. Old Turing was truly generous. It was getting late now, and though there were still a few things he needed to handle, the most important thing for the moment was to head home and digest everything he'd gained over the past few days. Starting tomorrow, he'd have his hands full negotiating for the Gargoyle Core, investigating the Ascension ritual structure, and tracking down the man known as Chris Fisher, whose real name was Jeremy Aiden. Just as he was about to hail a carriage, a notification popped up on his interface. Your C-rank quest, Rescue Spark Lambert, has been updated to track Spark Lambert's whereabouts. Quest difficulty upgraded to B rank. This is a timed quest. Countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Zhou Ning's expression turned grave. Something had clearly gone wrong with Spark Lambert, and this was a B-rank timed quest. If he wasn't careful, failure was certain. He'd done similar tracking quests before, like in GTA, where a red dot appeared on the minimap as a moving target. Opening his map, he saw it, a red dot 2 blocks away on Levia Street, moving eastward and fast. Chapter 308, Chapter 309, Dock District 1245 words. Chapter 309, Dock District at ordinary speed. There was no way anyone could catch up within half an hour, but Zhou Ning wasn't an ordinary person, especially when it came to speed. Judging by their route, the group was heading toward a noble estate somewhere west of Darkland. The path passed through parts of 3 of Darkland City's notoriously unstable weather zones, where thunderstorms and even large-scale lightning storms were common. To get there, they'd have to veer northwest and go through the Dock District. If he ignored the volatile weather zones and cut straight through, he was confident he could intercept them at the docks. For someone wielding the Cortez sword and possessing the skill weather conversion, as long as his focus points were sufficient, none of that posed a problem. At this time, it was still snowing heavily. Thick flakes drifted down from the sky, and there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. Zhou Ning slipped into a deserted alley, stepped onto the wall in one fluid motion, vaulted up, and climbed swiftly onto the rooftop. Letting out a puff of white breath, he began sprinting across the roofs. This area was the northern trade district, mostly low, flat houses with little elevation change, so running across them wasn't difficult. Zhou Ning easily crossed the rooftops to the edge between the trade district and the canal district, where, across the street, a tall canal-side building loomed. Stretching his body, Zhou Ning pushed off with both feet and leapt. With nearly 250 agility points, he easily crossed a distance of almost 13 meters, caught the edge of the wall, climbed to the top, and kept running deeper into the building zone. Before long, the red dot on his minimap grew closer and closer. Ahead lay one of those volatile climate zones. Heavy rain poured down, thunder rumbling intermittently, but Zhou Ning didn't stop. Sprinting full speed, he gripped the hilt of the Cortez sword and plunged into the rain curtain. Instantly, a wave of greed rose in his heart, dark, invasive thoughts whispering that the entire world should belong to him. That was the Cortez sword's negative effect. Yet at the same time, the downpour above him gradually dispersed, forming a narrow, rainless corridor. The thunder ceased abruptly, and moments later, Zhou Ning emerged from the unstable zone, cutting straight toward Darkland's northwestern dock district. Countless ships from various nations were moored there, but what drew the eye most was a black steel behemoth anchored at a military harbor 2 kilometers away. Even from here, its silhouette dominated the horizon. A ship hailed as the most colossal vessel in human history, suspected to be none other than Pluto, the warship brought across worlds by the Pirate King himself. Could his Triton sword control it? No, this wasn't the time for that thought. Zhou Ning released his grip on the Cortez sword's hilt, pushing away the greedy impulse. Drawing his gaze back from the distant ship, he glanced at the minimap. His target was moving slower than expected. To his right stood a massive glass panel advertisement for the Simfuang Plantation Company, a newly popular form of billboard in Darkland, clearly player-influenced. Not far away, a red dot raced toward him, and entered his view, a carriage taxi drawn by 2 horned horses. The driver wore an Aiden Carriage Company uniform. Zhou Ning recognized him at once. It was one of the adventurer group members he'd seen earlier. Using observation hockey, he sensed over a dozen people inside the carriage. Spark Lambert had to be one of them. Zhou Ning broke into a run, then leapt high. With a loud boom, he landed squarely on the carriage roof, splintering it apart. Beneath his feet, 5 people sat facing him in perfect formation. Among them was Argus, his expression grim as he stared up at Zhou Ning. Slowly, a cold smile curved across his lips, and the other 4 mirrored the same eerie smile, sending a chill down Zhou Ning's spine. The man he was after, Spark, lay bound in ropes on a nearby seat, tied in an elaborate tortoiseshell pattern, unconscious. Zhou Ning couldn't help but think, guess they're into some heavy stuff. Hello there, Zhou Ning greeted Argus with a polite smile, spinning a white pistol in his hand before pulling the trigger. With a deafening crack, the bullet punched through Argus's skull, blowing out a mist of blood from the back of his head, and tearing through the carriage front. The startled horned horses reared up, hooves slipping on the slick ground, causing the entire carriage to topple and slide into the billboard. The impact sent snow and glass shards flying like an avalanche. Zhou Ning grabbed Spark and leapt free, setting him down on the ground before turning toward the shattered sign, wary and alert. From within the glass debris, Argus rose slowly as if nothing had happened. His expression darkened, and though his head was intact, black, spectral tendrils sprouted from it identical to those of the dark spider mother, Madalida. The other 4 adventurers had surrounded Zhou Ning at some point, forming a ring as countless shadowy tendrils lashed toward him. Are they alive or dead? Zhou Ning asked in his mind as he stepped back. I don't know, replied Molly. They look alive, but they might just be bodies the monastic society created using old god power or alchemy. I can sense faint darkness from them. Zhou Ning nodded. Against beings tainted with darkness, nothing worked better than ripple energy. Just as the tendrils were about to strike, psychic counterattack activated. Zhou Ning opened his right hand and grabbed one of the black tendrils. Golden flames burst from his palm and raced along it. The tendril acted like a fuse, igniting the adventurer at the other end. Pain flared from deep within his soul, consuming all thought in an instant. The dazzling golden flames immediately caught Argus's attention. He reached into his waist pouch, pulled out a handful of casting materials, tossed them upward, and shouted in Old Fauric, downpour. The materials merged midair, triggering a sudden torrential rain meant to douse the flames engulfing his teammate. But ripple fire was no ordinary flame, it couldn't be extinguished by mere water. Moments later, the burning man collapsed into a mass of charred flesh, which oozed toward Zhou Ning. He didn't move. The blackened flesh ignited again on its own, turning to ash. It seems they still retain their original combat styles, Zhou Ning muttered. Argus was a swordsman and apparently a meteorologist too. The others look like an ice mage and a frost warrior. As he thought this, a sudden chill ran down his spine, his instincts flaring. At the same moment, 2 black tendrils lashed in from the left and right, while a layer of frost spread underfoot. The meteorologist and ice mage had chained their attacks, a perfect combo, lowering the temperature to freeze him in place. But in the next instant, black armor materialized over Zhou Ning's body. Almost silently, his grappling hook shot out, latching onto the shattered glass billboard. When the hook retracted, shards of ice exploded beneath him. He barely evaded the twin tendrils, vaulted off the glass wall, flipped head down in midair, and fired 2 shots at the shadowy appendages clinging to him like bone rot. Both tendrils caught ripple energy and burst into flame, retracting instantly. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning tucked his body midair, landed smoothly, and switched his weapon back to the Cortez sword, charging straight ahead. Chapter 309, Chapter 310, One Punch Man 1127 words. Chapter 310, One Punch Man. With 3 quick steps, Zhou Ning rushed towards the ice mage on the left. He unleashed his conqueror's haki with all his might to interrupt the mage's counterattack. The mage's attempt to dodge became sluggish, and the tentacles retracting stopped moving entirely. But Zhou Ning's own actions slowed down as well, his body suddenly covered in thick ice. Even his eyebrows and face were coated with frost. This was also the work of the meteorologist's ability, using the cold temperatures and the ice mage's powers to create a small area of extreme cold. However, Zhou Ning quickly used the power of the Cortez sword to alter the weather, rapidly melting the ice. In just a breath's time, he reached the ice mage, stamped his foot heavily, and swung his sword, sending a crescent-shaped sword chi flying. Divine departure. The crescent-shaped sword chi sliced into the ice mage's body, with white light scattering in all directions. The diagonal cut shimmered with intense ripples of light, and the mage collapsed to the ground, burning like a torch. After dealing with the ice mage, the situation became overwhelmingly favorable for Zhou Ning. Without hesitation, he turned and sheathed his sword. As he moved, he bent his knees, seamlessly switching to firearms. He pointed the black ebony and white ivory pistols at Argus and pulled the trigger. In a rolling motion, 2 bullets, swirling with ripples and armament hockey, shot out and struck Argus, creating exaggerated, grotesque wounds. Intense fiery ripples expanded outward. At the same time, Argus's extraordinary power erupted. In a brief moment, he transformed into a massive spider nearly 2 meters tall. His body was pitch black and sinister, covered in dense compound eyes, with countless mysterious patterns adorning his form. The name above his health bar changed to Spider Transformation Argus, level 63. Zhou Ning hadn't expected that a boss from a task would have a second phase. Instantly, countless white spider threads shot out from him, turning into web strands and black tentacles extending in all directions. The web strands began retracting as soon as they touched objects, pulling the remnants of the carriage and the surrounding trees toward Argus, uprooting clumps of soil. One of his companions didn't waste time either, moving to the side and throwing a blue fireball. Zhou Ning leapt into the air, nimbly landing before charging at the 2-meter-tall monster. He pulled the trigger again. The bullet accurately hit Argus's forehead, bursting one of his compound eyes. A deep blood hole appeared on his forehead, flames burning with a golden hue. However, this wasn't fatal. For such a massive creature, only emptying its health bar or landing a fatal strike would end its life. Zhou Ning didn't stop, repeatedly shooting into the same blood hole, deepening it further. Argus let out an enraged roar, his tentacles wildly thrashing as he attempted to retaliate. But Zhou Ning remained unaffected, his hands steady, firing one shot after another at the monster's forehead. Finally, the last bullet burrowed deep into Argus's brain, setting off a golden flame within it. The 63-level spider transformation Argus crashed to the ground, his life force rapidly fading. You have killed the level 63 boss, Spider Transformation Argus. You have gained 62,000 experience. After Argus's death, a faint yellow extraordinary material remained, and a mild fishy smell wafted through the air. This was a common material from spider-type monsters, still worth something. Zhou Ning hadn't expected Argus to be so difficult. No wonder this mission was ranked as B-level difficulty. After killing Argus, Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, turned, and searched for his last companion but couldn't find him. It was clear he had already fled. Looking at the countdown, there were still 7 minutes and 29 seconds left. Noticing a group of extraordinary beings approaching, Zhou Ning didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He quickly helped the still unconscious Spark Lambert to his feet, and rushed away. Soon, a team of extraordinary beings arrived. A tall, young-looking one scanned the surroundings and noticed the massive spider corpse, still tangled with black tentacles on the ground. His expression changed. Is this a fallen believer of an ancient god? Someone speculated. It looks similar, said a more mature extraordinary being beside him, his hair combed in a middle part. There are many gunshot and burn marks on it. The one who killed it hasn't gone far. Emlyn, what do you think? Recently, whether in Bryston or ruins, the number of these fallen beings was rising rapidly. In just the last 10 days, there had been 5 or 6 similar incidents, causing numerous casualties, and putting extraordinary beings on edge. Don't guess. It was definitely Wayne Sturwell. Don't mind him. Let's just take the spider's body back first, the silent Emlyn said. After dropping Spark Lambert in a nearby secluded alley, the countdown hit 0. Zhou Ning realized that his mission was unknowingly completed. You have completed the B-level timed mission. Track Spark Lambert's whereabouts. You have gained 132,000 experience. The reward for this mission is random. It will draw from expertise, item with temporary template cards. Do you wish to draw? Zhou Ning glanced at Spark Lambert, who was still unconscious, suppressing the urge to slap him awake. He chose to draw the reward. He hoped it would be an expertise. Zhou Ning hadn't forgotten that gaining one more legendary expertise would promote him to a boss template. Congratulations, you have received a temporary template card X1. It's really unlucky. Zhou Ning sighed and opened his inventory to examine the temporary template card. Suddenly, the card emitted a burst of orange light, growing brighter and stronger. Orange light. That was a sign of a mediocre character. Zhou Ning perked up. Moments later, the image on the card became 3D, revealing a figure with a tired expression, looking like a salted fish, with a glowing head resembling a boiled egg, wearing yellow clothes, red gloves, and a white cape himself. Character, One Punch Man. A Zhou Ning personality, calm, low-key. Talent, none. Skills, secret training method. God level. Zhou Ning. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had finally gotten lucky and drawn a very mediocre One Punch Man. Though it was just a temporary template, if used well, this card could easily clear any dungeon. The Supervillain Alliance. Just a bunch of freaks. Next, he could easily breeze through the Endless War too. Carefully tucking the card away, Zhou Ning patiently waited. After a while, Spark Lambert finally woke up, blinking his eyes. Pride makes one. Before Spark could finish his family saying, Zhou Ning slapped him back to his senses. What pride? What nonsense? Spark blinked in disbelief, then smiled joyfully. Chapter 310, Chapter 311, Chris Fisher 1435 words. Chapter 311, Chris Fisher. This Spark is naturally very effeminate. Zhou Ning suspected that if the other party were a female NPC, he would have probably already been able to pursue her. He nodded and said, "It's me." Is going on here? Spark moved his lips a few times, sighed, and said, I encountered myself and my brother at home. The Miracle Study Society members who were killed in the jungle are still alive, but they aren't themselves. I don't know what kind of monster is pretending to be them. Zhou Ning listened expressionlessly as Spark recounted his recent encounter, which also confirmed his earlier suspicion. The silent cult was indeed up to something. It seemed they were trying to infiltrate the high ranks of the Kingdom of Bryston by replacing noble heirs. But what exactly was their ultimate goal? After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Ning asked, I have some connections with the Sun Watchers. Do you want me to introduce you to them to seek their help? No need. My father and the West family are political enemies, and I don't trust the Sun Watchers. Can you take me to the St. Raymond Cathedral? I need to perform a purification ceremony. My unease is growing stronger, as if something major is going to happen any second. I'll visit my father tomorrow evening. He should still be on his way back from the ruins of ruins. Don't worry, once I meet with him, I'll reward you handsomely, Spark said. At that moment, the task panel displayed another notification. You triggered the B-rank side quest, protect Spark Lambert too. Do you accept? The rewards for this chain quest were pretty substantial. Just moments ago, Zhou Ning had received a One Punch Man reward. There was no reason not to accept it. But did Spark really not know? The Sun Watchers and the Silent Cult were practically one and the same. Zhou Ning casually clicked yes to accept the task and smiled, saying, all right, but don't forget your promise. Don't worry. The Lambert family motto is pride. A proud person never breaks their word, Spark replied with a joyful expression, answering without hesitation. Raymond Cathedral wasn't far away, and since tomorrow was December 17th, the Sun Goddess Christmas parade, there would be plenty of silent cult members in the church square or inside, holding large and small masses overnight. Being in the cathedral should be safe. After waiting for a while, Zhou Ning and Spark flagged down a public carriage and arrived at the Withers Higher Church Square in the Seton River district, near the city center. This time, the journey went smoothly without any issues. Though it was snowing outside, the Withers Higher Church Square, covered by an alchemical array, was always bright and sunny, like it was daytime. Countless white birds, called day-chasing birds, would fly up in flocks and sometimes land, creating quite a majestic sight. These birds were said to have appeared when the Sun Goddess was born and only fly on sunny days, chasing the sun. This symbolism was also reflected in the statue of the sun goddess, where a day-chasing bird always perched on her shoulder. Because of the proximity to Christmas, even though it was already 9 p.m., the square was filled with devout believers and various food stalls. Normally, setting up stalls here was forbidden, and even feeding the day-chasing birds was illegal, but today was the only day of the year when such activities were allowed. Walking through tents selling bread, pancakes, and alcoholic beverages, Zhou Ning suddenly stopped. He felt someone watching him from nearby. When he turned his head, he was momentarily stunned to see several young men in noble attire staring at him intently. Zhou Ning immediately recognized them. They were members of the Miracle Study Society, who had been part of the previous adventure. Although their gaze made him uncomfortable, this wasn't the place to act, and they didn't seem capable of threatening him. Zhou Ning didn't stop walking, chuckling lightly as he moved through the crowd toward the white marble spire of the cathedral. Inside the cathedral, there was no lighting, with murals on both sides. The color scheme was mainly gold, with colored glass embedded, creating a dim and mysterious atmosphere. After encountering the Dark Spider Mother, Madalida, and having some exposure to similar-level hidden entities and the secret history of the War of the Gods, Zhou Ning no longer felt the same reverence for the sun goddess as before. However, he didn't show this and lowered his head like the other believers, moving quietly into the cathedral. At the front of the cathedral was a large altar, and behind it stood a statue of the sun goddess, graceful and dignified, dressed in a classical robe, her hands folded before her, with a day-chasing bird resting on her shoulder. Directly ahead were several rows of long benches arranged in a semicircle for the believers to sit. The benches were now filled with worshippers attending the large mass, with a priest dressed in white ceremonial robes standing behind the altar, silently observing the faithful. Zhou Ning took off his hat and held it against his chest, found an empty spot, and sat down, bowing his head in earnest prayer. Beside him, the silent cult members' synchronized prayers filled the air. Sun Goddess, give me light, so I do not fall in this dark world. Sun Goddess, warm me, so I do not suffer from hunger or cold. In this solemn and reverent atmosphere, Zhou Ning silently prayed on behalf of the soul he had encountered at the Fisher estate, fulfilling his promise to him. After some time, Zhou Ning felt a slight spiritual escape, but he wasn't alarmed. This was a normal occurrence in the apocalypse world, as any believer praying in the cathedral would experience similar spiritual leaks, which would gradually accumulate, providing power to the gods they worshipped. This was also the reason why the Dark Spider Mother, Madalida, had sought to occupy the statue of the elf goddess. Time passed, and when the prayer ended, Zhou Ning felt Spark Lambert stand up beside him. He opened his eyes and saw Spark walking up to speak with the priest. The two then headed to a side room of the prayer hall, likely to perform the purification ritual. Zhou Ning had previously issued the Undead's Trail quest to the players, and after they completed it, he had received a small booklet filled with demonic writing. This could now be handed to the Sunwatchers to complete a hidden task, while also allowing them to investigate Chris Fisher's whereabouts. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ning placed the Sunwatcher's insignia on his chest and stood up, heading toward the large door leading down into the cathedral's basement. He wasn't stopped on the way, and after walking down the stairs for 3 minutes, he arrived at an office where he found Qian West. He knocked on the door. "Wayne, what brings you here? Anything urgent?" Qian asked, looking up in surprise. "I found this thing at Jeremy Wayne Aiden's house, related to the previous commission," Zhou Ning said as he handed the booklet from the Wolfhound team to Qian. "In addition, I recently visited Southwestshire and found a mansion similar to the one on Canary Street. The owner is Chris Fisher, the director of an orphanage in Darkland. I suspect he might be Jeremy Aiden." After quietly listening to Zhou Ning's account, Qian nodded while flipping through the booklet. "Chris Fisher. Thanks for the help. By the way, are you interested in continuing this investigation? I can have Sherlock assist you." This was clearly the follow-up to the hidden quest. It was obvious that Zhou Ning was interested, and he immediately nodded to accept it. The panel immediately displayed the following updates. Your B-rank hidden quest, Undead's Trail, has been updated to find Chris Fisher. The task difficulty has been adjusted to B+. Quest description: after investigation, the focus has shifted to Chris Fisher. You must find him as soon as possible. This is a timed quest. The faster you complete it, the better the rewards. As expected, Zhou Ning felt a surge of joy, but there was still the matter of Spark Lambert to deal with. He wasn't sure if he should mention it to Qian West. There were too many things involved, and Spark Lambert was also unwilling to cooperate with the Sunwatchers. Zhou Ning hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak up. After all, this situation was far-reaching. Chapter 311, Chapter 312, The Second Infinite Battle 1296 words. Chapter 312, The Second Infinite Battle. After listening quietly to Zhou Ning's previous experiences, including his own speculations, Qian nodded, his face displaying deep thought and a barely visible conflicted expression. Once Zhou Ning left, Qian West spread out the small booklet he had received from him on his desk, picked up a magnifying glass, and began to observe it carefully. After a moment, he sighed heavily, bit his finger, and began to carve a pentagram array onto the table based on the contents of the booklet. This was a talent he had as a reader. A mist of blood began to rise from the pentagram array, and the flowers in the vase on the table began to wither. But soon, a golden holy light suppressed the blood mist. It can absorb resentment and drain life force. A faint smile appeared on Qian West's lips. Sometimes it's better to know nothing. Completing the previous hidden task rewarded Zhou Ning with 3,000 Guardian of the Day reputation points and 142,000 experience points. As he passed by the faction shop, Zhou Ning couldn't resist the impulse to make a purchase. He spent 4,500 reputation points to exchange for a master-level alchemy blueprint, Solar Elixir. Solar Elixir grants a brief light attribute attack effect, lasting for 30 seconds. The reason he chose this blueprint was, of course, because it looked cool, the coolest kind of cool. Just imagine Qian West's attack effect after activating the family training. 2 wings of light would unfold behind him. At times like these, being cool is enough. Returning along the same path to the church, the next Mass had already begun. The Archbishop presiding over the Mass was Dreist, whom Zhou Ning had met earlier at Qian West's place. Zhou Ning gave him and several other clergy a slight nod before walking down the aisle towards the exit. As for Spark Lambert, he was likely still undergoing the purification ritual, so Zhou Ning planned to come back tomorrow and take on an escort task along the way. Exiting St. Raymond Cathedral, the sky was still bright since it was the eve of the solar goddess's Christmas Day. The night would be a time of continuous daylight, with a New Year's Eve parade taking place at the church square. Zhou Ning took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was just past 11 p. But he didn't plan on joining the festivities. After leaving the church square, he headed straight for 117 Gibbon Street. After spending 800 vectas for repairs, the once weathered house had been fully restored. Even the furniture had been replaced with new pieces. Zhou Ning returned to his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the chair, starting to review his recent acquisitions. The biggest gain was, of course, the 4 mithril puppets, worth around 800,000 to 900,000 vectas combined. These things were rarely used and hard to handle, so Zhou Ning planned to keep one for personal use, and would ask Richie Burke and his pirate crew to find a way to sell the others in places like Ruins, the Byron Republic, and so on. Next were some extraordinary materials: 3 rare items that could enhance spellcasting power, 1 extraordinary material from the Ghost Mage Grand Vaughn, and 1 more recently obtained from the Spider Argus. Zhou Ning had made an agreement with Richie Burke. He knew a craftsman who could create extraordinary items, so he planned to use these materials to have one made for himself. Aside from that, there was a 2-handed hammer named Crush and 2 books written in Elvish. One was too heavy to lift, while the other 2 were unreadable due to the language barrier, so he put them aside for now. After searching for a while, the only usable item was a skeleton coin from the Storm Wilt's treasure. Cursed Coin of Fate, Fate item use level, 1 remaining uses, 2 as mentioned before. The positive and negative effects of this coin were completely random, and there was no way to cheat for a better chance at good luck. If he was lucky, he could skyrocket, but if not, there was an 80% chance of losing attributes, a 15% chance of losing something, and a 5% chance of being teleported to some star realm. Zhou Ning's heart began to race. Tossing this coin was like challenging his own fate. The future was full of uncertainty. But even the worst outcome was something he could handle. If he got lucky, he could rise immediately. Zhou Ning's heart grew more resolute as he stretched out his hand and threw the coin. The round skeleton coin began spinning on the desk, and when it slowly came to a stop, a cloud of black smoke rose into the air, forming a black toxic spring that bubbled ominously. You've encountered the black toxic spring's invasion, and have received the curse of the black toxic spring. Black toxic spring curse, permanent effect, strength -7, agility -4. This terrifying effect made Zhou Ning feel a chill. His strength was already a weak point, only reaching 49, after acquiring the legendary physique expert level specialty. Now, it was permanently reduced by 7 points. Even his main attribute, agility, had been lowered. For an average player, this would be unbearable. With his body weakening, Zhou Ning's strength and agility dropped to 42 and 238, respectively. Should he try again? Zhou Ning took a deep breath and threw the coin again. This time, when the coin landed, a golden light emerged from it. Zhou Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was likely a reward, right? An icon of a rainbow and a spring appeared above the coin again. Another spring. Zhou Ning quickly glanced at the system's notification. You've received the rainbow and spring blessing and acquired an unknown item, prepaid hourglass. Prepaid hourglass, you can pay 2% interest to temporarily borrow an attribute from your future self, lasting for 1 hour. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Borrowing attributes from his future self. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. His expression was complicated. If used well, this could be a double-edged sword. For example, if he borrowed 400 agility, he would only need to pay 8 agility as interest, but in return, he would have explosive output for an hour. With 600 agility, even against super-tier professionals or semi-gods, Zhou Ning felt confident he could take them on. On the other hand, borrowing mental strength could allow him to summon the 3 phantom gods. He already had Obelisk the giant god in his hands, though its strength was still unknown, and he wasn't sure how much mental strength it would take to summon it. But Zhou Ning suspected he might be able to fight some ancient gods directly. However, the issue was that attributes were far too valuable. Using this item too much could lead to irreparable consequences. Zhou Ning wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. After tossing the coin for the second time, the skeleton coin quietly shattered into dust. It was indeed a case of heaven or hell, and Zhou Ning wasn't sure if he had gained or lost. Perhaps that was fate. Before the judgment was given, no one knew what the next step would bring. At that moment, the distant bell tower rang 12 times. Zhou Ning tidied up his desk, quickly washed up, and lay down on his bed, ready to begin a new round of simulation. As expected, he chose the One Punch Man Zhou Ning card for this round. As per usual, Zhou Ning first selected the second option to check, feeling that he still had money, and if the opportunity arose, he would absolutely reject mediocrity. Chapter 312, Chapter 313, The Dark Knight and One Punch Man 1075 words. Chapter 313, The Dark Knight and One Punch Man light exploded, and 3 cards appeared in front of Zhou Ning. They spread out one by one, radiating brilliant purple and orange light. The first card was an orange card. It depicted Zhou Ning in a red and blue skin-tight suit, a red cape, and a shield-shaped S emblem on his chest. He stood atop a ruined skyscraper that had been destroyed in a nuclear war, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. Personality, sensitive, cold, indifferent to life. Talents, super strong defense orange, super strong strength red, super strong speed purple, super healing purple, super senses purple, fear of kryptonite gray negative talent. Skills, flight master level, heat vision expert level, super breathing master level, energy absorption divine level, followed by a long list of other skills. Price, 7,000 Traversal coins. Title, Unjust Superman Zhou Ning. This card was incredibly mediocre. Just by looking at it, Zhou Ning could tell it was nothing special, so he decided to skip it without even giving it a second glance. He was powerful now, he didn't need such a plain card. The second card was purple. The image showed Zhou Ning dressed in black armor and a black helmet, his eyes blood red, holding a red-bladed lightsaber. Personality, greedy, cruel, ruthless, paranoid, ambitious. Talents, Master of Swordsmanship purple, Master of the Force orange, Force Affinity purple. Skills, Force Destruction Master level, Force Cloak Grandmaster level, Force Healing Grandmaster level, Swordsmanship Master level, Energy Manipulation Expert level. The bottom right corner had black text saying, "You have no idea of the power of the dark side," with an exclamation mark icon that could be clicked. This card is a skill type card. After equipping the Dark Knight title, you will automatically acquire the Force Cultivation Law's dark side. Title, Dark Knight Zhou Ning. Price, 600 Traversal coins. This price seemed more reasonable. Although 300 of those coins were probably just for the free skills, Zhou Ning thought to himself, I have the money. The template was clearly based on the infamous supervillain, Darth Vader from Star Wars, also known as Anakin Skywalker. Despite being a villain with a terrible personality, his abilities were quite good, and there was potential to clear the game. Plus, he could collect a villain card set, not to mention the opportunity to learn a new skill. Zhou Ning checked his balance, and with 280 coins left, he decided to spend 5,000 vectas and recharge 500 Traversal coins to buy the card. After purchasing the template, the lineup of villain characters the Mad Clown, Penguin, Ordinary Office Worker, Kyoka Sojetsu, and Dark Knight was completed, bringing the villain sequence to 5, unlocking a new bond in the template collection. Formidable villain characters 5, health plus 650 agility plus 2 bond effect. After using a villain template for Traversal, the completion rate of dungeons increases faster. Zhou Ning felt satisfied. This money was well spent. As for the third template, whether by luck or misfortune, or maybe fate's arrangement, Zhou Ning once again encountered a very familiar face. He saw himself in a black helmet and armor, his face pale, his eyes burning with blue flames. He held a rune sword, pointing it forward. Behind him, a skeletal frost dragon roared at the sky. Hidden template, Lich King Joker Zhou Ning. Once again, the same familiar personality, erratic and unpredictable. Besides the previous talents, he also gained Master of the Undead and Heart of Death. As for skills, there was a long list of Lich King abilities, such as Summoning Valkyries, Raging Frost Shock, Plague of the Undying, Soul Harvest, and more. Price, 0 Traversal coins. Was he choosing this template to exact revenge on the Marvel world for the failure of his last timeline? Zhou Ning thought to himself with unease. Choosing this template would undoubtedly be a breeze, clearing the game with ease, but Zhou Ning liked saying no to people who thought too highly of themselves. Without hesitation, he closed the template selection and returned to option 1. Although he didn't think anything could compare to One Punch Man, he decided to see if any interesting options popped up since this was a one-time card. You chose Traversal Mode 1. Please choose 3 of the following 10 talents to match the conditions. Scion Talent Purple, the more you're injured, the stronger you become. Every time you take damage, your combat ability increases. Playboy Blue, you are highly lethal to women and even female creatures. Purple Chi comes from the East. White, you like wearing purple clothes and traveling west. Naturally Kind Green, you never do bad things. Genius Racer Purple, you have a natural talent in racing, the next Schumacher. Sex Addict Gray, you have an unusual obsession with sex. Cunning and Deceptive Green, you're naturally crafty, skilled in scheming against others. Political Success Blue, you'll receive praise from many high-ranking officials in this world and smoothly rise to power. Wealthy Ability Purple, you'll become very rich in this world, spending money like water, easily hurting others with your wealth. Non-Mainstream White, you like weird clothing, writing bizarre Mars language, and being your own unique self. Zhou Ning. Out of these 10 talents, only political success, wealthy ability, and scion talent were worth considering. But this was a post-nuclear wasteland, full of mutants and supervillains. This combination was clearly unsuitable. Zhou Ning promptly switched back to option 2, and decisively chose One Punch Man for his simulation. You chose option 2, One Punch Man. Zhou Ning enters the simulation. Matching successful. In this parallel world, you come from a perilous world filled with monsters. You are calm, low-key, indifferent, and have no strong emotions. Your biggest hobby is shopping for discounted goods at the supermarket. Although you are just a hero out of interest, you often feel melancholic for the lack of battle excitement in your life. How will you change this world? We'll see. Current world exploration, 30. When exploration reaches 66.7%, you will unlock the next map. If you die in this simulation, the game will end. Note, in the simulation, characters have strong subjectivity, and One Punch Man Zhou Ning's alignment is neutral good. You have no control over his actions in the simulation. You chose not to select the time and place for traversal. You arrive in New York, April 2030, as history begins to turn. Chapter 313, Chapter 314, One Punch Man travels to Marvel Part 113. 25 words. Chapter 314, One Punch Man travels to Marvel Part 1. April 27, 2030, you stand in the middle of a ruined city, utterly destitute, curiously observing your surroundings. The sky is a dull gray-black, the air thick with radioactive dust, and everywhere you look are broken walls and shattered buildings. On the few intact walls within sight are wanted posters, mostly for monsters. One shows someone called the Hulk, another an octopus doctor, and a few others even look eerily similar to the crab monster and octopus clawman from your previous parallel world. What a strange place. You stand blankly on the street for a few minutes before noticing someone nearby being attacked. When you walk over, you find a young man in a ridiculous green bodysuit holding a flamethrower. He's just saved a child, full of righteous spirit. For a hero, that's enough. The attackers are 2 lizard monsters, and one of them lunges at you. Instantly, you're reminded of that lizard monster from your world that went around looking for mates. Without hesitation, you throw an ordinary punch, and the creature is instantly launched into the sky like a meteor. The man in the green bodysuit you just saved stares at you with eyes practically popping out of his head. April 28, 2030, you learn that the person you saved is named Dave Lazuski, nickname, Kick-Ass. He's part of a hero group called the Defenders. You find it puzzling, this world clearly has monsters, yet its superheroes are so weak. Dave is full of awe toward you, and when he learns you have nowhere to stay, he immediately invites you to live with him, offering to cover most of the rent. His home is a makeshift wooden shack located in a medium-sized survivor community, with access to free TV and radio. There's a market and grocery area, and sometimes they even have discounts priced in star coins. You're quite satisfied. Before you can make sense of this world, you need to earn some money first. Through Dave, you learn there are 2 currencies here, regular money dollars, divided into dollars, dimes, and cents, and something called star coins, introduced 10 years ago by the Star Company and still in use. 1 star coin equals $10 and can be used to buy rare resources or discounted goods, your favorite kind of thing. But star coins can only be earned by completing bounties. As a rookie hero, Dave also works part-time at a convenience store. He's as broke as you, barely able to support himself. This world has no hero association, only an organization called the Official Survivor Base. While it offers hero work, the entry requirements are high and you need a sponsor. The fastest way to make money is through bounty missions, but that also takes time, and requires an ID, which you currently don't have. Even though Dave practically begs you to freeload off him, you decide to be self-reliant, and get a job helping sell fish at the market. Maybe due to radiation, even the fish here look like monsters, some even have legs. It really tests your self-control. Life is tough right now, but at least there's a game console. You discover that Dave is absurdly good at games. While playing a fighting game called Street Fighter X, he uses an old man named JP to zone you out with projectiles until you die. He calls it footsies. Footsies, my ass. You can only vent your anger on the fish, now you cut them faster, your heart colder, your knife even colder. April 30th to May 7th, 2030, you've been in this world for a week now, losing in games every day, and you've grown to hate that character JP. After learning more about this world, you realize this is actually New York, a post-nuclear war New York. Several high IQ monsters hacked into the nuclear launch system, and fired 5,428 warheads at major cities. So many nukes caused global devastation, islands like Japan, the Maldives, and Fiji sank beneath the sea, and the world is now blanketed in radiation. After the nuclear war, aside from a few survivor bases, and an Eastern Asian superpower maintaining a facade of freedom, two massive monster factions now rule most of the world, the Joker Gang and the Illuminati. The Joker Gang's leader is the Hulk, the monster from the wanted posters. The Illuminati is led by a man nicknamed Injustice Superman, Steve Rogers. Oh, and in this world, monsters are called mutants. Many superheroes are mutants too. Interesting, right? From what you can tell, both the Hulk and Steve Rogers might actually be on your level, the thought alone gives you goosebumps. The wanted posters are jointly issued by the New York official Survivor Base and 6 other survivor organizations, led by someone named Reed Richards. Only registered heroes can accept these missions, and completing one allows you to officially become a hero, quite the impossible task. The Dave Lazuski you know is a 1-star hero. His teammates include Daredevil Matt Murdock 3-star, Jessica Jones 2-star, and Luke Cage 3-star. The top-ranking heroes in the association are Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, both 5-star. Fascinating. Since you don't have ID, Dave has to take the bounties for you. Your first bounty targets a group of mutants called the Element Carnival. They've taken over the ruins of a place called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The main members are Fireman William Dawn, Rockman Jason, and Electro Jamie Foxx. Dave drives you there. There are a lot of enemies, all elemental mutants, about demon level and strength, a tough fight. But they made a mistake, one of them, William Dawn, looks just like JP. White cape fluttering, you unleash a barrage of consecutive normal punches. William Dawn evaporates on the spot, Jamie Foxx gets a hole blasted through his chest, Jason the Rockman is tough, he takes one punch before collapsing, still mostly intact. You feel utterly bored. Dave, however, is ecstatic, grabbing your arm and shaking you wildly, begging to learn your secret. It's actually simple, just do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day for 3 years, and no matter how hot or cold it gets, never use air conditioning. May 9, 2030, Dave Lazuski submits the bounty report on your behalf. Since there were no bodies left, the reward for William Dawn was voided. The combined bounty for Jamie Foxx and Jason the Rockman nets 8,200 star coins. Are you rich now? Not really, it's just like before. You only moved into a slightly bigger house, and you're still out there chasing every discount deal. After submitting the bounty, Dave Lazuski's hero rank rises to 3-star. He should now have the authority to help you register for the hero exam, but just like back in your world, this one requires a written test. You don't know enough about this world yet, so you're not confident enough to take it. Your second bounty target is a mutant named Jack of Hearts from the Illuminati, a member of the Dark Avengers. He can shoot pink energy blasts from his hands, or create powerful shockwaves around him. With strength exceeding 25 tons, tremendous attack power, accelerated regeneration, and metabolism twice that of normal humans, he's extremely fast and can even teleport using energy. You're not sure how strong that makes him, maybe around Boras's level. During the fight, he actually manages to hurt you a bit. But when he fires a seemingly massive, heart shockwave, you're forced to use a serious punch. The result? His attack is obliterated, he's instantly killed, and half the radioactive dust in Earth's upper atmosphere is blown away by the punch's wind pressure. Disappointing. Chapter 3:14, Chapter 315. One Punch Man Travels to Marvel Part 2 1315 words Chapter 315. One Punch Man Travels to Marvel Part 2 The serious punch you threw out on instinct caused quite a few side effects. Since the battle took place near the Hudson River estuary, that punch not only blew away the entire ruins of Hudson River Park's historic walkway, but also vaporized the broken Statue of Liberty standing at the river mouth. You instinctively looked up at the satellites in the sky. Hopefully they won't make you pay for it. You've earned the achievement, Peerless Calamity. June 9, 2030. You spent the past month on edge, but luckily, no one came looking for you. The news this month was both good and bad. The good news, that Jack of Hearts guy turned out to be an alpha-level mutant, one of the world's top combat powers, far more valuable than you expected, enough to let Dave get promoted to a 4-star hero. He's now New York's new idol, and you can openly buy discounted items, even snag the latest game consoles and limited edition foods for free. The bad news, however, is this world's so-called top combat power really only at that level? July 4, 2030. You finally mustered the courage to take the hero qualification test. At the official Survivor base, you met the 5-star hero Dr. Strange. He looked at you once, then twice, as if he couldn't process what he was seeing. You ignored him. The test results showed your physical stats completely off the charts, even breaking Spider-Man's record, but you scored 0 on every written exam. As a result, you became a 1-star hero. This scene feels awfully familiar, doesn't it? But you don't mind, it's fine, after all, you're just a hero for fun. August 2030. Over the month, you completed 7 or 8 bounty missions, causing serious trouble for both the Joker gang and the Illuminati. But only 2 bounties really stuck in your memory. The 5th one came from the Joker gang's Sinister 12: Scorpion, Vulture, Sandman, Electro, Chameleon, Lizard, Hydroman, Boomerang, Tombstone, Shocker, and Hammerhead. They used their numbers to launch a tidal wave of attacks against you, but with a few casual swings of your arm, you blocked them all, then sent them flying with a single careless punch. Another one-hit victory. So boring. You've earned the achievement, 12 Angry Men. The most dangerous bounty was when your target ran into the only supermarket in the neighborhood. To avoid property damage, you let him beat on you for 15 minutes straight. Once he got overconfident and stepped outside, you finished him off instantly with a supermarket sale punch. You also ran into a lizard-like monster named Hawkeye, apparently a high-ranking member of the Illuminati, along with his squad of agents. He actually tried to shoot you and Dave with his bow, shooting while running, while shooting again. It reminded you of that infuriating JP dominance in fighting games. What is this called? Zoning. You thought he was strong, but one slightly serious normal punch completely crushed him, leaving behind only his special weapons and quiver. You've obtained weapon, Black Bull recurve bow, and item, multifunctional quiver. Your string of actions dealt heavy blows to both the Illuminati and the Joker gang, but unfortunately, your personal driver Dave became your scapegoat. Since he was always present when you defeated monsters, no one believed his denials. Not long after, he was officially certified by the Survivor base as the 5th 5-star hero. You didn't really mind. You don't care about hero rankings anyway, and you actually respect Dave. Sometimes, what makes a hero isn't power but kindness. He's even training hard following your methods. Who knows, maybe he'll become the next you someday. What actually bothers you more is the gaming part. Because he plays with you every day, he's improved a lot. Now he can even crush you at full health. Unforgivable. August 21, 2030. You were at home when you met Dr. Strange again, the 5-star hero. You don't even know how he found you despite your low profile. He told you he knew you were a traveler from another world. As the current Sorcerer Supreme and Earth's Guardian, he had observed countless timelines recently, and concluded that only you might be able to save this world, since in every timeline where you exist, almost no one can defeat you. The moment you heard the word almost, you immediately interrupted him and demanded to know who could defeat you. After hesitating, Dr. Strange told you, the Immortal Hulk, whose power increases infinitely with anger, the former director of S. turned Dark Avenger Zhou Ning, who might one day wield the Infinity Gauntlet, and finally, the Sentry Void, a being with the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Immortal Hulk. Another you. The Sentry. You instantly felt your blood boiling. You realized that this world actually had another version of you, and he was just as strong. You immediately agreed to Doctor Strange's request, on one condition: you wanted a fight with the Sentry. You've been too bored for too long, unable to enjoy the thrill of real combat, your fights ending with a single punch. It's made you lonely. You guessed Doctor Strange probably wanted to observe the timelines first to decide whether to stop you, but when you stared at him blankly, he could only agree. His condition was that you join the soon-to-be formed New Avengers to launch a counterattack against the Illuminati and the Joker gang. That was fine by you. You also wanted to fight Hulk and your counterpart from this world. August 24, 2030. You finally met the legendary Sentry, a tall, muscular blonde man. As agreed, you two found an empty ocean to fight in. This was the man Doctor Strange claimed could defeat you. You didn't hesitate to throw a relatively serious punch and he passed out instantly. You shook your head, and were about to call him an ambulance or something when he suddenly stopped you. Upon waking, he clearly entered his berserk state. One punch made blood trickle from your mouth, almost sending you flying to the moon. The shockwave caused a 10-meter tsunami. The scene looked like ice magic. At least for that moment, his strength surpassed yours. Really strong. This must be his void personality. You could even sense he was holding back. If he went all out, he'd probably destroy the planet. Well then, you might as well save a little strength too. You dodged his energy fields using a serious back-and-forth jump, then countered with serious punches and serious consecutive punches, trading blow for blow. Every punch landed heavy and true. Whenever you feel true excitement and fighting spirit, your power surges exponentially. After 40 minutes of combat, Doctor Strange finally intervened to stop you two, and the Sentry reverted to his frail human form. The match ended in a draw. You've earned the achievement, Battle of the Furious Seas. September 2030. At the official Survivor base, you met the legendary Spider-Man Peter Parker as well as a man named Nick Fury. You felt some affinity for Fury since you shared the same hairstyle, both bald. Maybe you'd look more stylish with a wig. Peter Parker was a motormouth rap OG, talking nonstop like a rapper. When he saw you and Nick Fury standing together, his first words were, "Are you guys brothers?" Your fist itched immediately. Nick Fury was the founder of the New Avengers. Its members were you, Spider-Man, Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, the Sentry, and a gorilla named Winston. Dave was an off-the-record member. Quite an odd lineup. You weren't fighting alone though. The Survivor base was also home to the Fantastic Four, led by five-star hero and base commander Reed Richards. They would join you in the war against the Joker gang and the Illuminati. Tony Stark was an arrogant man. At first, he doubted your strength until Nick Fury showed him satellite footage. His face turned green instantly, and he immediately began developing the anti-one-punch armor. Chapter 315, Chapter 316, One Punch Man Travels to Marvel Part 314, 03 words. Chapter 316, One Punch Man Travels to Marvel Part 3. After finalizing the counterattack strategy, you began an ongoing series of operations against the two major supervillain organizations. Tony Stark and Winston the Gorilla were responsible for technological counterattacks, while the Fantastic Four and the remaining Avengers focused on striking their various global bases. You and your personal driver Dave continued to accept bounties, targeting only those supervillains. On September 21, 2030, your most difficult bounty target was in London Brian Braddock, the former Captain Britain, who had fallen to the Illuminati. According to the Survivors Association, if you were to rank an hero's intelligence, strength, speed, endurance, energy projection, and combat skills on a scale of 1 to 7, Brian's intelligence is ranked at 6, while all other categories are at the highest rank of 7. His fall was due to the influence of the Dark Avengers Zhou Ning. In the files, Brian was noted to possess Arthur's Sword of the Stone, said to have the power to cut through the entire omniverse, with a strength exceeding 100 tons. His magic was passed down by the great wizard Merlin, making him an incredibly formidable opponent. He was an absolute god-tier monster. Additionally, it was said that while in his homeland of the UK, he possessed a strong precognitive ability. It's uncertain whether this ability foretold victory or defeat in this battle. The outcome was simple: you threw a regular punch, which he blocked, you followed up with a series of punches, and eventually, he couldn't withstand them. When you started to take him more seriously and unleashed a series of focus punches, he was defeated, with his stone sword shattered on the spot. On September 24, 2030, you found the Ten Commandments gang, and their leader, Mandarin, in the nuclear wasteland of Vietnam. They represented the Joker gang in East Asia. For some reason, you instinctively disliked Mandarin. His abilities all came from 10 rings, one of which could generate electricity, and another could create fire. However, you weren't patient enough to wait for him to use them all. You simply threw a punch, landing a serious blow. Mandarin was killed instantly, leaving only his 10 shiny, nearly indestructible rings on the ground. You unlocked the achievement, the Rings of Power. On October 7, 2030, the day had finally arrived for the counterattack against the Joker gang and the Illuminati. Tony Stark was far more brilliant than you had expected, and Winston the Gorilla was also a surprise. During this time, Tony and Winston launched the technological counteroffensive, and you determined that the first group to target was the Joker gang. The Joker gang had the Hulk, the humanoid computer MODOK, Dr. Zola, Dr. Octopus, and other technological giants. Their tech was extremely advanced, boasting an extensive satellite weapon system, including a satellite weapon powered by the cosmic cube, capable of destruction equivalent to nuclear weapons. Their weakness, however, was their vulnerability to technological infiltration. The gang's members were mostly mutants and reptilian supervillains. Among the more dangerous were the Hulk, the Omega-level mutant Magneto, who could control magnetism, Professor X, who had telepathy but was corrupted, and the Omega-level mutant Firelord, who could manipulate powers. Their goal was not just to conquer the world but to create a new nation consisting solely of mutants. According to Tony Stark, the Hulk was once his friend, a leading physicist in the world. However, after being corrupted by the Joker, he turned and inherited the Joker's legacy, founding a massive criminal empire. He now believed himself to be a mutant one who was easily controlled by anger, but was gradually learning to master it. This was no different from the monsters of your original world. On October 7, after a month of preparation, Tony Stark and Winston had used artificial intelligence to control all satellite weapons, including the Cosmic Cube. Despite MODOK's superhuman intelligence and computational ability, he was completely unable to resist the invasion by the two of them. High-energy satellite lasers targeted 279 Joker gang bases in the Americas, all of which were destroyed simultaneously, turning them into ruins. That afternoon, Nick Fury made a declaration on television to all villains: Avengers assemble. At the same time, you, along with the Sentinels, Peter Parker, and the Fantastic Four, launched a raid on the Joker gang's headquarters in the Phoenix Desert. As expected, you encountered fierce resistance. The upcoming battle might very well be the most intense in world history. You had no idea how many punches you threw, some regular, some serious, but you knew it was a fight to the death. One after another, powerful dragon tier and even god tier monsters were hit by your punches, some obliterated, some sent flying. The most troublesome opponent was Magneto, who wielded Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. In this universe, Thor had died at the hands of the Hulk, and his hammer had fallen into Magneto's hands. Using his magnetic field powers, he controlled Mjolnir, and could also manipulate lightning, causing some trouble for you. But in the end, he was taken down by your focused headbutt, and you grabbed his hammer. It was heavy, but you could still use it. You obtained the legendary item, Mjolnir. Finally, when you confronted the Hulk, everyone was stunned, including the most vicious supervillains. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at you. The Hulk, however, remained calm, even smoking a cigar. According to Doctor Strange, the dark version of the Hulk from Earth 92817 was the strongest of all Hulks. This version of the Hulk was a combination of all the universe's evil and negative emotions. He was the opposite of the cosmic creator OAA1 above all, and he was the host of OBA1 below all, the dark god. OAA was the supreme god, while OBA was a being below all life forms, lacking a physical body and existing only as an idea. He could only appear through the bodies of others, bestowing them with power. In one possible future timeline, the immortal Hulk, empowered by OBA, even bit off the universe's consciousness and gained the power of a planet devourer, destroying countless planets. This was the kind of opponent you had been waiting for. Your long-suppressed excitement surged as you charged toward the immortal Hulk at near-sonic speed. You threw Mjolnir at him, but he swatted it away with his palm, and the hammer sank deeply into the ground. Undeterred, you readied yourself and threw a serious punch. The Hulk was knocked back 10 steps but suffered no damage. He immediately returned the blow, landing a heavy punch that sent you flying several kilometers. Such incredible power. The battle continued as you exchanged punches, Hollywood style. The immortal Hulk, as Doctor Strange had said, was not only possessed of overwhelming strength, but could also infinitely enhance his power with his anger. No wonder, in one timeline, he had the power to destroy a planet with a single punch, and had even killed you. However, you were no less formidable than the immortal Hulk. After breaking through your own limiter, as long as you had fighting spirit and passion, your strength would constantly break new limits and rise exponentially. In the Phoenix Desert, you and the Hulk engaged in a bloody battle of close combat, serious punches, continuous serious punches, ultra-serious punches, full-force punches, and repeated full-force punches. For the first time since breaking your limiter, you found yourself in a tough battle. The Hulk, like an endless monster, grew stronger with each passing second. Not only did he have ever-growing strength, but his regeneration ability was also beyond belief. Several times, your full-force attacks blasted massive holes in his chest, only for them to heal instantly. But in the end, you emerged victorious. After 3 full days of fighting, your blood and his blood soaked the ground. The winds from your punches had destroyed everything in the surrounding area, and both allies and enemies were forced to retreat miles away in fear. As with the original Hulk, who feared Thanos' military fist, you did not stop unleashing punch after punch, each more powerful than the last. After smashing a countless number of holes in his chest, your power rose from double to triple, and so on, reaching an almost infinite level. The immortal Hulk finally lowered his head, and reverted to his Bruce Banner form, hiding the chaotic, immortal Hulk personality. Chapter 316, Chapter 317, One Punch Man crosses into Marvel Part 4 1345 words. Chapter 317, One Punch Man crosses into Marvel Part 4. Recalling the scene just now, you vaguely heard the sound of something shattering, as if some kind of chain had been broken by your relentless, full-powered blows. A faint green aura escaped from Immortal Hulk's body. Later, you realized that punch had shattered the dimensional prison that confined OBA, allowing him to switch hosts. You could clearly sense that from that very moment, OBA, who had been inhabiting Immortal Hulk, had fallen silent. It was unclear whether he had gone completely dormant or transferred to another host. Now, the Hulk retained only his original powers, still unkillable, but no longer a threat to you. In the end, you had Tony Stark use special chains forged from pure adamantium to tightly restrain the Hulk. Together with other mutant superbosses, he was thrown into a heavily guarded asylum. Doctor Strange then cast spatial magic over the place, making entry easy but escape nearly impossible. Unless something unexpected happened, many of them would spend the rest of their lives there. However, victory wasn't yours alone. When you entered the underground headquarters of the Joker gang, you discovered that the space stone along with the cosmic cube containing it had vanished. Someone had taken advantage of your battle with the Hulk to open a portal from within and steal the cube. Doctor Strange hurried over to examine the spatial fluctuations and attempted to reverse time, but failed. His face darkened as he told you that the culprit was Blink of the Illuminati, the only one among them who mastered spatial teleportation. This event had not appeared in any of the futures he had foreseen, meaning that a higher dimensional being was likely interfering with his vision. Now, aside from the time stone in his possession, all the other Infinity Stones might already be in the hands of the Illuminati. From October to November 2030, the destruction of the Joker gang triggered a complete reshuffling of the world's order. Countless new survivor organizations sprang up across the wasteland, while the Illuminati began consolidating their defenses. Human civilization finally saw a glimmer of hope, and countless good people rejoiced. Yet Tony Stark grew increasingly anxious and despondent. He told you that things weren't so simple. Even though Hawkeye and Red Jack were dead, the Illuminati still had powerful figures such as the unjust Superman Steve Rogers, Aquaman Namor, the Venom Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Iron Woman Peggy Carter, Dark Vision, and Dark Scarlet Witch. Each possessed unique abilities, as well as battle armor that significantly amplified their power. And the Dark Avenger Zhou Ning was, in Stark's words, the most formidable enemy he had ever faced. Though he hadn't appeared for years in body, strength, and intellect, he was almost without weakness. He had once saved the world, only to later plunge it into ruin. If there had been any other choice, Stark would never have stood against him. You patted his shoulder with a blank expression, and told him calmly that it was fine as long as you were here. You also said he could try becoming stronger himself, as long as he didn't mind turning into a bald, middle-aged man with the hairstyle of a true powerhouse. Though in your eyes Tony Stark's tongue was sharp and his personality questionable, after fighting alongside him for so long as a hero, as a comrade he had proven himself the most dependable man alive, dedicating everything for the survival of humanity. Great was the only word fit to describe him. I'll pass on that, Tony Stark said with a faint smile, patting your hand in return. The two of you understood each other without further words. November 12, 2030, despite all precautions, disaster struck again. Using the Space Stone's teleportation power, the Illuminati launched a sudden invasion of Kamartaj. Once more, Doctor Strange failed to perceive this timeline in advance. This time, the Dark Avenger Zhou Ning appeared in person. Alongside Namor, Dark Scarlet Witch, Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, and Dark Vision, his full Dark Avengers lineup completely overran Kamartaj. By the time the new Avengers arrived, he had already seized the Time Stone from Doctor Strange's hand and began slotting the 6 Infinity Stones power, space, reality, soul, time, and mind one by one into his gauntlet. It was your first time seeing the Dark Avenger Zhou Ning. He wore no armor, only a black suit, his gaze weary yet mysterious. You, on the other hand, stood there in a gaudy yellow superhero costume with a white cape, bald head, and drooping eyes, but no one doubted your strength. When your eyes met, you both sensed the deep hostility concealed within each other. The new Avengers and the Dark Avengers were now fully assembled. Achievement unlocked, Avengers Assemble. Since this was a hidden follow-up map and the story simulation had reached a key plot node, the simulator now offered the option to switch to story mode for easier comprehension. Switch to story mode. Note, this mode does not affect simulation progress, rewards, or character outcomes. Story mode. Zhou Ning, already deeply immersed in the narrative and even feeling a surge of excitement, thought for a moment before decisively selecting yes. After making his choice, the simulation's format abruptly changed. Dialogue appeared, as if he were witnessing the scene firsthand. Another version of you smiled faintly, adjusted his infinity gauntlet, then looked toward Tony Stark and greeted him, "Hello, kid." Uncle Zhou Ning. Tony Stark greeted back, then his face hardened. But this will be the last time I call you that. You were once my idol. You saved the world more than once, but then you betrayed it. You betrayed humanity. You betrayed everyone who ever trusted you. Saved the world. Betrayed the world. The other you chuckled faintly. You don't understand. Time itself is nothing but a cruel joke. He raised the gauntlet, the 6 Infinity Stones gleaming brightly. Since a moment ago, a voice in my head has been telling me if I snap my fingers, humanity will perish, the universe will be reborn, and I will ascend, devour cosmic consciousness, slay Galactus, and become the new devourer of worlds. He paused, watching the other heroes' expressions change, before adding leisurely, but I won't do that. After all, my favorite thing is to say no to those who think they know everything. Then he reached toward his own chest, and with his right hand still wearing the gauntlet he pulled out a swirl of green mist, severing his connection to it and tossing it aside. That was Oba's prison. Because the link between hell and the mortal world was too distant, Oba, as a pure consciousness, could only influence his host by temptation. But now he could no longer do so. Cast away by the other you, he would have to search for a new host. That would be the next story. Next, the other you used the time stone to freeze both time and space, leaving only the two of you able to move. He looked at you, a faint smile curling at his lips. You think the Joker really affected me, like they say? No, impossible. We're the same. Both travelers of time. I was born in 1997, yet I've lived since 1898. I've witnessed countless years, countless deaths of friends and loved ones, the rise and fall of empires. How could the Joker ever sway my mind? But the Joker's arrival and his death made me reflect more deeply. Though I didn't truly despise my other self, I still acted against him, killed him. It was as if some invisible eyes in the heavens compelled me to do it. There's a saying, when mortals think, God laughs. And I, in turn, can't help but think endlessly. Over time, my true self fell into contemplation, letting the Joker's remaining instincts control my body. Now, however, I've reached my conclusion. I've seen the higher dimensions and I want to see, with my own eyes, what lies beyond them. That's why I went through so much trouble to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet to snap my fingers and open the path to that higher realm. Chapter 317, Chapter 318, Brave New World. 1190 words. Chapter 318, Brave New World. After I leave, you'll be able to use this gauntlet to snap your fingers and reverse time, restoring the world to what it was before the nuclear war. The Avengers and mutants whose minds were corrupted by the Joker can also be restored to normal through the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone. Most of them were never truly evil. But this has to be done by you. Because this world needs both a savior and a sinner. As he spoke, the other you, his stern and heavy expression finally softened into a smile. But before everything ends, I still want to have a real fight with you. After all, it's not often one gets to battle an opponent on equal footing. Plot narration mode off. Returning to simulation. You didn't speak. You simply touched your fists together, a gesture of challenge. The oppressive aura radiating from the other you, now merged with all 6 Infinity Stones, was no weaker than that of the immortal Hulk. It was said that the Infinity Gauntlet, when fully activated, could even fold the universe itself. Then, within a pocket dimension created by the Time Stone and Space Stone, the two of you began a fierce battle. This fight was even more dangerous than your previous clash with the immortal Hulk. The fully fused Infinity Stones could not only harm your body, but also inflict heavy blows upon your mind and soul. Neither of you held back. You unleashed a storm of blows, serious punch, consecutive serious punches, consecutive super serious punches, full power punch, consecutive full power punches, serious headbutt, full power headbutt. After 2 full days of fighting, the other you was finally blasted away by your full strength punch. The shockwave shattered the special dimension, and the force of your punch swept through the entire Camartage. I lost, the other you said with a calm smile. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A brilliant light flashed, and in the courtyard of Camartage, space itself was torn open like paper. Within the rift appeared countless strange and dazzling sights, modern and ancient cities, Western and Eastern architectures, humans, elves, orcs, and dragons. You only glanced at it before looking away. It was an infinite world, where one could travel freely between countless smaller worlds. Want to come with me? Maybe there are others in different worlds waiting for you to save them. They need a hero too. The other you extended an invitation. But you shook your head calmly. Now that peace had been restored, what you wanted most was a quiet life, to stay home, and play games until the day you died. The other you removed the Infinity Gauntlet and tossed it to you. Then his body melted into the rift, which quickly shrank and vanished. Time, which had been halted, began to flow again. What's going on? The other Avengers looked around, confused, at the vanished Dark Avenger Zhou-Ning, and at you holding the Infinity Gauntlet. They could only assume you had once again saved the world. But you said nothing. You merely examined the gauntlet in your hand. According to the other you, only a wielder with strong conviction could make their wish come true, otherwise, the gauntlet would fail. And if one's body couldn't withstand its power, they would completely disintegrate and die. When faced with responsibility, if even heroes shrink away, then who else can step forward? Without hesitation, you snapped your fingers. Your first wish was to rewind the world's timeline back to the year 2020, before the nuclear war. The vast majority of humanity would be resurrected, and the world would return to peace. This wish involved the manipulation of time itself, consuming an immeasurable amount of life force, possibly shortening your lifespan. But you didn't care, nor did you bother thinking about it. You simply did it. From a god's eye view, you saw time flow backward, crumbling skyscrapers rebuilt themselves, shattered tiles returned to their places, the fallen Statue of Liberty stood tall once more, radioactive dust dissipated, and launched nuclear missiles reverse course, returning to their silos. Greenery spread across the earth again, cities filled with people, and the resurrected wandered the streets in dazed wonder, until smiles began to bloom once more. You had done all you could, peace restored. Then you snapped your fingers again. The once grim and twisted Dark Avengers shuddered as if from a chill, and immediately returned to normal. Bruce Banner, who had been fleeing as the Hulk, suddenly reverted to human form, blinking in confusion. Your second wish was to use the Mind Stone, and the Soul Stone to purge the Joker's corruption from the minds of all Avengers and mutants, allowing them to regain their true selves. With that, the two great villain organizations of the future would dissolve on their own. Then you made your third wish, for your gaming skills to skyrocket, and for you to always find discounted items when shopping. But nothing happened this time. Disappointing, you couldn't help but feel annoyed. As each of your wishes came true, the world returned to the path you'd hoped for, vibrant and alive, as if nothing had ever happened. But sadly, no one remembered you. No one remembered what had been done. You looked out at New York's skyline, where Spider-Man swung joyfully between skyscrapers. Winston, in his iron monkey armor, flew low through the city, fighting crime. Nearby, Tony Stark's chauffeur, Happy, drove past in a flashy new car, running a red light as he went, and young Dave Lazuski, who never became kick-ass, walked to school with a backpack slung over his shoulder. That's fine too. For the first time in years, a genuine smile spread across your otherwise expressionless face. You've unlocked an achievement, brave new world. But not everyone had forgotten you. Amid the bustling crowd, Dr. Strange, wearing his red and black cloak, approached you quietly and asked, "No one remembers what you did. Do you regret it?" "What's there to regret? I didn't become a hero for praise. I did it because I wanted to. I'm just a hero for fun." In the years that followed, you rented a cheap apartment in New York and befriended a man named Dave Lazuski. Occasionally, you'd still go out as a hero to take down villains. Later you met Tony Stark and Peter Parker again, the three of you often played games together. To your irritation, you were still the weakest of the bunch, constantly mocked, and you often had to fight the urge to punch them both. In 2030, as a homebuddy, you eventually got married through a blind date. Your wife was a gentle and beautiful Chinese immigrant, and life was peaceful. You both shared a love for bargain shopping, spent many years together, and had 2 children, a son and a daughter. A fulfilling life. On February 7, 2087, you passed away quietly in your sleep at the age of 92. Simulation complete. Chapter 3:18, Chapter 3:19, Chaotic Battle 1343 words. Chapter 3:19, Chaotic Battle Summary. Congratulations. You have completed a brilliant and glorious life, and perfectly cleared this map. In this crossing, your life surpassed that of 99.2% of all other travelers. Your most dazzling moment of combat strength was the instant you defeated another version of yourself. You successfully saved the world using your love, power, and courage to turn back time, reverse the nuclear war crisis, and prevent the destruction of the world, thus creating a new parallel universe, Earth 92818. Although humanity did not remember your deeds, you didn't care, for after all, you were merely a hero acting out of personal interest. Because you were the first to single-handedly save the world in the truest sense, you have earned the rare milestone, Savior. Savior, rare title. Legend +1. Your strength will grow more effectively during simulations, especially when you are weak. This is the hallmark of most saviors. Additionally, after the prison-holding OBA was discarded by the other you, the original universe, in its haste to find a new host, chose Magneto, who had lost Mjolnir as its next vessel for one below all. In that parallel world, you did not reverse time. Magneto, Hulk, and countless mutants were imprisoned in the Grande Lo Asylum under Doctor Strange's watch. The universe of Earth 92817 may yet face another cataclysm, but that is another story, an epic in itself. Perhaps, during some future time reversal, you may encounter it. Evaluation, S. World exploration rate, 95. Because your exploration rate exceeded 90%, you have received a reward of 35 traversal coins. Because it exceeded 95%, you have received an additional 45 traversal coins. Because your actions caused an unprecedented historical impact, you have earned 85 traversal coins. Since you perfectly cleared Endless War 2, you are granted the opportunity to retain one talent in the real world. As you achieved an S-rank evaluation and cleared the game, One Punch Man, Zhou has been updated to True One Punch Man Zhou, increasing in power. Having fulfilled certain hidden conditions, Epic Vampire, Zhou has evolved into Time Traveler Zhou, and may appear when your luck is especially high. Congratulations, player, for clearing the map. New map and new features have been unlocked. After you click Confirm, the Traversal Simulator will shut down for an update. Post-update version 3, update log. Added the new Affinity attribute. Simulation templates matching your personal tendencies will perform better, those contrary to your tendencies will perform worse. The lottery pool has been changed, all pools are now merged, with dynamically adjusted draw costs. Currently, each draw costs 100 traversal coins, and a 10 pull costs only 900. The firearm ratio will be significantly reduced, while the chance of drawing epic grade items will be increased. The effects of legend points will be slightly adjusted. Other changes are to be discovered in-game. Since innate talents and specialties overlap heavily, innate talents are now considered specialties. Purple talents correspond to boss-level specialties. Orange talents correspond to legendary specialties. Red talents correspond to divine specialties. Your current personal alignment remains unchanged, lawful neutral. Please select your reward, option 1, randomly obtain 3 skills and specialties acquired during your travels. Option 2, randomly obtain 3 items acquired during your travels. Zhou was stunned as he read the stream of prompts. Compared to the last minor update, this one was enormous. The first new feature, Affinity, was still unclear in its effects. Zhou figured that staying neutral would likely minimize any negative impact, so he didn't worry too much about it. The second update, the new lottery pool system, seemed like a buff to him. Even though the price had increased tenfold compared to before, the old pools had limited options. Now that World of Warcraft, One Piece, Apocalypse World, Wuxia World, Three Kingdoms World, and Marvel Apocalypse were all included, the odds of drawing something good had definitely improved. All things considered, even though One Punch Man was a template with no innate talents and the template rewards might as well have been empty, this crossing was still worth it. He had gained another point of legend, bringing his total to 4. Zhou couldn't help but feel curious about how the new legend system might change things. Not only that, but his epic vampire Zhou had evolved. The next time he drew that possession card, its performance would be even better. In the bottom right corner of the simulator, the update option appeared once again. As usual, clicking it would trigger the update. Zhou remembered that the last update had taken 3 full days. This major version update would definitely take even longer, so he decided not to rush it, better to claim his rewards first. He had entered the crossing on April 27, 2030, and defeated the final boss on November 12. The One Punch Man template turned out far stronger than he'd expected, clearing the entire Marvel Universe in just over 6 months. The 95% completion rate probably meant he hadn't explored space, but that didn't matter. Clearing the map was what counted. As for the 2 reward options, both had their merits. Option 1 included the orange card's signature ability, One Punch Man, Zhou Ning's secret training method God level. That was a divine level skill. And there could also be some of One Punch Man's exclusive divine specialties and skills. Option 2, however, offered immense potential. Clearly listed among the possible items were the Infinity Gauntlet with 6 Infinity Stones, Mjolnir, 10 rings, and Hawkeye's multifunction quiver, all at least epic grade, with the Gauntlet and Mjolnir possibly even being legendary. Obtaining just one of them would greatly strengthen his arsenal and collection of relics. After much deliberation, Zhou Ning chose option 1. It was a painful choice. Those items were once-in-a-lifetime treasures, but Zhou Ning believed that true strength lay within oneself. After the version update, he could still try his luck in the new lottery pool. But missing out on One Punch Man's unique skill set could be a permanent loss. If fate destined him to be bald, then he'd just wear a wig. With a base charisma of 100, Zhou Ning firmly believed that even bald, he'd still be the sharpest guy around. You have chosen option 1. You have obtained skill, secret training method God level. You have obtained skill, hot-blooded Echo basic. Secret training method God level, by completing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run every day, you can steadily enhance your physical attributes. Each round of training increases your stats randomly by no more than 2 points. Decimals are not counted. Hot-blooded Echo basic, a general buff type skill. When activated, it passively strengthens your attack power, each attack increases your critical chance, and when a critical hit occurs, it deals massive damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 15 minutes. This skill ignores weapon type. Zhou Ning was slightly stunned. Although the One Punch Man template only yielded 2 skills, which was a bit disappointing the moment he saw what they were, he felt everything had been worth it. The first skill wasn't what he had imagined. It didn't require 3 years of continuous training, or baldness to reach invincibility. Instead, it allowed his physical strength to improve steadily through exercise. Absolutely incredible. The hot-blooded Echo skill also seemed even stronger than Leandro's hot blood focus, completely overwhelming it in both burst potential and sustained output. It was a god-tier ability, rare and priceless. After checking all his gains, Zhou Ning turned his gaze to the newly unlocked map. The new map was titled, Chaotic Battle. There was also a note beneath it. When clicked, a prompt appeared. This map features a randomized soul transference setup with self-selected talents. Among 10 random talents, 1 is fixed as soul transference. You may select only 2 others for the traversal. The cost was a record-breaking 200 traversal coins. Zhou Ning had never entered this type of map before and felt curious, but he had no desire to start another crossing right away. So, with a decisive click, he selected Update. Chapter 319, Chapter 320, God 1369 words. Chapter 320, God level secret training method. Just after clicking Update, Zhou Ning smacked his forehead in regret. It was his own fault. His hand had moved too fast, practically leaving an afterimage. He had just noticed a red dot on the mission tab, probably signaling the completion of a milestone, but before he could check it, he had already hit the update button. Now he'd have to wait until the update finished to see it. Once the update started, the screen instantly switched. This time, it showed a panda wearing a Superman-style cape, with a pineapple-shaped emblem on its chest, lazily flying across the sky. Beneath it was a progress bar. Update progress, 1%. Sure enough, the update was much slower than before. It took a whole hour and a half for the bar to crawl forward by just 1%, absolutely ridiculous. Since the game was still updating, Zhou Ning got out of bed, opened his wardrobe, and put on a white shirt. From today on, his daily routine, besides spending half an hour reading as family tradition required, would include 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. In the words of Rock Lee, this. With Zhou Ning's current physical stats, finishing such a workout was a piece of cake. It took him less than an hour to go out and return. He didn't even break a sweat. But surprisingly, his attributes had really gone up. Sure enough, anything produced by the simulator had a touch of the supernatural. A notification appeared on his panel. You have completed a round of secret training god level. Your physical attributes have slightly improved, agility +2, strength +1, stamina +1. Now his stats stood at strength 43, agility 240, and stamina 111. The attributes he had lost earlier due to the Black Poison Springs curse suddenly didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Zhou Ning was overjoyed. At this rate, if he maintained this pace for a month, his agility would reach 300 points, enough to rival an advanced class professional. Give him a year, and he could even challenge a demigod. Oh right, there was also that. After a quick, stylish trip to the washroom, Zhou Ning thought for a moment and then pulled out 3 bottles of dragon blood elixir he had borrowed from Mr. Turing, setting them on his desk. These things had been insanely expensive in his previous life. When consumed, they could permanently boost random attributes, with no side effects, priceless treasures for any player. Both dragon blood and heartwood were rare materials that couldn't be bought with money. By the time they appeared in the mid-game of his past life, a single bottle could go for over 8,000 vectas at auction. Outrageous. Back then, Sunken Star Beneath the Water had purchased 10 bottles in one go. After that, people stopped calling him National Husband and started calling him National Sucker. Each sip was basically liquid gold. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning double-checked and then downed the first bottle. A cool, refreshing sensation flowed through his body like a mountain spring. He burped contentedly as a new message popped up on his panel. You use Dragon Blood Elixir Premium. Permanent attribute increases, strength +4, agility +2, stamina +8, spirit +8. Only elixirs with a quality score above 120 counted as premium, also known as a critical success. Turing really was a genius. Zhou Ning didn't stop there. He immediately chugged the remaining 2 bottles. All 3 were premium quality, granting him a total of +11 strength, +9 agility, +16 stamina, +9 will, and +12 spirit. His stats had completely transformed. Normally, permanent boosting elixirs had usage limits. Emerald elixirs could be taken up to 5 times, while Dragon Blood elixirs only worked 3 times. After that, they stopped having any effect. If only I had another 3 or 4 bottles, Zhou Ning thought wistfully. In his past life, Sunken Star Beneath the Water had been the first player to use Dragon Blood elixirs. After discovering that the 4th bottle no longer worked, the rich fool went ahead and drank all 10 anyway, and by the 7th bottle, he unexpectedly unlocked a rare Dragon Bloodline specialization. Sound familiar? Zhou Ning had already missed this specialization twice before. That was how valuable Dragon Blood elixirs were. If not for wealthy lunatics like Sunken Star Beneath the Water, no one would have ever uncovered this secret. No worries, Zhou Ning thought. There'll be other chances to drink them again. After finishing the elixirs, Zhou Ning felt more energized than ever. He didn't feel like sleeping at all. In fact, he felt like running another few laps. Checking his pocket watch, he saw it was just past 2 a.m. So he went to his workshop to brew more potions and craft bullets, as well as prepare some supplies he might need later. With the help of his mechanical arms, he began sorting alchemical ingredients and calmly started the brewing process. Grinding, mixing, boiling, bottling. Now that he had reached Master Alchemist rank, not only had his subclass level cap increased to 10/20ths, but his potion success rate had also improved dramatically. Before long, he had produced several expert and even master-tier potions: Petrification Potion, Ultra Red, Ultra Blue, Treasure-Seeking Potion, Flying Potion, Mongoose Elixir, Solar Potion, and more, most of them intended for use against other players. The Mongoose Elixir, which had previously only a 30% success rate, now succeeded 70% of the time, 21 successful brews from 30 sets of materials. At a cost of 45 vectas per batch, Zhou Ning casually priced them at 120 vectas each in his shop. Considering most of his customers were wandering gunslingers, this agility-boosting potion which randomly reduced other stats would probably sell like crazy. The hardest one to make was the solar potion, a new recipe he had just learned. Its success rate was below 20%, only 2 successes out of 11 attempts and each one cost over 80 vectas to make. Truly, the price of looking cool was steep. After finishing his potion batches, Zhou Ning spent a little more time making a supply of bullets soaked in flame oil. By the time he was done, it was already past 4 a.m, and only then did he finally go to bed. Knock, 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 knock. The next morning, Zhou Ning was jolted awake by loud knocking. He had barely slept 3 hours. The first thing he did was check the simulator's update progress. After a whole night, it had only reached 9%. At this rate, the update wouldn't finish for another 3 or 4 days. Who's knocking so early? Could it be Sherlock? But no, he was supposed to meet Qian West at Zhou Ning's alchemy shop at noon. Puzzled, Zhou Ning opened the door and found Richie Burke standing there. The man was wearing a black merchant's coat, and holding a strange metal cane that looked awkwardly out of place. What surprised Zhou Ning most was that the cane itself was an unknown artifact. He couldn't tell what it did. "Good morning, mister, what brings you here?" Though Richie Burke still seemed instinctively nervous around Zhou Ning, he managed a polite smile. "I've already handled 1/3 of that batch of magic silk. The rest will be sold in the Kingdom of Ruins and the Kingdom of Sepharik. To speed things up, I greased a few palms among the Bryston officials. Altogether, it brought in 70,000 vectas. Here are the records per our agreement. I kept 14,000 for myself, and the remaining 56,000 vectas are all on this card. You can withdraw it from any Bryston National Bank." He handed Zhou Ning an intricately engraved card. "Also, the craftsman you wanted me to find, the one capable of making extraordinary items. I've located him. If you're free this morning, we can go see him right away." 56,000 vectas. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. That's 5,600 in crossing coins. If he saved a bit more, even buying Emperor Zhou Ning wouldn't be out of the question. For the first time, the formerly broke Zhou Ning experienced the rush of sudden wealth. He almost didn't know what to do with himself. Containing his excitement, he smiled and said, "Come in first. I need to wash up, then I've got a favor to ask you." Chapter 320, Chapter 321, Invitation 1245 words. Chapter 321, Invitation. Zhou Ning led Richie Burke into the room. Following behind, Richie suddenly recalled a novel he'd once read called Granvau's Mountain, which had a similar scene. A chill ran down his spine. Wait, this guy's not planning to violate me, is he? As a part-time historian, his greatest skill was association and wild imagination. Though the other man was indeed quite handsome, a true Northlander remained ever steadfast except for overalls Jacqueline. He hesitated, lips twitching. "Before we go any further, I want to know what kind of help you need from me." On second thought, if he had to endure it, maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world. "Something good," Zhou Ning said, walking to the desk. He tossed him a Starry Sky Guild invitation letter and a folder of organized documents. "Sign this first. I'll go freshen up." Richie caught the papers with one hand. Seeing the contents clearly, he exhaled in relief and signed without hesitation. He'd already anticipated this. After all, he had agreed to work for Wayne Stirwell for 3 years, and besides, he was curious about the chosen ones in the guild. The folder contained the tasks he'd be handling there. Richie skimmed through the papers, his eyes flickering. Damn it, that's a lot of demands. He was to recruit his own subordinates into the guild, send someone to take over his alchemy shop, manage inventory and sales, purchase nearby stores to convert into a temporary guild base, organize and oversee the chosen one's adventure missions. Still, it wasn't bad. At least he wasn't being sent to die. Richie Burke has joined the Starry Sky Guild. Richie Burke, level 61, profession, rogue/historian. At the same time, players quickly noticed a new NPC had appeared in the guild. Discussions erupted instantly, and forum posts popped up one after another. Holy crap, that's Richie Burke, the comic relief who follows Wayne around in the series. Hey, Richie Burke's actually pretty strong, okay. The guild keeps expanding, my guess is he's gonna be a new skill instructor. Maybe, but who's even gonna switch to rogue? I doubt it. Everyone was full of curiosity about the new NPC, wondering if he could give quests or teach skills. When Zhou Ning returned from washing up, he also set Richie's permissions to allow him to recruit members. Dressed in a white coat, he walked over and asked, "Finished reading? I'll take you over there this afternoon. For now, there's something else I need you to handle. Don't worry, it's not difficult." Gesturing for Richie to step aside, Zhou Ning extended his palm toward the floor. Instantly, 3 massive mithril golems each over 6 meters tall rose from beneath the ground. Richie's breathing quickened. He crouched to inspect them repeatedly, his voice trembling. "These are made of mithril." "That's right," Zhou Ning said with a smile. "All mithril. Think you can handle them? Whatever price they fetch, I'll give you 10%. He wasn't bothered by Richie's excitement. Handling such things himself would be a headache, and he probably wouldn't even get a good price for them. Better to let a professional handle a professional's job. With his compass of guidance, he didn't have to worry about them running off anyway. After all, the last thing he feared was dealing with pirates. "Of course I can handle it," Richie said quickly. "But it'll take at least 2 months to sell them all. Darklawn can't absorb that much mithril at once, it'd crash the price. I'll have to ship them to Sepharic, Ruins, and the northwestern wizard kingdom of Muties to get a better deal." He spoke hurriedly, as if afraid Zhou Ning might change his mind. "I swear by the ocean god, I'll complete the trade with all my power and won't play any tricks." Zhou Ning blinked, thoughtful, as he felt the weight of divine contract magic settle into place. That was the strange thing about the apocalypse world. An oath sworn in a god's name could drive one mad or even kill them if broken. "Then I'll leave it to you," Zhou Ning said with a smile. "Can you carry them?" "Of course. My infinity ring can fire beams that destroy enemy defenses, and it can store nearly as much as a church plaza." Richie revealed this deliberately to show trust and loyalty. He extended a trembling hand and stored the massive mithril golems away, his attitude turning increasingly respectful. For Northland pirates, anyone who helped them make money was a brother, and anyone who helped them make big money was basically a second father. Zhou Ning hadn't expected Richie Burke to have such hidden cards. That flintlock pistol of his had already made Zhou Ning envious, and now this top-grade ring was worth at least several thousand, maybe tens of thousands of vectas. After confirming he had all his extraordinary materials with him, Zhou Ning asked, "What's the name of the craftsman we're meeting? Where does he live?" "His name's Ignatius Woods. From the name, you can tell he's Byronian. He lives near the Canal District, on Sweetwater Lane," Richie replied immediately. The Canal District, Sweetwater Lane, less than 15 minutes from Zhou Ning's shop. He didn't remember hearing that name in his past life. Zhou Ning nodded. "All right, let's head over now. I've got a busy day ahead." "Understood, Boss Wayne." "I've already got a carriage waiting outside," Richie said. Now that's the upside of having a subordinate. Sure enough, a carriage was parked outside, driven by one of Richie's pirate underlings. Zhou Ning adjusted the collar of his white coat and climbed aboard, heading toward the Canal District. On the way, they inevitably passed through the old city. Zhou Ning squinted slightly, gazing at the area ahead. Not long ago, this had been a construction site. Joshua Lambert had been killed here, crushed by a bundle of steel bars after being tricked by that damned little book. But now, Joshua Lambert was alive, and the site had become a completed building, a poorhouse. A sign read Bryston National Poorhouse, and ragged beggars and workers were busily moving supplies in and out. This poorhouse looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? Zhou Ning's heart skipped as he recalled a series of earlier events. In the Canal District, on his way to the Golden Oak Herb Shop, there had been a nearly identical poorhouse. He'd even asked Richard about it back in Chapter 38. Another similar building stood near Livia Street, one he'd passed before attending the chubby boy's birthday party, but that one had been an orphanage. All of them had appeared after the House of Lords passed the Poor Law Amendment Bill by a majority vote. And by pure coincidence, each poorhouse or orphanage looked exactly like one of the 7 structures he'd seen in the mural depicting the Ascendant Ritual, the only difference being the domes lacked crystal inlays. No wonder those buildings had felt familiar back then. And Jeremy Wayne Aiden, disguised as Chris Fisher, had also been a welfare home director. Could all this really be coincidence? In the realm of the arcane, when coincidences pile up, they stop being coincidences. A shadow crept over Zhou Ning's heart. He even felt the urge to stop the carriage. But he decided otherwise, better to discuss it with Sherlock at noon, then investigate afterward. That would save time. About 10 minutes later, the carriage slowed and stopped in a narrow alley. They had arrived at Sweetwater Lane. Chapter 321, Chapter 322, Extraordinary Items. 1326 words. Chapter 322, Extraordinary Items. At that moment, Zhou Ning was still thinking about the orphanage from earlier. It wasn't until Richie Burke called out to him that he came back to his senses and followed him down from the carriage. Before them stood an old, rather dilapidated house. Zhou Ning couldn't help but find it strange any craftsman capable of creating extraordinary items would never be short on money. After all, such people had to be deeply knowledgeable in alchemy, forging, and enchantment, and capable of balancing extraordinary effects with their negative counterparts before they were even qualified to make such items. So if this person was a well-off powerhouse, why would he leave the Byron Republic and live in such a remote, shabby place? And why had Zhou Ning never heard of him in his past life? Richie Burke stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a coarse, raspy voice from inside. It's me, Richie Burke of the Northlands. I made an appointment earlier. Former Finance Minister Adam Aiden is my guarantor, Richie replied. Adam Aiden? Zhou Ning's eyes flickered. This was the second time he'd heard that name. The first time had been when Sherlock mentioned that Adam Aiden had witnessed Charles VI's transformation into a giant and reported it to the Sunwatchers. Because of his family's motto, honesty, he hadn't been suspected. Now that Zhou Ning thought about it, Aiden was also Jeremy Aiden's surname. Was that just a coincidence? The house fell silent. 10 long minutes passed before the door finally creaked open. A tall man stepped out, shrouded entirely in a black mage's robe that concealed his face. In a deep, hoarse voice he said, "Come in." This must be the Ignatius Woods that Richie Burke had mentioned. The inside of the house was just as decrepit. Garbage was piled up everywhere, reeking so badly that it was hard to find a place to step. Zhou Ning followed Ignatius Woods into a room and sat down on a short stool. Without any small talk, Ignatius Woods asked bluntly, "Show me the materials you've brought, and tell me what kind of extraordinary item you want crafted." Zhou Ning took the materials he had prepared from his inventory and laid them on the table one by one. A black crystalline extraordinary material dropped from Archibald, a rare material that increased spell power, a material obtained from the ghost mage Gran Vaughn, and a material harvested yesterday from the spider-formed Argus. I'd like an offensive type extraordinary item, preferably a piece of armor or an accessory. Ignatius Woods's gaze swept over the items and lingered for a long while before he said, "I can forge you an accessory. It will most likely be an unknown artifact. Given the nature of the materials, the result will inevitably be dark-aligned. Is that acceptable? What kind of negative effects will it have?" Zhou Ning asked. "I don't know yet. No one can answer that before the item is complete. But most likely, nothing too severe," Ignatius Woods replied. "What will it cost me, and how long will it take?" Zhou Ning nodded thoughtfully. 780 vectas, and at least for days, said Ignatius Woods. Zhou Ning didn't even hesitate. Before he might have found the price steep, but with his current profits from selling magic silk, and the upcoming hundreds of thousands from the mithril golems, money was no longer a problem. He had plenty to spare. After they agreed on the price, Ignatius Woods reached for the materials on the table. As his sleeve fell slightly, a patch of skin covered in faint purple spots was exposed. Zhou Ning's pupils contracted. Considering the man's towering physique, and the fact that he'd left his homeland, there was only one explanation: he was likely a fallen one, like Richard Pessa, someone who had found a way to suppress his corruption and retain his sanity. But Zhou Ning showed no sign of alarm. He simply bid farewell calmly, left the house, and boarded the carriage, departing from Sweetwater Alley. Do you know what kind of person Ignatius Woods is? And how do you know Adam Aiden? Zhou Ning turned to Richie Burke and asked. I only know that Ignatius Woods came from the Byron Republic. He arrived here about 3 months ago. Before that, he attended several extraordinary gatherings in the Old District and offered 2 chances to commission extraordinary items. That's how I met him. Later he only accepted requests from acquaintances. As for Adam Aiden, I met him when I was serving aboard the MYRNY Rooster. He and Count Robbins once visited the pirate port on Grant Island. Aaron Ingersoll knew him even better. There's even a rumor that Aaron's, Will Ragley's placement came from a trade with him. Zhou Ning nodded, falling into deep thought. Everything was starting to feel too coincidental. It was unsettling. If that was the case, then Adam Aiden's identity wasn't simple. Could it be that, like Count Robbins, he was also a follower of the god of death? And that he himself was already dead, thus freed from his family's honesty oath? Perhaps his report to the Sunwatchers about Charles VI's giant form had merely been bait to draw their attention away from something else, something more sinister, in line with the Cursed Church's methods. Just then, the long-dormant quest panel suddenly updated. The progress for Investigate the Truth of the Giant jumped from 27% to 55%. So that was it. Zhou Ning rubbed his temples, his thoughts racing. Then, another possibility occurred to him. Perhaps the Life Alchemy Society's true goal in this conspiracy wasn't to turn Charles VI into a god. Maybe the real aspirant to godhood was someone else entirely, perhaps a high-ranking member of the Life Alchemy Society, or a powerful figure within the Bryston Kingdom itself. Vaguely, Zhou Ning felt he was beginning to grasp some threads of the truth. The carriage stopped in front of Vic University. Zhou Ning and Richie Burke walked to his alchemy shop. Since he had told players yesterday that he would be open for business over the next 2 days, there was now an unusually large crowd gathered out front. Zhou Ning could see Richie Burke's legs trembling. He was probably realizing he'd soon be responsible for managing this horde of players, and was already overwhelmed. This is nothing, Zhou Ning thought. He stepped into the crowd and patted Richie Burke on the shoulder. Everyone, this is the newest member of the Starry Sky Guild and currently our only official officer, Richie Burke, a high-level rogue and historian. From today onward, he'll be helping me distribute guild assignments. You can also earn his guidance by completing tasks. As Zhou Ning expected, the moment he finished speaking, several players turned toward Richie Burke, bombarding him with questions in an attempt to trigger quests. Soon enough, even more players swarmed around Zhou Ning. Over the past days, players had saved up a good deal of money. Within an hour, many valuable items had been auctioned off. Previously, a female player had purchased a stone mask. Although her combat ability weakened during the day, making her only suitable for indoor fights or life skill grinding, and she occasionally got burned to death by sunlight, her nighttime combat power skyrocketed. With enhanced physical stats and the Phantom Waltz ability, she turned from a weakling into a strikingly formidable player, gaining countless fans. Because of that, as soon as Zhou Ning appeared today, more than a dozen players clamored to stop being human. From time to time, someone would scream, "Ah," as they were burned to ashes and respawned in a flash of light. Besides that, numerous potions, devil fruits, and Starry Sky Guild invitation letters were sold. Accounting for the reserved slots for the Northland Pirates, there were still about 50 vacancies left in the guild. Zhou Ning had brought 25 invitation letters with him today and they sold out in no time. Chapter 322, Chapter 323, The professional league is about to begin. 1513 words. Chapter 323. The professional league is about to begin. Business was booming beyond anything Zhou Ning had expected. Sales were over 40% higher than his previous peak, and the results were phenomenal. The area around him was packed tight as sardines, completely surrounded by crowds. Players were squeezing in wherever they could to set up makeshift stalls, selling off traded weapons in spots at the front of teams. The entire street was jammed, shoulder to shoulder, a sea of people. Many of them weren't even from Bryston. Most were from neighboring countries like the Kingdom of Ruins and the Kingdom of Sepharik, speaking awkward, machine-translated Bristolese. These players were mostly low-level, with the current average level being 25, most of them were around level 20, newcomers from the third wave of open beta accounts. Of course, there were also plenty of high-level players. Anyone with half a brain could tell that most of them were drawn in by the new expansion, version 1. One Cataclysm of Darkland. Coming to him for a class change, or to learn new skills, was just a secondary goal. After all, a true hardcore player would never allow themselves to miss any major in-game content. As a merchant, Zhou Ning's favorite customers were exactly these two kinds of players: the ones who needed everything, and the ones who had money and weren't afraid to spend it. They always brought him generous profits. Within just 2 hours, his stock plummeted. He'd created more than a dozen vampire players, and even sold 3 devil fruits. The number of rich players just kept rising. One of the fruits was bought by the pro player, a wave of heat, from the Elegy Club. With the league about to open, everyone knew how dramatically the devil fruits could enhance a player's power. To achieve better results, the major clubs were willing to bleed money. This particular devil fruit turned out to be a rare bird fruit, the same type, once eaten by a member of the Courage, Molten family in the simulation world. A wave of heat successfully transformed into a birdman, gaining flight ability, which instantly caused a stir. A gunslinger who could fly. How were you supposed to fight that? What? Wait for the flying dragon to land. Players at the scene were green with envy. Even Zhou Ning couldn't help glancing at him twice. He knew this player from his previous life, strong, though with rather ordinary talent. Elegy Club had always ranked mid-tier, but now that a wave of heat had the bird fruit, it was only natural that he'd become a top favorite for the upcoming professional league. The second devil fruit buyer was the pro player Super Blue Cat from the Candy Ultra Sweet Club. That club actually consisted of 4 top-tier players: Sugar Mountain Bro, Fruit Master, Super Blue Cat, and Dessert Master. Despite the boy band sounding name, the 4 were, in reality, full-grown, unshaven men. Like Moonstar from the Stellar Club, Super Blue Cat didn't use the devil fruit right away either. He planned to save it for the league as a secret weapon. The third devil fruit buyer was Zhou Ning's old acquaintance, the well-known female Fen Vane Sturwell. She was a young woman with wavy hair and a delicate face, which didn't match her rather aggressive name. Zhou Ning hadn't expected her to be a rich lady, either. Honestly, just for that name alone, he'd been tempted to give her a 10% discount. After satisfying her request for a signed photo, Vane Sturwell reluctantly swallowed the devil fruit and promptly turned into a leopard. It was the cat fruit, leopard model, the same type as Rob Lucci's. Luck was clearly on her side. Meanwhile, once Gun Fu, Deadly Rhythm went on sale, it instantly became the top-grossing skill. Costing 10,000 EXP and 1.5 vectas per lesson, that skill alone earned Zhou Ning nearly 9 million EXP, and over 1,000 vectas. Not to mention the newly released Mongoose Elixir. Players had zero resistance to any potion that boosted agility. A few well-known players led the charge in spending, and watching his EXP and gold skyrocket like a rocket launch made Zhou Ning silently rejoice. Richie Burke stood nearby, stunned. The connection between Wayne Sturwell and these chosen ones was baffling, part superior subordinate, part business relationship. In just 2 hours, he'd seen her earn over 10,000 vectas. He couldn't make sense of it at all. Determined, Richie Burke told himself he needed to stick close to Wayne, approach these chosen ones, and hand out more quests. Not end up like that guy called XB, who wouldn't even stop pestering people about handing him toilet paper while he was on the toilet. Meanwhile, the Wolfdog squad was casually chatting in their group channel. Since Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds the Dog Fruit user was away, only 3 members were online, XP, Jinx, and Sunken Star Beneath the Water. Jinx, I hit level 30. Sunken Star Beneath the Water, thumbs up emoji as expected of a grind god. XP, at Jinx no wonder your chest's flat, all your energy went into grinding. Jinx, angry. Little girl furious emoji. Sunken Star Beneath the Water, okay, calm down. The guild shop just released 2 new dungeons, no one's cleared them yet. Want to try for a world first? Jinx, big spender. But Thunderstorm's not here. With just 3 of us, how do we do this? Sunken Star Beneath the Water, I can pull in Moonstar, and we'll grab Haiching as the 5th. Everyone agreed immediately. Soon, Moonstar and Haiching joined them near the alchemy shop. Moonstar was the player from Stellar Club who had bought a devil fruit, but hadn't used it yet, a shy young man with glasses who piqued Jin's curiosity. The 5 formed a party. Since the dungeon battle at the Forbidden Summit had been reported as way too hard, allowing only melee weapons, even high-level teams, like Pure Wild Ale, had repeatedly wiped. Wayne Sturwell's Sword Saint had one-shot even a 2,300 HP tank in the IF storyline. After discussion, Sunken Star Beneath the Water decided to buy the dungeon Austin Manor, Destruction Battle. A true expert knows when to bend and when to strike. Let's enter and give it a try. Sunken Star Beneath the Water activated the dungeon stone. Their vision blurred, and the 5 appeared inside a gloomy mansion. Be careful, this dungeon's brutal, Moonstar warned. Not made for normal humans. The interface displayed, this is a base shared by the Life Alchemy Society and the Curse God cult. Inside lurk numerous cultists. Eliminate as many as you can before time runs out. Preparation time, 5 minutes. Countdown, 40 minutes. Objective 1, kill 10 Cursed God cultists 0/10. Reward, 50,000 EXP. Objective 2, kill 20 Cursed God cultists 0/20. Reward, 60,000 EXP. Objective 3, kill Priest Niam 0/1. Reward, 72,000 EXP. Objective 4, kill Priest Gaskell 0/1. Reward, 75,000 EXP. Objective 5, survive 3 minutes under Professor Bislock's assault. Reward, 80,000 EXP. It was exactly the same format as No Morrigan, but with much better rewards. The team was instantly fired up. As the countdown ended, the dungeon began. The first wave of enemies was a group of patrolling cultists, levels 29-34, manageable. Taking a deep breath, Jinx, the highest level player, fired first to draw aggro. With sharp instincts, she perfectly timed her shots, splitting the enemy's path and separating 3 from the pack. Grab those. Jinx shouted. You're a beast, Gene God. Sunken Star Beneath the Water yelled as his body swelled, transforming into a jackal to intercept one enemy. Moonstar stayed in human form, while the other 4 focused fire and quickly eliminated the remaining 2. It was a typical party setup, mostly gunslingers, sometimes with 1 spirit gear-equipped player serving as a healer, jokingly called shoot and pray medics. XB was live-streaming the run. Well stocked with potions, he downed healing and buff elixirs like water. Against all odds, they made it to the first boss, Priest Niam. The boss was an undead warlock, level 36, with devastating area of effect dark spells like Death Ripple. Moonstar didn't hold back, he transformed into a mammoth and charged, only to be one-shot by a shadow bolt in half a second. That triggered a chain reaction. Soon after, Jinx, Sunken Star Beneath the Water, and XB were all dead. Dungeon, Austin Manor Destruction Battle failed. The team stared blankly at each other. At least a small consolation prize dropped, a staff with plus for wisdom. They gave it to Sunken Star Beneath the Water as compensation. Just as they were about to try again, the guild channel exploded. Check the forum. The professional league's starting. The whole group perked up instantly and logged off in seconds. Zhou Ning saw the same announcement right away. Forget trading, he jumped straight onto the forums. A pinned post was at the top, with millions of replies pouring in. TI1, the Apocalypse Professional League is about to begin. The official start time, when the first player reaches level 40. Zhou Ning was taken aback. With Darkland in such turmoil, this league couldn't have picked a worse time to launch. Chapter 323, Chapter 324, Rules 1238 Words Chapter 324, Rules. Zhou Ning continued reading the post. Earlier today, the IEF International Esports Federation announced that the first Apocalypse Professional League has officially begun. The prize pool will be determined by the total sales of Apocalypse gaming helmets and immersion pods. 60% of the total sales will be added to the prize pool and distributed among all participating players. This will be the largest, most high-profile international tournament in history. Apocalypse welcomes your participation. The first Apocalypse Professional League will include 27 IEF member nations: China, Japan, Korea, the U. France, Russia, Germany, India, and others. The tournament will feature 2 competitive modes, solo and team. The solo mode is a one-on-one duel. The system will randomly select the arena terrain, and players will fight to the finish with no restrictions on item use. The team mode is a 5 versus 5 match between guilds. The system will again randomly select the arena terrain. Victory is achieved by eliminating all opponents. The use of summoning-type scrolls or magic scrolls above level 5 is prohibited. Preliminary stage, any Apocalypse player may register. Teams are recommended to have 7 members, 5 main players, and 2 substitutes. A double elimination format will be adopted. The top 8 teams will start in the winner's bracket, while the lower 8 will have to fight their way through. The winners of those matches will enter the loser's bracket to face the first-round losers from the winner's side. The competition will be divided by national regions. Major regions will have 5 qualifying teams, while smaller ones will have 4. In total, 32 teams will advance to compete for the World Championship. Preliminary venues are as follows: Bryston Darkland Royal Arena, Ruins Willock Temple, Sepharic Kingdom Ferric Glory Arena. Main tournament venue, Sepharic Kingdom Ferric Glory Arena. Registration for the preliminaries begins today. We hope all players will sign up enthusiastically and usher in the glory of Apocalypse together. Zhou Ning's expression turned a little strange, though excitement flickered in his heart. The central AI actually dared to hold preliminaries in Darkland despite the ongoing catastrophe. Bold indeed. Still, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. This could be his chance. Compared to the small-scale skirmishes before, what lay ahead was the start of a true arms race. Currently, the highest-leveled player in the entire world was his number 1 fangirl, Jinx. With his deliberate support and her tireless grinding, she could probably reach level 40 within 4 or 5 days, no more than 7 at the latest. That meant he had to start releasing some powerful skills soon, otherwise, he'd risk being exposed when level 30 warriors and knights began to shine. After some thought, Zhou Ning decided to open up 2 skills: armament hockey and observation hockey, for sale in both his personal and guild shops. After thinking a bit more, he also added gun fu, psychic counter to the list, planning to put them on sale the next day. Otherwise, he'd probably be forced to work overtime tonight. These were among his signature skills, all well above the standard power curve, and they complemented each other perfectly. Observation hockey could read incoming attacks, while psychic counter could forcibly interrupt casting or attack motions. Any player with decent reflexes could pull off spectacular plays with them. At that moment, aside from the players, Richie Burke's underlings had also arrived. After greeting Zhou Ning respectfully, the bosun, Borg, who had once followed Aaron Ingersoll, took over management of the alchemy shop. The rest followed Zhou Ning's instructions to start purchasing nearby storefronts and setting up a temporary guild base. Zhou Ning's eyes grew slightly moist. To be honest, he had been waiting a long time for such capable helpers. Next, he planned to transfer the rights to sell some low-level skill books to NPCs. It was about time he started making money while lying down. Before long, Zhou Ning noticed the watcher's carriage pulling up nearby. Sherlock stepped down, his expression grave. Zhou Ning promptly wrapped up the sail, gave Richie Burke a few final instructions, and ignored the player's groans as he walked toward Sherlock, leaving behind a meaningful remark. Come back tomorrow, there might be an unexpected surprise. A surprise? The surrounding players' eyes lit up. Wayne never lied. Some even tried chatting him up, hoping to trigger a hidden quest. One flamboyant player dressed like a transvestite, with heavy makeup tripped on purpose, trying to act cute to earn Zhou Ning's favor. Zhou Ning suspected this was the same person who had bragged before the server opened about creating a female character to marry him. Was this supposed to be funny? After giving several players a -5 favorability score in a row, Zhou Ning finally reached Sherlock. Let's talk in the carriage, Sherlock said heavily. What's going on? Zhou Ning asked once they sat down. The carriage creaked into motion. I was investigating Chris Fisher, and I actually found something. He's a merchant from the Sapharic Kingdom. Used to be an adventurer and even took part in the Southern Jungle War against the werewolves. He came to Bryston over a year ago and built strong connections with many upper-class figures. But just as I tried to dig deeper, I received an order from above. This haunting case has been officially handed over to Darkley Yard. We no longer have authority to investigate. Darkley Yard? Zhou Ning frowned. Darkley Yard, similar to Scotland Yard in modern Britain, was the name for the police headquarters of Darkland's capital, Bryston, responsible for public security across the entire region, and under the jurisdiction of the Upper Parliament, located about 200 yards from it. But the issue was Darkley Yard didn't usually handle supernatural cases. I know what you're thinking, Sherlock said gravely. Normally, Darkley Yard wouldn't touch supernatural incidents. But this one involves politics, which does fall under their jurisdiction. Similar hauntings have appeared in the Darkland Fortress, and even in Milan Palace where His Majesty the King resides. Because of that, the higher-ups transferred the case. Officially, the Watchers can no longer investigate. Of course, I'll continue my investigation in my own way. If I find anything, I'll let you know immediately. Zhou Ning could only nod helplessly. The higher-ups again, he really didn't know how to respond anymore. Still, the matter of that suspected Ascender ritual site weighed on him heavily. His sense of responsibility made it impossible to ignore. After some hesitation, he asked, do you know anything about the Darkland National Poorhouse? You suspect the National Poorhouse is connected to Chris Fisher? That's actually a solid lead. Sherlock quickly pulled a small notebook from under the seat cushion, flipped through a few pages, and said, there were several suspected supernatural murders at the Canal District's poorhouse, but no results ever came of the investigations. The one in the Trade District also had similar incidents. I'll need to go back to the Watchers' headquarters to check the records. Are you free tonight? I can come find you. Meet me at the West Lynn General Store. I'll come to you, Zhou Ning replied without hesitation. The matter was urgent. Even if this was technically a game, it no longer felt like one to him. Since he still needed to escort Spark Lambert to see his father later, he would go to Sherlock afterward. Checking the time, it was around 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Ning parted ways with Sherlock, got off the carriage, and began walking toward the church square, which wasn't far away. Chapter 324, Chapter 325, Bad Luck. 1335 words. Chapter 325, Bad Luck. It took about 10 minutes on foot to get from here to the church square. On the way, Zhou Ning decided to make the most of the time, and sneak a quick look at the forums. He was just as curious as anyone about the first ever professional league. After all, strong players always made time for what mattered. At this point, the buzz around the First Apocalypse Professional League had, for the first time, overtaken the topic of Wayne Sturwell. It was sweeping across the gaming community at a jaw-dropping pace. 9 out of 10 forum threads were about the league. Big and small streamers alike, major teams, and pro players were all gearing up for the competition. They'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. On the Apocalypse forum, the registration portal for the solo qualifiers had already seen over 2 million sign-ups in a short period. The average player level was 27. Due to the overwhelming population base, the percentage of wandering gunslingers had slightly decreased. According to statistics, 9% of participants were wandering gunslingers, 21% were mages, 25% warriors, 14% meteorologists, 13% knights/priests, 8% rogues and 10% others. The fact that his newly invented class had more players than rogues and was the one with the most female players was something even Zhou Ning found hard to believe. If he weren't currently active only around Darkland, wandering gunslingers would have undoubtedly become the most popular class in the entire game. What's more, in the team competition lineup, a formation of 5 wandering gunslingers or 3 wanderers, 1 warrior, and 1 mage had become the hottest configuration. Absolutely insane. Zhou Ning skimmed through the forum homepage and noticed in one trending thread that XB, Haiqing, and Qingbai Wild Sake had teamed up with 2 streamer friends to form a just-for-fun team. They planned to take part in the qualifiers, but from Zhou Ning's perspective, given their coordination and combat strength, there was no question they really were just playing for fun. At best, they'd make it to the 3rd round before going home in tears. Meanwhile, every member of the Wolf Dog squad had signed up for the solo competition. Based on Zhou Ning's observation, aside from XB who might just be along for the ride, Jin's, Sunken Star Beneath the Water, and Wrath of Thunder Chasing Winds all had a real chance of not only passing the qualifiers but even taking the championship. After all, everyone knew those few had triggered hidden storylines tied to him. From Zhou Ning's point of view, he actually hoped they would win. If cost wasn't an issue, Jin's could reach level 40 in just a few days by simply grinding dungeons, and those few days were exactly when the arms race would reach its fever pitch. Unfortunately, Zhou Ning was only one man. He couldn't do everything himself. With a quiet sigh, he thought, if only I could be in 2 places at once. It was December 17th, the day of the Sun Goddess Christmas festival. When Zhou Ning arrived at the Withers Higher Cathedral Square, it was even livelier than yesterday. Stalls selling offerings and food lined the streets. Flocks of sunseeker birds flew gracefully overhead. In the center of the square stood a towering 12-meter-tall statue of the Sun Goddess. Before it was an altar over 4 meters high, covered with flowers and offerings. Nearby, several stages were being built. Traditionally, those stages would host operas dedicated to the Sun Goddess. Last year, there had even been a magical ball performance featuring Bryston's top Magiball star, Harkins. This year's Christmas parade director was a nobleman in red with a thick, connected beard. He was overseeing the opening ceremony, and would be in charge of the festivities for the entire week. Even just looking at the statue, Zhou Ning could feel the dense divine radiance gathered upon it far stronger than the faint trace of divinity he'd once sensed from the elven goddess statue. Then, his sharp eyes caught something. Those same young noblemen he'd seen last night were still there, lurking near the church. Their bloodshot eyes glared at him with malice. Have they been waiting here the whole time for Spark? The madness and obsession in their eyes made Zhou Ning's skin crawl. He stopped by a stall to buy some food for the sunseeker birds, scattering it lightly on the ground. The birds swooped down in groups and fluttered back up again. After watching for a moment, Zhou Ning deliberately averted his gaze from the nobles and walked straight into the church. Inside the grand prayer hall, Zhou Ning spotted Spark Lambert sitting midway down a row of pews, praying softly. Compared to yesterday, Spark looked slightly better, though still worn out. When he saw Zhou Ning, he immediately stood, grabbed his sleeve, and said in a dazed tone, "Wayne, I thought you weren't coming. Are they still at the door?" Apparently, Spark Lambert must have gone out earlier, and encountered his former companions. Zhou Ning understood and nodded calmly. "Yes, they're still there. But don't worry. Are you ready? If so, let's go." "I'm ready. Even now, I still don't understand why things suddenly turned out this way." Spark let out a heavy sigh, stood up, and followed Zhou Ning out. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Ning could feel the nobles' gazes immediately shift to them. They began to move too, following from a distance. Spark trembled slightly beside him. Zhou Ning patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. They can't hurt you. Where are we going to meet your father? The northwestern military port. My father just returned from a visit to ruins. He should be disembarking there, Spark said in a low voice. The military port. Zhou Ning suddenly remembered that massive black ship he'd seen earlier, the one rumored to be the Sea King's Pluto. Maybe this time, he could get a closer look, perhaps even test whether the Triton sword could control it. The two of them walked around the altar toward the edge of the square, passing a large stage still under construction. Just as they did, the entire steel frame suddenly collapsed without warning. Countless metal beams came crashing down, throwing the whole area into chaos. Thanks to his observation hockey, Zhou Ning foresaw it half a second in advance. Calmly, he yanked Spark out of the way, and even had time to scoop up a little girl who hadn't reacted fast enough. Zhou Ning set the frightened girl back on her feet, patted her head gently, and gave her a reassuring smile. But this accident wasn't an accident at all. In just the few hundred meters between the church and the square's exit, Zhou Ning encountered several more coincidences. A nearby vendor's gas stove exploded. A dispute broke out in the parade lineup, blocking the road for nearly 5 minutes. And just when they finally found a way around, yet another stage suddenly collapsed before them. After so many accidents, Zhou Ning began to wonder if he'd somehow reversed his lucky clover, because this streak of bad luck was maddeningly absurd. Even after leaving the church square, the nobles continued to follow them from afar, not approaching, not backing off. And the string of misfortunes didn't stop. When they finally found a carriage, the wheels went flat. Then the vehicle skidded and crashed into a nearby building. They had to get out and walk. If not for Zhou Ning's quick reflexes, they'd have been covered in dust and shame. By now, even Spark sensed something was seriously wrong. His face turned pale. Are we being watched by something? I think so. Zhou Ning's expression darkened. Coincidences like these didn't happen over and over again. The most likely explanation, he'd been targeted once more by that damned little book belonging to Robbins. Their goal was clear: to stop him from meeting Spark's father, Brown Lambert, leader of Bryston's conservative faction, and head of the noble house whose family motto embodied the sin of pride. Chapter 325, Chapter 326, The Hades. 1187 words. Chapter 326, The Hades. About half an hour earlier. In a certain mansion on Livia Street, the darkness was pierced by a single beam of light. Robin sat before a book titled Leoncavallo's 4-act opera, reading it with an expressionless face. This book was once the relic of a divine-ranked reader in history, a truly miraculous item. By the grace of a true God, he had obtained it. As long as one filled in the ending, the book would automatically derive and play out a sequence of scenes, evolving into an opera, and then materializing those scenes into reality. For example, if one desired a certain object and wrote an ending that implied obtaining it, through a string of coincidences, it was very likely to become theirs soon after. However, the process could not be too absurd or unrealistic. Once materialization failed, the price paid would be severe. At that moment, written across the open page was his final goal: opera's final act, revival of the true God, the God of death, I kill. Necessary process: death of Charles VI, ascension of Charles VII, enactment of related legislation. Form alliances simultaneously with the Life Alchemy Society, the upper echelons of the Bryston Kingdom, and the Order of Solitude. Due to overlapping interests, all parties will come together seamlessly. The immense death toll required for the resurrection of the God of Death can be harvested during the unsealing of the ancient god Nyastora. Final Act, Scene 3. Main characters: Wayne Stirwell, Spark Lambert, Brown Lambert, and others. Plot summary: in order to gain firmer control over Bryston's upper ranks and usher in a new era, Brown Lambert must also be replaced. Thus, Ruins, sailing through the coastal waters of Brenia, is blessed with a rare tailwind. His returning vessel reaches a speed of 17 knots, arriving at the naval port 2 hours ahead of schedule. There his son Joshua, Spark, the archpriest of the Bryston Diocese of the Order of Solitude, Fred, and the vice-priest, Alan Oakham, all formidable figures, will be waiting for him in advance. At the same time, Brown Lambert will meet the end of his life, killed brutally. The only problem lies with Wayne Stirwell. He's a huge problem. Even I have been hurt by him again and again, the pain repeating over and over. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Robbins could almost hear the four characters of Wayne Stirwell, written in a tone of gnashing teeth, operatic fury etched into every stroke. It continued. He may bring Spark Lambert along to ruin the entire plan. Therefore, he will encounter one unexpected mishap after another, again and again. By the time he arrives, everything will already have reached its conclusion. Brown Lambert will be dead and perfectly replaced, and Spark Lambert will have become utterly useless. No one will believe a word he says. The entire opera will inevitably advance toward its finale. Ending, awaiting performance. When the final line was written, the book closed itself once more, plunging the room back into darkness. At this time, Zhou Ning had only faintly guessed the true nature of that strange little book. His current situation was somewhat similar to when he'd once pursued Spark Lambert. As long as he could cross that lightning-ridden, storm-tossed region ahead, he would arrive at the port well ahead of schedule. Relax your body. Don't resist. Zhou Ning looked at Spark Lambert and spoke quietly. What are you doing? Spark suddenly felt a chill from Zhou Ning's gaze. A cold shiver ran down his back. Don't worry. Zhou Ning grabbed Spark with his left hand. His right hand grappling line shot out like a serpent. The white coat's hem flared in the wind with a sharp whoosh as his body shot upward, soaring toward the distant clock tower. Wind howled past Spark's ears as the scenery below blurred into streaks of motion. The gusts filled his mouth before he could react, saliva streaming back in the gale with gurgling sounds. A sudden urge to cry welled up, his composure shattered, pride nearly breaking apart. Along the way, more and more accidents seemed to occur, collapsing walls, sudden downpours, slick streets. Yet while Spark suffered miserably, Wayne Stirwell appeared to have foreseen it all, casually avoiding every mishap. Before long, lightning cracked ahead. They had reached the storm zone dreaded by the Darkland people, an area known for its violent, shifting weather. Since the sea god governed both ocean and thunder, there stood a small sea god chapel within that storm belt. During its construction, over 20 senior meteorologists had been mobilized, working in shifts, to alter the weather to keep it safe from lightning. But as they approached, Wayne Stirwell seemed completely unaware of the danger. He didn't change course, instead, he flew straight in. Spark screamed in terror. Zhou Ning smiled faintly and ignored him. He gripped the hilt of the sword of Cortez, and the serpentine lightning in the clouds seemed to deliberately avoid him. Only a few stray sparks brushed against his body. Spark felt dizzy. Within minutes, they had passed through the thunderstorm completely unscathed and reached the port district. He pulled out his pocket watch to check the time, and swore aloud. My 900 Vecta's watch got fried by lightning. What's next? Zhou Ning asked calmly, releasing the hilt. He had sprinted a great distance in barely 12 minutes. Spark. His hair now resembled a bird's nest. He stood frozen for several seconds before finally regaining his senses. Keep going forward. When we're close enough, put me down, I can take you straight into the naval port. Zhou Ning nodded silently, picked Spark up again, and continued running. When a sentry post appeared in sight, he set Spark down, letting him fix his appearance before heading toward the inner gates. At the checkpoint, Spark showed an identification plaque to the guards. After receiving a nod of clearance, he led Zhou Ning inside. To Zhou Ning's mild surprise, Spark, though so young, held the title of Viscount and the rank of Naval Lieutenant Colonel. Zhou Ning quietly followed him, his eyes immediately drawn to a colossal black ship not far away. It looked exactly like the one shown on the Pirate King Zhou Ning, carved from his crossing, an immense, oppressive vessel that seemed to have sailed straight out of the abyss itself. The ship's sides were lined with rows upon rows of dark cannon ports, the main cannon boasting a barrel nearly 90 inches wide. Along its side was a line of strange engravings. He had never seen such characters before, they must be from the world of the Pirate King. There could be no mistake, this was the legendary Hades. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Ning reached for the hilt of the Triton sword. The sound of crashing waves filled his ears. Under his control, the massive main cannon shifted slightly to the side. Chapter 326, Chapter 327, The Deep Sea Giant 1297 words. Chapter 327. The Deep Sea Giant, although controlling the Hades through the Triton sword required a massive expenditure of mental energy and focus, it turned out to be well within his limits. He could feel the ship responding perfectly to his will. He could make it sail, or fire its cannons at any moment, as easily as moving his own hand. Zhou Ning himself found it hard to believe that such a colossal vessel could be controlled entirely through a single mysterious artifact. It was absurd. Judging by the Hades power in both the One Piece and Apocalypse worlds, a single shot could shatter the gates of justice, even injure an evil god. Its firepower was undoubtedly overwhelming. Truly, anything produced by the simulator was bound to be extraordinary. And that wasn't even the end of it. Right after he took control of the Hades, his system interface began to flood with notifications again. System, you have successfully used the Triton sword to control the Hades. You have met the hidden conditions for activating the unknown artifact, Triton Sword. Title requirement, Pirate Emperor, 1/1. Control of a large ship of scale 7 or higher, MYRNY Rooster, 1/1. Control of the largest ship in the world, Hades, 1/1. The Triton Sword has awakened a new ability, Ghost Ship Command. The wielder's mental power +7. This ability can be further upgraded after discovering Atlantis. Side effect, while using this item, the wielder will occasionally hear the sound of waves and tides, which will gradually intensify. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected such luck. Just one simple experiment had fully awakened the Triton sword's hidden ability. Immediately after, the second skill slot on the sword's panel, previously marked with a question mark, flashed and revealed a new skill. Ghost Ship Command. As the Lord of the Seven Seas of the Pirates of the Caribbean world, you can temporarily summon one of 3 legendary ships: the Black Pearl, the Flying Dutchman, or the Queen and Revenge, to fight for you. Duration, 6 hours. Cooldown, 18 hours. This skill was absolutely broken. Each of those ships was a powerhouse in its own right, and it could be used once per day. With such an ability, and his current reputation among pirates, even if things went south in Darkland, he'd still be the flashiest man alive on the open seas. Besides, within Darkland City, both the Seton River and Vernon River were wide enough to accommodate large ships. If necessary, he could even summon one right inside the city. He could already imagine the scene: a bright moon hanging high above, a tattered black-sailed ship gliding silently through the Seton River, while he stood at the bow in a black trench coat, mysterious, powerful, and strikingly cool. Absolutely epic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after Zhou Ning's unexpected actions once again threatened to derail the plot, the book Leoncavallo's 4-act opera was visibly enraged. It had already broken free of Count Robin's control. Its pages fluttered violently, whipping up gusts of wind that ruffled the Count's beard. On the open pages, glowing words began to appear. Given Wayne Stirwell's excessive power and his potential impact on the final outcome, he will once again interfere with my arrangement. I've had enough of this man's existence. If I had hands, I would throw a white glove at him and demand a duel. Therefore, death shall be his only ending. Carl Robbins will sacrifice a portion of his own life force to lure a deep-sea giant wandering in the astral ocean into losing its way. The creature will emerge through an astral wormhole right into the naval port. You can't do that. This is madness. Count Robin's face turned ashen as he tried to shut the book, but the pages refused to close. Line after line of glowing script continued to form. It was the first time in years that this mysterious artifact had gone out of control, and the consequences were dire. It is a colossal monster, hundreds of meters tall, wielding a sunken ship at its waist as a weapon, brutally attacking foes far smaller than itself. It is cowardly against stronger foes and prone to fleeing in danger, but here, that will not matter. Upon its arrival at the naval port, it will seize the Hades and use it as a melee weapon, targeting Wayne Stirwell for a relentless, indiscriminate assault. This time, no matter how overpowered Wayne Stirwell's abilities are, he cannot possibly survive. His destined death approaches. Dialogue, omitted. Ending, awaiting performance. In an instant, Count Robbins began to cough violently, his body shriveling and aging rapidly as though he'd grown 10 years older in mere seconds. Such was the eerie, horrifying nature of this unknown artifact. In the naval port, snowflakes had begun to drift silently from the sky. Through his enhanced vision, Zhou Ning could see crowds gathered at the docks, likely waiting to welcome a returning ship. If his guess was right, it was the ship of Spark's father Brown Lambert, leader of the Bryston Kingdom's Conservative Party. Since that damned book kept manufacturing coincidences to stop him from letting Spark meet Brown Lambert, Zhou Ning decided to do the opposite. There's a saying, give your enemy what they fear most, deny them what they desire. And so, he would see this mission through no matter what. But just then, Molly's voice echoed in his mind, be careful. I sense an incredibly powerful presence approaching. That little cursed book again? Zhou Ning frowned, instantly feeling the same terrifying aura ahead. Moments later, a massive wormhole tore open in the air not far in front of him. From within, a gigantic head slowly emerged, scanning the surroundings. Soon, its enormous pupils locked onto Zhou Ning. It had green hair, covered in barnacles and shells, with protruding tusks and a ferocious, monstrous visage. The head alone was nearly 40 meters long, exuding an aura of overwhelming dread. Many soldiers noticed it too, shouting in panic as they raised their flintlocks and fired from afar. That's a deep-sea giant. Zhou Ning's scalp tingled. The sheer scale of it was horrifying. He hadn't expected that book to actually summon a deep-sea giant. There was no way he could withstand such an attack. That might be the best option, but the creature could move through the sea effortlessly, covering tens of meters with each step. Escaping might not even be possible. Its attack power was close to that of a demigod-level boss. He might stand a chance by using the Hourglass of Advance to temporarily boost his stats, but it was risky. And there could be more enemies nearby. As the deep-sea giant began to pull itself fully through the wormhole, Zhou Ning made a quick decision. A thunderous roar of waves filled his ears as he commanded the Hades to swing its main cannon around. The massive gun locked onto the deep-sea giant's head, coordinates marked as. Zhou Ning snapped his fingers. With an earth-shaking blast, a huge black cannonball shot from the Hades' main gun, cutting through the air with a terrifying howl before slamming into the giant's skull, forcing its massive head upward. The explosion shook the entire harbor. The deep-sea giant let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound wave blasting away nearby soldiers. Then, with a furious bellow, it withdrew its head back into the wormhole. By then, the people at the docks had noticed the commotion but didn't dare approach. A large unit of Marines rushed toward the Hades and the wormhole to assess the situation, while Zhou Ning carried Spark and slipped into hiding. At this moment, Zhou Ning had already switched his Phantom Thief, the perfect role for stealth operations. Even carrying a third wheel, he could move through the shadows without a trace. Chapter 327, Chapter 328, Stopping Them. 1178 words. Chapter 328, Stopping Them. Unknowingly, they had already approached the dock. Zhou Ning released his grip and let go of the Spark Lambert he had been holding, then hid under the shade of a nearby tree, overlooking the dock from above. After the earlier commotion, the dock was now crawling with patrolling soldiers. A squad behind them opened the main gates, splitting off to report the incident to Darkland Fortress and Levia Street. The few people Zhou Ning had seen earlier were still standing at the front end of the floating pier. Behind them stood a statue of a bird-headed, human-bodied figure, Bryston Kingdom's predecessor, the first naval minister of the Fowrit Kingdom, and Zhou Ning's old acquaintance from the simulation world, Brynd Morton. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. The distance between them and the dock was less than 40 meters, close enough for him to clearly make out the people's faces. One of them was Joshua Lambert, resurrected after death, wearing the same blue coat as when they first met. His eyes were fixed straight ahead at the sea, his expression grave and intense. Next to him stood another Spark Lambert identical in every way to the one at Zhou Ning's side, from expression to clothing. Several unfamiliar men stood beside them. One was tall, about 1.9 meters, with gray-white hair, and a stern face, in his 30s. Another was younger, around 20, extremely handsome, the kind of man who easily drew second glances. Zhou Ning glanced sidelong at the Spark beside him, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Could it be that the one next to me is the fake? Spark, oblivious to Zhou Ning's thoughts, still felt overwhelmed with reverence after witnessing the miracle of Zhou Ning controlling the Hades to strike down the deep-sea behemoth. His pride as a Lambert was nearly reduced to dust. In a low, cautious voice he said, "That tall, gray-haired man is the retreat instructor I mentioned, Fred, a super-tier professional. The handsome young man is Alan Oakham. Used to be involved. Not particularly powerful, in any sense. Wayne, I must beg you once more. They're likely planning something against my father. If he's in danger, please intervene again. Don't worry, the Lambert family will reward you handsomely." "I understand." Given Spark's history of seeking miracles in Southwestshire, Zhou Ning instantly understood what "not particularly powerful" meant. Adjusting the collar of his white trench coat, he quietly took a half-step away from Spark. As for the request, considering the luxurious, one-punch-man template he'd drawn earlier, this chain mission's rewards would no doubt be outrageously generous. Even if the Lambert family's payment was modest, he would see this task through. The situation was now clear. The system had sent him to escort Spark precisely to confront these people, two or more super-tier professionals, the rest of unknown strength. It might be a challenge to face them, but with the statue of Brynd Morton present, that might change everything. Compared to the restless soldiers still running about after the earlier chaos, the people on the dock appeared completely out of place, like statues themselves, standing in silence without a word exchanged. The sea was turbulent, heavy snow swirling with the storm winds across the surface, creating a spectacle of twisting white dragons. Due to the coastal region's high heat capacity and Bryston's mid-latitude location, snowfall over the sea was rare. Such a sight could only appear in the strange, apocalyptic world. Before long, 3 white sails appeared on the horizon, gliding swiftly toward shore with the wind. On the sails gleamed an emblem of a crossed sword, and axe, the mark of the Bryston Navy. The ships to the left and right led slightly ahead, while the central vessel followed closely behind. This fleet could only be the envoy ships carrying Brown Lambert. Zhou Ning tensed, right hand gripping the hilt of the sword of Cortez, as he quietly activated his clan's creed ability. Knowledge is power. A flash of lightning sparked through his eyes. He had to focus his full attention, maximizing his observation, hockey ready to let the enemy strike first while countering at the perfect moment. Timing would be everything. At that moment, a signalman atop the large lighthouse near the sea began waving flags under the light, signaling for the approaching fleet to slow down and prepare to dock. This was standard procedure for any fleet. Soon, the 3 ships ahead began to decelerate and steer toward the harbor. "It's time." Zhou Ning tightened his grip on the sword of Cortez, and in an instant, adjusted the wind. A sudden gust blew across the sea, swelling the sails and propelling the ships forward hundreds of meters in a single surge, so much so that they lifted slightly off the water, gliding past the pier, and landing directly upon the dock. With the thud of heavy hulls and the cracking of planks, a middle-aged nobleman in a red coat appeared at the rail, scanning warily below. "That's my father," Spark Lambert whispered. Zhou Ning nodded. Aside from being more rugged in build, the resemblance between father and son was undeniable. "What are you two doing here?" Given the unusual situation, Brown did not disembark immediately. Instead, he had his guards inspect the surroundings and keep everyone else back. Apart from Joshua and Spark, even Fred and Alan were held at a distance, unable to act for the moment. Only after confirming there was no immediate threat did Brown walk down the gangplank, speaking casually, though his posture remained tense, clearly on guard. That was precisely Zhou Ning's intent, to make Brown Lambert wary through the abnormality of the situation. The fake Joshua and fake Spark said nothing, smiling faintly. When Brown drew close, fake Joshua suddenly thrust his right hand forward, now holding a black spear that had appeared from nowhere straight at Brown's chest. At the same time, fake Spark brandished a straight, dark greatsword, driving it toward Brown. Zhou Ning had already foreseen this moment through observation hockey. He raised his hands, the ebony and ivory pistols appearing instantly, one in each hand. 2 bullets, swirling with golden ripple fire and red flame, spiraled forth, each striking its target precisely, the spear and the greatsword. With 2 sharp bangs, fake Joshua's black spear shattered inch by inch, while fake Spark's sword was deflected, forcing him back several steps. "Who are you?" Brown Lambert's expression darkened as he stepped back. His guards raised their guns in unison, aiming at the 2 impostors. Meanwhile, Fred and Alan began chanting spells, the scene spiraling into chaos. That was exactly the result Zhou Ning wanted. Knowing that the light brain might still be secretly recording him, possibly even turning the footage into a serialized show, Zhou Ning reached into his inventory and retrieved the solar elixir. Crushing it in his hand, he activated it. In an instant, 2 radiant wings of pure light unfurled from his back. His white trench coat flared in the wind as he rose into the air, leveling his pistols at Fred and Alan. He fired twice in succession, the blasts interrupting their spellcasting mid-incantation. Chapter 328, Chapter 329, Lillard 1232 words. Chapter 329, Lillard. Snow was still falling from the sky, the flakes drifting like scattered stars. Zhou Ning, dressed in a white trench coat, leapt down from a branch, the luminous wings on his back spreading slightly as he glided through the air. At the same time, the twin pistols in his hands, one black, one white, fired in rapid succession, each shot ringing out like a rhythmic beat. The 2 bullets tore through 40 meters of distance with the force of a sonic boom, forcing Fred and Alan to prematurely halt their joint spellcasting. Both hastily raised magic shields. Fred's shield shattered on impact, making him stagger back several steps in embarrassment, while Alan fared worse. His chest was pierced clean through, spraying bright green blood as the formation he was drawing in front of him began to collapse. Just then, the hooded black-robed figure standing beside them, who had yet to show his face, suddenly raised his right hand, steadying the crumbling formation. As the hexagram completed, Zhou Ning could feel a surge of overwhelming power descending rapidly from the heavens. A massive meteor crashed into the midst of the crowd, igniting emerald-green flames. Moments later, a hulking golem made entirely of stone and burning with fell-green fire assembled itself and stood tall. At the same time, a dozen sailors nearby screamed in agony, their bodies scorched by the flames. Though terrified, the remaining sailors were well trained. Their flintlock muskets kept firing relentlessly toward the enemy. After all, in the age of firearms, even ordinary humans had the power to wound the extraordinary. For a short time, their coordinated assault caused Fred and Alan some trouble. But the stone golem... Zhou Ning's expression darkened. This was a fell golem spell that only high-tier sorcerers could cast, and a devastating one at that. The creature didn't have a massive health pool, around 10,000, but its damage output was terrifying, and the flames it emitted constantly seared all living beings around it. If it wasn't destroyed soon, the sailors wouldn't last long. And once Fred and Alan were free to act, it would spell certain death for Brown Lambert. As the patriarch of the noble house whose motto was pride, Brown Lambert wasn't as powerful as top-tier weather sorcerers like Qian West, but he wasn't weak either, at least near the threshold of a high-tier professional. His personal guard also included 4 or 5 extraordinary fighters. As long as he stayed cautious, he wouldn't be taken down easily. Moreover, Spark Lambert had just leapt down from the trees as well, his greatsword expanding in size as he sprinted toward his father's position. The battlefield plunged into utter chaos. Zhou Ning swiftly assessed the situation, quickly determining his priority targets. Landing with a soft thud, he dashed forward without hesitation, his guns aimed straight at his first target, the fell golem. Fred quickly recovered. He extended his hand toward Zhou Ning, and from his palm spread dozens of black filaments that snared the air like tendrils. Zhou Ning immediately felt a powerful pulling force dragging at his body. Yet, he didn't resist. letting the pull drag him closer to Fred. His arms remained steady as he continued to fire at the rampaging fell golem in the midst of the sailors. These 4 shots were empowered by the hot-blooded echo skill he'd recently learned from Saitama, and his luck was exceptional, triggering consecutive critical hits from the very first bullet. Combined with the damage boost from hot-blooded echo and an additional weak point strike, the instant damage skyrocketed to nearly 13,000 points. The golem's seemingly long health bar evaporated instantly. Within moments it collapsed into a pile of rubble. Zhou Ning glanced at his stats. He'd even overkilled by 3,000 HP. Though this output was achieved under the effect of his pride buff, it still proved just how powerful hot-blooded echo was. By now, Zhou Ning had been pulled right in front of Fred. Beside him, Alan finished chanting and raised a green ring toward Zhou Ning. His eyes turned pitch black as he spat out the words of the abyss. Corrupted and otherworldly, the ring clearly amplified the spell's potency. Zhou Ning trembled as an overwhelming terror surged up from deep within his soul. Meanwhile, Fred conjured a long spear of pure darkness in his other hand, ready to thrust, only for his mind to blank out for an instant as an intense aura burst forth from Zhou Ning's body. A system prompt flashed across Zhou Ning's interface. You have used the skill Purification. Duration, 30 seconds. You gain the effect Strong Dispel. Alan has cast the skill, Nightmare. Your Purification dispelled the effect of Nightmare. Your Conqueror's Hockey dealt 679 damage to Fred LV. Spirit Differential, minus 12,142 to 154. Fred is briefly stunned. Your Conqueror's Hockey dealt 798 damage to Alan LV. Spirit Differential, plus 1 for 2128. Alan is stunned. Almost simultaneously, the statue of Brynd Morton standing behind Fred and Alan suddenly came alive. It leapt from its pedestal, raised its greatsword, and unleashed a flashing 3-hit combo on Alan. Still stunned, Alan let out a scream and instinctively tried to retreat, but Zhou Ning had no intention of letting him escape. As he brushed past Fred, he turned sharply and pulled the trigger toward the back of Alan's head. Even though hot-blooded echo was on cooldown, the shots dealt more than enough damage. When the Brynd Morton statue's next strike landed, Alan's health finally hit 0. He collapsed unwillingly, his flesh dissolving into countless crawling spiders. You have slain Alan Occam LV, 60, Deputy Priest of the Darkland Diocese, Order of Solitude. You gain 79,000 EXP. Your reputation with the Order of Solitude has decreased by 12,000. Current status, hostile. You'll regret this. Wayne Sturwell. Right now, Mr. Lillard, won't you take action already? Fred's voice was full of venom. He had never imagined that a foolproof assassination plan could backfire so quickly. His careful scheme turned against him, and even his trusted aide and lover had died here. But rage and hate no longer mattered. There was only one option left: kill Zhou Ning and complete the mission. Fred's body swelled rapidly, transforming just like Argus before him into a towering black arachnid creature over 3 meters tall. His health bar's name changed to Spider Priest Fred LV, 70, a full-fledged high-tier boss, far stronger than Zhou Ning. And at that moment, the hooded black-robed man who had remained silent since the start, intervening only once, let out a quiet sigh and stepped forward to stand before Zhou Ning. A new name appeared above his head: Archmage Damian Lillard LV. Another high-tier boss, far beyond Zhou Ning's expectations. That name sounded familiar. Zhou Ning had seen it before in the Elven King's tomb. Most likely the same man, the hidden elven powerhouse from the Life Alchemy Society. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ning felt no fear. He still had plenty of trump cards left. Glancing toward Brown Lambert's side, he saw that the fake Spark and fake Lambert had both transformed into spider monsters as well. The situation was on the brink of collapse. It seemed he had no choice but to end this quickly. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning opened his inventory, pulled out the treasured item he'd been saving for a long time: Lord of the Seven Seas Pirate King Advanced Form, Zhou Ning, and chose to activate it. Chapter 329, Chapter 330, Lord of the Seven Seas 12:26 words Chapter 3:30, Lord of the Seven Seas. A burst of radiant light flashed, and the card Lord of the Seven Seas, Zhou Ning, shattered completely. In an instant, Zhou Ning's entire aura changed, aged, sharp, and overwhelmingly domineering. He looked toward the distant Hades, docked not far away, his gaze complex, as though lost in thought. At this moment, Fred still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Muttering a vile incantation, he summoned swarms of beetles that burst from the earth and flew toward Zhou Ning. At the same time, Lillard raised his staff, first releasing a cascade of crystalline lightning meant to bind Zhou Ning in place, then conjuring a volley of pale light arrows that rained down upon him. Where the lightning passed, even the air seemed to vaporize. But Zhou Ning only cast them a cold glance, then lowered the brim of his hat. The next moment, a surge of visible conqueror's haki burst from his body, so fierce it swept away the snow around him, and made nearby warships shudder violently. Even the wooden decks beneath them cracked like spider webs. All at once, every beetle flying toward him exploded midair, and the lightning dissipated into vapor. Every enemy present, the fake Joshua, the fake Spark, was crushed to the ground, bent under the pressure. Fred and Lillard both collapsed, stunned. Zhou Ning's conqueror's haki had been so precise that it bypassed all his allies, targeting only his foes. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Ning stepped forward and charged at the spider priest, Fred. His fists, wrapped in red-black armament haki, smashed into Fred's face, one strike after another. 3 punches. By the 7th punch, all invisible barriers shattered. Fred's massive head burst apart like paper, exploding into chunks of flesh that splattered across the ground, green mist seeping into the air. With just one flurry of attacks, the once arrogant Fred was obliterated. The scattered pieces of flesh twitched on the ground, trying to reform, only to be crushed completely by another surge of Conqueror's haki. A message flashed before Zhou Ning's eyes. You have slain Bryston Diocese's chief priest, Fred of the Order of Solitude LV, 70 Spider Priest. You have gained 121,500 experience points. Seeing this, Lillard's eyes nearly bulged out. He drew a sharp breath, forcing himself to calm down. What in the world? He'd been called here as reinforcement, only supposed to act against Duke Brown if necessary. He had been standing aloof, unwilling to gang up on an opponent, thinking he could kill Zhou Ning with ease at any moment. But his powerful spiritual intuition now screamed at him. The man before him radiated an aura so dreadful it made his heart tighten. It felt like facing an ancient god. Could it be he'd been hiding his true power all along? As the thought flashed by, Lillard began chanting a spell. Azure light spread across the sky, clouds gathering rapidly. Thunder cracked like the heavens splitting open. Bolts of lightning surged from the tip of his staff, dozens of electric serpents weaving together as they struck toward Zhou Ning. It was level 6 lightning magic, Thunder Smite. But Zhou Ning didn't dodge. Instead, a rapier appeared in his hand. His white coat flared in the wind as he swung with full force, unleashing a strike divine departure. A red-black slash roared forth like a tornado, the sword's aura colliding with the lightning serpents. The rapier seemed wreathed in thunder itself as the strike surged forward, consuming everything in its path. Lillard cried in horror. His spiritual instinct screamed this strike could kill him. With a thunderous boom, the slash shattered his ice shield defenses layer by layer, then sent him flying like a broken kite. A deep gash split his chestbone, visible, nearly cutting him in half. But Lillard's body had been modified. Not a drop of blood spilled, instead, intricate wires and gears could be seen inside. Clutching his wound, arcs of lightning wrapped around his body. In the next instant, identical lightning flared hundreds of meters away. As a high-tier lightning mage, he used lightning teleportation to instantly withdraw from battle. On the ground, a massive sword marked nearly 19 meters deep scarred the earth. The distant onlookers gasped sharply, stunned beyond words. Because time was short, Zhou Ning didn't pursue. He flicked his sword clean of blood, then turned toward another battlefield. Under the oppressive pressure of his haki, the spider-turned Spark and Joshua were on the brink of death, soon crushed beneath Brown Lambert's colossal blade, their bodies collapsing into swarms of scurrying spiders. Zhou Ning shook his head, glanced at his pocket watch. There was still some time before logout. Brown Lambert looked at Zhou Ning deeply, then, supported by Spark, moved aside. Spark recounted the events of the past days, how all the Miracle Study Society members had turned into spiders in the swamp, only to reappear later in Darkland. Brown Lambert frowned deeply, falling silent in thought. A young lieutenant colonel, Brown's adjutant, stepped forward. His gaze was full of admiration as he said softly, "I'm Lyonder, Duke Brown's adjutant. Thank you for your help. Without you, we'd all be dead here." "It's nothing." "They were too weak," Zhou Ning replied simply. "But two of them were at least high-tier professionals." Lyonder was momentarily speechless. Then, looking at Zhou Ning, his spotless white coat, not even sweating, he had to admit, it was true. Lyonder's eyes shone with reverence. So this is the power of the legendary Wayne Stirwell. By now, the Lord of the Seven Seas' possession effect had faded. Reflecting on the battle, Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel awed. As expected of the Pirate King, who once dominated the Apocalypse world and personally defeated an evil god. He wasn't as flamboyant as Zhou Ning's vampire form, more straightforward, even blunt, but after traversing multiple worlds, his combat power was absurdly high, perhaps even surpassing Zhou Ning's pre-ascension vampire form. Maybe because his strength and status left no need for pretenses. Honestly, Zhou Ning already possessed all of the Pirate King's skills and mastered them more thoroughly, but that overwhelmingly powerful conquerors and armament hockey still left him shaken. That would be his next goal to surpass. After Brown and his son finished their discussion, Brown Lambert approached Zhou Ning, offering a noble salute. "I've heard what Spark told me. His promise stands. The Lambert family will remember your aid." At the same time, new messages appeared on Zhou Ning's interface. "You have completed the chain quest, Rescue Spark Lambert. Overall difficulty rating, A. You have gained 326,000 experience points. You have received the gratitude of the Lambert family. Your reputation with the Lambert family has risen to revered. You now receive a 55% discount at all Lambert-owned establishments. You may freely purchase the Lambert family's secret recipes and browse their archives. Additional rewards will be distributed later. You have obtained 1 random template card and 2 random rewards." Zhou Ning's heart surged with joy. The Lambert family's reputation was considered a hidden faction. No one in his previous life had ever maxed it, so its full benefits were unknown. But even those 3 rewards alone were astonishing, unprecedentedly generous. The random template card could even yield 1 Punchman, or the First Emperor, and the 2 random rewards had chances to contain legendary templates or unknown artifacts. This time, Zhou Ning was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 330, Chapter 331, Unexpected Risk. 1247 words. Chapter 331, Unexpected Risk. Before long, 2 wagons pulled by horned horses rolled in from outside the military port, each bearing the silver crescent and star crest of the Lambert family. Besides members of the Lambert family, several Darkly City policemen dressed in white tights and red military coats accompanied them. They were there to investigate the incident at the military port. In the Kingdom of Bryston, only nobles, active soldiers, and policemen were permitted to wear uniforms resembling the red-coated lobster soldiers of Old England in the original world. "Wayne, please get in the carriage. I'll take you out. Otherwise, people from the Circle of Earth might stop you for questioning," Brown Lambert said quietly, glancing toward the distance. Zhou Ning nodded, not rejecting Brown Lambert's goodwill. He had no desire to invite trouble. The military port sat in the northwest corner of Darkland, once territory of the Sea God Church. After the church's decline, it had retreated to the ocean kingdom of Rivendell, leaving its former holdings under the control of the Earth Goddess Church and its transcendent faction, the Circle of Earth. If the Sunwatchers ranked a 1 in difficulty, then the Circle of Earth would be a 10. Once entangled with them, even escaping with your skin intact would be considered lucky. Zhou Ning had suffered at their hands plenty of times back, when he was still a player. Fortunately, their intelligence department seemed rather ineffective, like movie policemen who always showed up after the credits rolled. After Zhou Ning climbed into the carriage, it sped through the snow toward Levia Street without pause. Compared to the shabby carriage of the Sunwatchers, this one was far more luxurious, its floor covered with thick brown bear fur rugs and furnished with an elegant wine cabinet. By now, Brown Lambert had recovered the proud composure befitting his family motto. He took a bottle of Krista Island champagne from the cabinet and poured a glass for each of them. Then he began asking Zhou Ning and Spark for more details. Crustacea Island lay southeast of Bryston. It was notorious for its unpredictable weather, droughts, downpours, and frost all in the same year, yet, strangely, the grapes grown there produced exceptionally fine wine. At its peak, a single bottle could fetch as much as 1,800 vectas, and drinking it sometimes even increased one's mental attributes, or so Zhou Ning had discovered in his previous life through testing in Sunken Star beneath the water. Zhou Ning took a sip, smiling. Luck was with him this time, his mental power had indeed increased by 1 point. Then, facing Brown's questions, he answered as fully as he could. The facts spoke for themselves, there was no need to hide or lie. He recounted everything, Joshua Lambert's death after the auction, Earl Robbins's likely involvement, and his own experiences in the Alsop Marsh. With Brown Lambert's keen mind, it wouldn't be hard for him to deduce that both Earl Robbins and the Order of Solitude were deeply suspicious. Given Brown's influence in Bryston's political arena, perhaps he could even shift the current situation a little. Carl Robbins. Brown Lambert's eyes widened slightly before he fell silent, deep in thought. He said nothing more for the rest of the ride. After a while, the carriage stopped at the corner of Levia Street. Zhou Ning declined the father and son's offer to escort him further. He only took an umbrella from the carriage, opened it with a snap, and stepped out, the snow and wind shut out above him. Using observation hockey, he could already sense that a heavy rain was imminent. Zhou Ning chuckled. The scene felt strangely familiar. The first night he'd crossed into the apocalypse world, Keen West had pulled the same trick, it all seemed like a lifetime ago. Almost at once, the snow overhead shifted seamlessly into a torrential downpour. Raindrops the size of beans pelted down as Zhou Ning strolled through it beneath his umbrella, heading toward the Westland General Store 2 blocks away. On the way, he happened to pass a charity orphanage near Levia Street that he vaguely remembered. He stopped and looked toward it from afar. Hemingway Street No. In his sight stood a building that was almost an exact replica of the Ascender's structure he'd seen in the mural. Even in the pouring rain, a few ragged children were playing in front, chanting the words to Who is the Weather Child? On the roof, several men in worn white linen shirts were patching leaks in the rain. So this was what people called work for a leaf. Who's the weather child? Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Who's the weather child? Mist, dew, cloud, frost. Ha ha, I'm the biggest, I'm the weather child. A little girl shouted gleefully. Inside Zhou Ning's mind, Molly spoke, this place carries faint traces of death. Just like Ian and John, those children are tainted by misfortune. Zhou Ning nodded in agreement. His sharp instincts could indeed sense a faint, nauseating aura of death lingering in the air. He'd have to ask Sherlock later what exactly was going on in these orphanages. Just as Zhou Ning turned to leave, a sudden crash echoed, a roof tile broke loose, followed by a heavy thud. One of the men repairing the roof had slipped in the rain and fallen. There was no sound after that, just blood spreading beneath his body, snaking its way into the gutter. Zhou Ning hadn't even had time to react. He was dead. Chaos broke out immediately. The little girl who had just been laughing ran toward him, crying out, Papa. A gaunt middle-aged woman rushed out from the orphanage. Seeing the scene, she froze, then broke down sobbing uncontrollably. Losing the breadwinner meant the entire family was doomed to hardship. The little girl stood beside her, tears streaming down her face, utterly lost. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply and removed his hat. Moments ago he had witnessed noble luxury, now he faced this. How could anyone treat this world as just a game? The little girl suddenly felt something on her head. Zhou Ning had placed his hat there. Looking up, she saw him smiling gently. "Don't cry, child. Don't cry." He reached into his coat, pulled out his wallet, and handed the middle-aged woman a dozen vectas notes and a few Roshen coins. His voice was soft. "Don't stay here. Use this to bury your husband, then leave this place. Find some work, anything at all." "Thank you, sir. The sun goddess will surely bless you." The woman looked stunned for a moment before tears welled up again, and she began thanking him over and over. Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more money, but judging from the looks around them, giving too much would only paint a target on their backs. After leaving the orphanage, Zhou Ning's expression grew heavy. Clearly, though the accident had seemed random, it wasn't entirely coincidence. The foul weather, the presence of unknown supernatural forces, and the pull of misfortune had all conspired to cause it. In places he couldn't see, there must have been countless more tragedies like this one. Such was Darkland, cold and unforgiving reality. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ning arrived at the West Lin General Store and pushed the door open to enter. Chapter 331, Chapter 332, Orange Reward 1179 words. Chapter 332, Orange Reward. When Zhou Ning pushed open the door, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. The general store looked exactly the same as before, still haphazardly arranged, as messy as a junkyard. But besides Sherlock, there was another person sitting inside, the former protagonist Leandro Pessa, whom Zhou Ning hadn't seen since the expedition to the temple. If he remembered correctly, in the original storyline, Leandro should currently be at school, participating in the alchemy competition and showing off in front of that so-called child of the plain, Puxami Shelley, from the Ruins Kingdom. The alchemy competition. Zhou Ning couldn't help wanting to smack his forehead. He had just remembered that he himself was supposed to be a contestant in that very competition. He'd been so busy saving the world lately that he'd completely forgotten about Professor Wesley. Hopefully, the professor wouldn't hold it against him. Leandro stood up and gave a crisp, neat bow, a bright smile on his face, and eyes full of respect. "Good evening, Senior Wayne." This guy really hadn't changed a bit. He still radiated that over-the-top hot-blooded energy, a mix between Luffy and Naruto. And that favorability score, it had actually increased by more than 10 points since they last met. If the other party were a girl and Apocalypse were a gal game, this would probably be the point where things could turn a bit intimate. Noticing Zhou Ning's gaze, Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile. "The Sunkeeper can't participate in the investigation personally, but there's no rule against unofficial assistance. Leandro will accompany you as a support for the next phase of the investigation. Don't worry, his abilities are more than sufficient." Of course they were. He was the child of the plain, after all. According to the laws of narrative logic, partnering with him was bound to invite a storm of trouble. Zhou Ning grumbled inwardly, but outwardly, he maintained a calm expression, smiled, and nodded to Leandro. "Welcome aboard. I'll do my best," Leandro declared enthusiastically. When Zhou Ning sat down beside him, Sherlock pulled a small notebook from his coat and laid it on the table. His tone grew serious. "Everything you asked me to look into is in here. These are records of deaths and police reports from various almshouses since mid-year, after the passage of the Alms Act. The details are quite unusual." "Death records?" Zhou Ning's heart tightened as he quickly turned his eyes to the notebook. June 7, 11 incidents, 7 fatalities. At 10 a.m., in the Trade District almshouse, Justin died, after accidentally falling and breaking his neck. At 12 p.m., in the Hemingway Street almshouse, Mrs. Joe Lizzie died, after being caught in a textile machine due to exhaustion. At 4 p.m., in the Golden Clover South Road Orphanage, a dormitory fire killed 5. June 10, 8 incidents, 6 fatalities. June 12, 7 incidents, 5 fatalities. All the way up to December 17, 6 incidents, 4 fatalities. Zhou Ning flipped page after page, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. At first it seemed like random coincidences, but the further he read, the more horrifying it became. Every record represented real, living people, each with families, each now gone. And December 17th should have had 5 deaths, one of which he had just personally witnessed. Sherlock, seeing Zhou Ning still silent, continued, according to Cherry's calculations, since mid-year, deaths in almshouses from exhaustion, accidents, illness, and other causes have exceeded the normal threshold by 745 times. In the field of mysticism, too many coincidences mean it's not a coincidence. These almshouses are definitely hiding something. Zhou Ning nodded gravely. There was no doubt something was wrong. He had a strong feeling that once he found Chris Fisher, he'd uncover the next piece of the truth. He flipped through the notebook again. The mural's ascendant ritual altar had 7 platforms in total, but according to this record, since mid-year, 18 new almshouses and orphanages had been built. If his hunch was right, it was just like the second act of Diablo II, the 7 false and 1 true tombs of Tao Rasha. Some would be real, others fake. The thought made Zhou Ning's head ache. 3 were in the Old District, 2 in the Trade District, 1 on Hemingway Street, 1 on Golden Clover South Road, 3 between the docks and port area, and 1 near Vic University that made up those closest to him. As for the rest, most were on the outskirts of Darkland. Those would have to be handled by the rather idle Leandro. Hopefully, the former protagonist wouldn't let him down. These few locations, can you handle them? Zhou Ning asked, pointing to the map. No problem at all. Leandro said loudly, puffing out his chest. Zhou Ning. Why did this feel so familiar? I like your energy, Zhou Ning said, half squinting. They arranged to meet again the following evening, at the same spot. By the time Zhou Ning left West Lin's general store, it was already past midnight. Strangely enough, the torrential rain had suddenly cleared, and the sky was now bright and cloudless. He checked the progress on his simulator. His panda avatar, still wearing that ridiculous pineapple hero cape, was flying, the update bar creeping along erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes agonizingly slow. It was at 27% now. At this rate, another 2 or 3 days, and it should be complete. His home was about 6 kilometers away. If he took a longer route, he could stretch it to 10. Considering his daily secret training method god tier routine, he decided to run home burning youth, as Rockley would say. The Old District streets were well lit, and as he ran, he occasionally passed ragged figures shuffling along with their families, or huddled beneath streetlights to rest. They were the homeless poor, inevitable victims of the economic downturn after Charles VI's death. During his run, Zhou Ning confirmed the locations of 3 almshouses, planning to investigate them one by one soon. When he finally got home, he did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then, satisfied, he watched the notification pop up on his panel. You have completed 1 round of the secret training method god tier. Your physical stats have increased randomly. Agility +1, strength +1, stamina +2. Zhou Ning gave himself a thumbs up. At this rate, world-destroying power was no longer just a dream. After taking a shower, he made himself a beef toast sandwich, poured a cup of milk, and reclined comfortably in his chair, eating while opening his game panel. After everything he'd been through, the blood, the sweat, the near defeats, it was finally reward time. He had earned 1 random template and 2 random rewards from his recent mission, and the anticipation made his heart race. He started with the random template card. Without hesitation, he clicked it. A surge of orange light flared brighter and brighter. It was orange again. Thinking back to how the Triton sword had upgraded last time, Zhou Ning couldn't help grinning. Today really was his lucky day. Could it be that the springtime of the African chieftain had finally arrived? Chapter 332, Chapter 333, New Descent Card 1183 words. Chapter 333, New Descent Card. The orange card's background radiated a deep black glow. It had to be another villain template. Had he really stumbled into a den full of villains? Moments later, the light dispersed and the image grew 3-dimensional. A young man clad in black armor, a black cape, and a black face-covering helmet sat imposingly upon an iron throne made of countless blades and weapons. Behind him floated a sky castle suspended in the air. A simple, ancient-looking hammer lay casually beside him, and in his gloved right hand he held a silver-white chain, the other end bound to a loyal-looking green giant. The name of this template, Ultimate Magneto Zhou Ning. Personality, evil, contradictory, stubborn, and ambitious. Talents, Magnetic Mastery Red, Criminal Genius Purple, Master Orator Purple. Skills, Magnetic Field Manipulation Grandmaster, Magnetic Flight Grandmaster, Brainwave Control Master, Magnetic Field Defense Grandmaster, Body Manipulation Master. It looked a bit like the darkened version of Magneto from Ultimatum, the one who, in a fit of rage, could control a person's body by manipulating the trace amounts of iron in their blood, or alter the blood flow to the brain to influence thought. He could even reverse the Earth's magnetic poles and destroy the entire planet. Magneto's power was not to be underestimated, but overall, Zhou Ning felt a little disappointed. The card's strength was barely at the edge of Orange Tier 2 mediocre. What happened to promises of the First Emperor or One Punch Man? With this draw, Mad Clown, Penguin, Ordinary Office Worker, Kyoka Suigetsu, Dark Knight, Ultimate Magneto, the 6 villain characters once again joined forces, raising his villain series to 6 and unlocking a new synergy in his template index. Formidable Villains 6, Agility plus for synergy effect. When using a villain template during a crossover, the completion rate of the instance rises faster, with a 30% chance of receiving an extra reward. Not only did it grant +2 strength and agility, but now using villain templates for crossovers was far more cost-effective. 30% extra reward probability wasn't just for show. All in all, still worth it. Zhou Ning couldn't help but wonder if he went to the Naruto or One Piece worlds, could Magneto's powers crush Tendo Pain or Kid? 2 random rewards remained. Zhou Ning chose to use one first, and the system interface popped up. This mission reward is random. You will randomly draw from the following: specialty/item/skill/random template card/random descent card. This one was clearly higher level than before, with new categories like skills and random descent cards added to the pool. Whatever he got would be fine, but ideally, Zhou Ning hoped for a legendary specialty. You have obtained the skill, Hive Shot. You have obtained the skill, Tempest. Hive Shot. You can infuse ripple energy/hockey into bullets to launch a high-speed burst, doubling the power of dual pistols. This skill can only be used with dual pistols. Tempest. While airborne, invert and spin downward while firing, remaining in the air for an extended time, and dealing 185% weapon damage to multiple targets. This skill can only be used with dual pistols. Zhou Ning. He thought he'd been shortchanged, but surprisingly, this pull was a double 2 rewards in one. If he wasn't mistaken, these were both gun mode skills from Dante in Devil May Cry, forming a perfect combo. Not exactly a jackpot, but still a rare and valuable prize. They enriched his skill set and career path for future class upgrades and could even be sold to players. Cool and powerful aside, the fact that they were dual pistol exclusive meant he could sell every player another revolver. Zhou Ning knew how to do that kind of math. One last random draw remained. Whether it turned out to be a legendary specialty or a random descent card, both were acceptable. The former could elevate him to a boss template, the latter gave him an extra life-saving trump card. After some hesitation, Zhou Ning decided against using his Lucky Clover. He'd already used it twice in a row without balancing his luck. His misfortune might have stacked up higher. Best to leave this one to fate. You have obtained a random descent card, Oceanographer Zhou Ning. This card can be traced. Oceanographer Zhou Ning possession card, temporarily grants you all abilities of Oceanographer Zhou Ning for 15 minutes. As expected, his luck couldn't be trusted. Unlucky Zhou Ning hung his head silently. Although the original version of this Oceanographer Zhou Ning seemed invincible based on Jotaro Kujo, with time-stopping powers and overwhelming style, its actual combat power in a world of gods and transcendent beings was uncertain. The safest option was to gild it first. Just like Pirate King, Zhou Ning had evolved into Lord of the Seven Seas. Zhou Ning sent it into the Marvel or One Piece worlds for refinement. After finishing all his rewards, Zhou Ning had no intention of resting. Following his usual reading routine, he pulled a stack of papers and a pen from his drawer and continued transcribing Harry Potter. The first volume, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, was 228,000 words long. Since he had previously drawn a rare item, great writer Zhou Ning's extensive manuscripts, he only needed to translate the text into Brastonese. Over the past few days, he had already copied 130,000 words. Just another 90,000 or so, and he would finish the first volume completely. Once successfully submitted, he would complete the hidden mission Literary Life 4. The next morning, snow was falling heavily again. Zhou Ning put on a white trench coat, wrapped a white scarf, donned his hat, grabbed an umbrella, and opened his front door. He slipped a thick stack of envelopes into the mailbox. Last night, he'd written at an incredible speed, almost burning his pen out, and finally finished copying the first Harry Potter. He mailed it to Darkland First Publishing House, whose address he'd looked up earlier. Now, all that was left was to let fate decide. Meanwhile, Sunken Star Beneath the Water had been waiting early that morning outside the alchemy shop, full of anticipation and surrounded by fellow merchants. He'd heard from Wayne Sturwell that there would be a surprise today, so he'd prepared plenty of money and experience points, ready to splurge. In the Starry Sky Guild's online list, Jin's name had been lit since the day before yesterday, continuously grinding the Austin Manor destruction battle instance with her teammates. Her level was already 35, just 5 more, and the professional league would officially begin. No wonder they said she'd transferred all her chest fat to her liver. After a while, a figure in a white trench coat appeared in the distance. Wayne Sturwell, walking slowly toward them. Only slightly less handsome than me. Sunken Star Beneath the Water couldn't help but think to himself. He moved faster than anyone else, rushing up to Wayne Sturwell and opening the shop interface. Instantly, he was stunned by the massive batch of new skills and equipment that appeared. Chapter 333, Chapter 334, Experience Skyrockets 1444 words. Chapter 334, Experience Skyrockets. First, in the most eye-catching spot of the item list, aside from the stone mask he wasn't interested in and the devil fruit he had already eaten, there was a new unknown item called Lucky Clover. It immediately drew Sunken Star Beneath the Water's attention. Its selling price was 150 vectas per use. The effect: upon use, you gain 12 hours of good luck, followed by 3 hours of bad luck. Sunken Star Beneath the Water couldn't help exclaiming. Isn't this just a straight-up luck buff? As long as he used those 12 lucky hours to farm dungeons and get loot, then stashed everything in storage before the unlucky period hit, and went AFK in a safe zone for 3 hours, he could do whatever he wanted afterward. Wouldn't that make him unstoppable? Alright, I'll note it down, let's see what else there is first. Next, Sunken Star Beneath the Water scrolled down to the bottom of the skill list, and suddenly widened his eyes. This is a new type of hockey besides armament hockey. Observation hockey. It's a passive skill that sharpens one's 5 senses, and can also be used to predict and evade danger. And there's a new gun fu psychic counter. Perfect to pair with observation hockey. Holy crap, and new skills Hive Shot and Tempest. Both single target and AoE. These are advanced skills for the Wandering Gunslinger class. They're so cheap too, except for observation hockey being a bit pricier. The rest only cost 20 vectas and 50,000 experience each. That's practically free. The more Sunken Star Beneath the Water looked, the more excited he became. Without hesitation, he instantly bought all the skills, took a screenshot of the shop, and posted it on the forum with the title, "Shocking. The strongest class has been born, see for yourself." Sunken Star Beneath the Water's unique verified ID, and the classic clickbait headline brought in massive traffic. Within minutes, his post dominated the board. With the Apocalypse Professional League about to begin, these new skills were like a blessing from heaven for all the Wandering Gunslingers eager to perform well. No one wanted to miss out. In no time, players flooded in to learn the new skills. Even the grind-obsessed Jins rushed out of her dungeon to join in. This girl had appeared frequently in XB's recent live streams. Whenever she teamed up with XB and Haicheng, both notorious for their clumsy gameplay, the party would get wiped repeatedly, breaking her spirit several times over. She was like a Lin Daiyu when silent, but a Lu Zhishan when she opened her mouth. Though he had expected some buzz, Zhou Ning was still surprised by the sheer enthusiasm of the players. Player Xiuzhu has learned your skill Hive Shot. You gain 20 vectas and 50,000 experience. Player Curry Overlord has learned your skill Gun Fu Psychic Counter. You gain 20 vectas and 50,000 experience. The notifications for skill purchases flooded his screen non-stop. Since the new skills required dual pistols, Zhou Ning's revolver stockpile, which he'd been hoarding, was nearly depleted. Even the Lucky Clover was bought out several times by rich players, something he hadn't expected. Letting other players share the usage cooldown, that idea had just occurred to Zhou Ning. The inspiration came from the story of Richie Burke and Ingersoll escaping from a nameless island. They took turns using the Lucky Clover, maintaining their fortune while minimizing their misfortune. Given the game's mechanics, the worst that could happen during unlucky hours was losing some experience. Money and gear could be safely stored, and players could just AFK in town to avoid risk. But during the lucky period, the possibilities were endless: dungeon runs, field farming, crafting rare quality items, or even gambling at NPC casinos. Losses in NPC casinos didn't cost Zhou Ning a thing, and the player's growth only benefited him. After all, it wasn't his own wool being sheared. Watching his experience and money skyrocket, Zhou Ning couldn't help but smile contentedly. Time passed quickly. After nearly 6 hours of non-stop sales, from snow to clear skies to rain, Zhou Ning finally decided to call it a day around 4 in the afternoon. When he glanced at his stats, even he was shocked. In just half a day, he'd earned 67 million experience, enough to raise his level significantly. In a few more days, he'd have the Demon Hunter class maxed, and could start creating a new one. For the first time, his savings had also surpassed 100,000 vectas. He was still short 150,000 to purchase the mediocre Emperor template, but his progress was looking very promising. At the current grinding pace of Jin's the Grind Queen, the professional league would begin in 2 to 3 days at most. These next 2 days would be prime time for massive profits. He had to stay busy, or he'd miss out. The orphanage investigation could wait until nighttime. After finishing his sales, Zhou Ning headed to the alchemy shop, where Richie Burke was discussing expansion plans for the guild's temporary base with Bosun Berg. "How are things going?" Zhou Ning asked casually, sitting down beside them. "Pretty smoothly," Richie Burke replied, startled at first before continuing. "I've arranged for part of the mithril to be processed in Darkland City and Bryston City. Some has already been shipped to Ruins, while the rest is being sent in batches to the Byron Republic and the Sepharic Kingdom. I've also secured buyers in those 2 cities. As for the guild base, have you already dealt with the Lambert family? They just sent someone over, brought the deeds for several nearby shops. We should have everything finalized in a few days." Richie's tone carried a hint of envy. Why was this guy so damn lucky? The street outside Vic University was prime real estate. Those deeds alone were worth at least 20,000 vectas. "Pretty much handled," Zhou Ning nodded, clicking his tongue slightly. "Those must be part of the mission's later rewards." As expected, the harder the task, the greater the payoff. The Lamberts really lived up to their reputation as a ducal family. He'd known they were rich, but not this rich. After leaving the alchemy shop, Zhou Ning opened the forums. Sure enough, the main page was filled with posts about the wandering gunslinger's sudden wave of new skills. Many were already analyzing class balance and comparing advantages. Originally, once players hit level 30, melee classes like warriors and knights began to shine. Warriors gained charge, intercept, and leaping slash, powerful gap-closing moves that made it easy to crush ranged classes. Combined with their flashy battle aura, they were regaining popularity fast. The top contender from the Candy Super Sweet Club, Tang Shanda, was a warrior with high odds of winning the championship. Knights, meanwhile, could deal damage, control enemies, and even heal themselves. Their holy light and radiant effects gave them great flair, and after completing their level 30 mount quest, they gained strong chase abilities, a nightmare for fragile ranged players. But the moment the wandering gunslingers' new skills appeared, warriors and knights immediately felt the pressure. With observation hockey and psychic counter, both evasion and counterattack abilities improved dramatically, cutting down melee advantage by more than half. They became much harder to fight. In the end, all blame fell on Wayne Sturwell. That was the knights and warriors' consensus, especially among players from other nations. They had never seen such a shameless person, simultaneously the story's protagonist, class mentor, quest giver, and traveling merchant. Utterly unfair. Hard to beat, huh? That's how it should be. Zhou Ning smiled. As someone who'd been through it all, he knew exactly how every class stood at this stage. Once players learned all the skills he'd released, the wandering gunslinger would have no natural counters. Against other classes, it would be a clean 60-40 advantage, or maybe 50-50 against some truly skilled meteorologists. Unless someone had completed other hidden quests, obtained overpowered skills, or wielded level 5 or 6 magic scrolls or unknown artifacts, otherwise, the championship was almost certainly going to a wandering gunslinger. Thinking about that, Zhou Ning turned southwest, heading toward the orphanage near Vic University to begin his investigation. He had previously tried using the compass that doesn't points north to locate Chris Fisher, but the needle had spun wildly, likely blocked by some extraordinary power. So now, he had no choice but to check each orphanage one by one. Chapter 334, Chapter 335, Investigation Results. 1203 words. Chapter 335, Investigation Results. The nearest poorhouse was located not far to the southwest, just south of the Vic University campus. As expected, it was built in the same architectural style as the Ascendant ritual site. Zhou Ning stood quietly at the mouth of the alley, observing for a while. From time to time, people in tattered clothes, looking exhausted and hollow-eyed, carried textile materials in and out. A guard stood at the entrance, and the moment anyone slowed their steps, he would roughly drive them away. Most of them are afflicted by misfortune, their life force severely depleted. If you plan to investigate, I suggest starting with the auxiliary facilities. See if there are any statues, altars, or alchemy circles that don't match standard specifications. Many demons and evil gods aren't after world destruction, but they're very interested in human resentment and life force, Molly said in his mind. I understand. Zhou Ning nodded solemnly. Using his chi observation technique, he could also see that these people's lifespans were indeed very short. In fact, he had already suspected as much. From the 2 previous simulations he had conducted in the Apocalypse world, he had learned that the resurrection of the evil god Nyastora required vast quantities of death, blood, disease, and hatred, ideally, massive deaths occurring simultaneously. The first resurrection had come from a man-made mining disaster. The curse god cult sacrificed 2,000 miners from the Darkland mine to summon Nyastora. The second time, his counterpart in that world had triggered it through an armed coup, purging thousands of rebels whose lingering resentment became the medium that summoned the god. The collusion between the curse god cult and the Life Alchemy Society clearly had this kind of intent. Switching his title to the Phantom Thief, better suited for infiltration, Zhou Ning's figure instantly blurred into an elusive shadow. Without a sound, he scaled the wall and slipped inside. Inside, rows of low buildings lined both sides of the poorhouse, with a large factory in the center. Even though it was late at night, the lights inside still burned bright. The air was thick with dust and smoke, the acrid scent stinging his nose. Many ragged workers sat at looms, laboring tirelessly while coughing violently from time to time. A narrow staircase on the right led up to the second floor, guarded by 2 watchmen at the base. At the top of the factory was a roof designed to hold crystals. The low houses on both sides appeared to serve as dormitories. A few thin female workers stood at the doors, washing clothes. Zhou Ning's gaze swept across the interior before settling on a lit room on the second floor, at the west end of the factory. Using his farsight ability, he could clearly see a sign on the door, Director's Office. Moving into the shadows, Zhou Ning fired a grappling hook toward the balcony railing. The hook drew him up silently, landing him by the side of the office. Through the window, he saw a fat middle-aged man embracing a call girl dressed in a harpy cosplay outfit playing rather shamelessly. Zhou Ning frowned slightly, disappointed. The man's aura was hollow, his vitality weak, he wasn't even a transcendent being. This was nothing like the cruel, cunning, and powerful demon Zhou Ning had imagined. Wait, there's another door in this room. Using his powerful observation haki, Zhou Ning sensed that there was a hidden space beyond it. A thought flickered, and a wave of conqueror's haki spread soundlessly. The middle-aged man and the harpy girl both went rigid, eyes rolling back as they fainted instantly. Zhou Ning leaped in through the window, then gave each of them a quick knock on the back of the head just to make sure they stayed unconscious longer. He walked to the wall and began to feel around. When his fingers pressed a certain brick, there was a click, a hidden door swung inward. A thick stench of rot and mold poured out. Inside was a large concealed chamber. At the center stood a small black altar, identical to the one Zhou Ning had found in River's mansion. Upon it lay offerings of rotting food, and a small idol of Nyastora. On the walls hung several dark, heavy mirrors, each facing a corridor entrance. From his position, Zhou Ning could see shifting black silhouettes moving inside the mirrors. He had encountered such creatures before in the Elven King's tomb. They were mirror phantoms, beings that mirrored whoever looked into them, reflecting the opponent's strength. They were often used for surveillance and alert purposes. Zhou Ning strode forward, thrusting his hand into the mirror, and yanked out the mirror phantom guarding the entrance. Thanks to the phantom thief's concealment effect and his lightning-fast reflexes, the creature didn't even have time to transform into his likeness before the ripple energy engulfed it, reducing it to ashes. You have slain Mirror Phantom LV. You gain 27,000 EXP. Not much experience and no loot. Zhou Ning flicked away the ashes from his fingers and dusted off his hands lightly. Aside from the black altar, the floor was inscribed with a massive, intricate alchemy circle that covered the entire chamber. Alchemy arrays belonged to the advanced domain of applied alchemy. Zhou Ning barely understood the basics, let alone such a colossal, composite array. Even Professor Wesley might not be able to decipher it. Still, the situation was clear enough, it confirmed his worst suspicion. This was indeed one of the 7 Ascendant ritual altars. These lunatics actually planned to use the commoners of the entire Darkland city to complete the Ascendant ritual. The memory of that mural where every citizen of the Elven Royal City turned into shadows and undead at once sent chills down his spine. With a grave expression, Zhou Ning crouched to try damaging the alchemy circle. Yet no matter how he disrupted the engravings, the silver liquid forming the array quickly restored itself, as if possessing regenerative properties. As for destroying the entire place with overwhelming force, he could do that, but it would likely alert the masterminds, stirring the snake and jeopardizing later operations. He had to hold back for now. Along the inner wall stood a wooden ladder leading up to the ceiling. There he found a concealed hatch that opened outward. He climbed up nimbly, staying outside the mirror's sight, and pushed open the hatch. Above was the crystal-holding spire, with an inconspicuous groove at its peak. He didn't yet know the activation method, but it was clear that placing a crystal there would instantly trigger the alchemy circle below. After that, Zhou Ning proceeded to the other locations he had identified yesterday: 3 poorhouses in the Old District, and a welfare home on Golden Clover South Road. The result: identical layouts, identical secret rooms, identical designs. Still no trace of Chris Fisher. That was strange. There were only 7 Ascendant ritual altars in total, yet counting the newly built poorhouses and welfare homes, there were 18, and he had already found 5 identical ones. Perplexed, Zhou Ning headed to the West Lynn General Store. Leandro hadn't returned yet, only Ian was on duty. Zhou Ning greeted him casually, exchanged small talk, and sat down to wait for Leandro's news. Chapter 335, Chapter 336, Traversal Simulator Version 3. 1277 words. Chapter 336, Traversal Simulator Version 3. After a brief chat, Zhou learned that Ian had been working with Sherlock these past 2 days investigating the giant incident, but they hadn't made any progress. Even Ian himself had been scolded by Sherlock. Zhou hadn't expected Ian to be so straightforward. As they talked, Ian even began complaining about Sherlock, saying he never gave him a day off. He hadn't had a vacation in 8 months. He called Sherlock unreasonable, stingy, and miserly, grumbling on and on. Zhou wasn't sure about the unreasonable part, but stingy and miserly, that he had experienced firsthand. Every time he came to the Westland General Store, the tea served was always the cheapest kind, there were never any pastries, and even the standard carriage was terribly plain. Allegedly, this was directly tied to the Sunkeeper budget shortage. After cutting costs everywhere, this was the result. They really were unlucky, though. Just looking at the mission progress said it all. After several months, the task was still stuck at 27%, with zero progress. The entire Sunkeeper group was dispirited and embarrassed, unable to lift their heads. The Bryston authorities had used that as justification to pressure Qian West into giving up his investigation of the Jeremy Aiden ghost incident, transferring the case to the Darkley Field Division instead. If Zhou hadn't accidentally learned from Richie Burke that the original informant Adam Aiden, bearer of the Honesty family motto, actually knew Count Robbins, and was highly suspicious, the task progress would never have jumped from 27% to 55%. So was it possible that the Sunkeepers still didn't know Adam Aiden was problematic? If their investigation started off in the wrong direction, how could they ever reach the truth? At that moment, Sherlock, who bore a striking resemblance to Li Tai, walked out from the inner corridor of the Westland General Store. Seeing Zhou, he smiled in greeting, sat down beside him, poured himself a cup of cheap tea, and asked with a smile, "Nice weather today. What are you two talking about?" Seeing Sherlock, Ian immediately stood up straight and saluted loudly. "We were just discussing the giant case." This guy looked exactly like Jason Statham, rugged, chiseled, radiating righteousness. You'd never guess that just 2 minutes ago, he'd been cursing his superior in front of Zhou. Zhou couldn't help but give him a disdainful look. Sherlock looked intrigued and turned to Zhou. "Wayne, do you have some kind of lead?" After a moment's thought, Zhou decided to tell Sherlock about Adam Aiden. After all, it was part of his own mission, and sometimes, leveraging official power was necessary. Choosing his words carefully, he said, "Sherlock, haven't you ever suspected that the informant, Adam Aiden, might be hiding something?" "Adam Aiden?" Sherlock repeated thoughtfully, then shook his head. "That's unlikely. I remember telling you his family's creed is honesty. If he ever lies, he loses that ability. How could it be impossible?" Though still a bit hesitant, Zhou concealed the main character's name, and recounted what he'd seen and heard over the past 2 days, especially the connection between Adam Aiden and Count Robbins. "That explains it. No wonder parts of his testimony didn't add up." Sherlock's eyes lit up as he listened. He thanked Zhou, then suddenly stood and clapped Ian on the shoulder. "Let's move." The Sunkeeper profession was truly overworked, no rest days, and they could be called into action at any hour of the night. Thankfully, Zhou was only a part-timer. At that moment, 2 system prompts appeared on his interface. "Your reputation with the Sunkeepers has increased by 2,500 points. Current relationship, intimate. B-rank mission, tracking the giant's whereabouts, progress updated, 79%. The task progress had jumped by 24% in one go. So this was the correct way to handle the quest. It really did feel like playing a detective game, basically teaming up with Sherlock Holmes for fun, Zhou thought wryly. "Wait a second." Zhou stopped Sherlock, who was about to leave. "Do you still have any standard issue revolvers? I'd like to buy a batch. The price is negotiable." The players had been overly enthusiastic today, business was booming. His stockpile of several thousand revolvers saved up over months was nearly sold out. Perfect time to replenish. "They're stacked in the right side room of the underground passage," Sherlock said. "Cherry's guarding the place. Take what you need, but don't grab too much. I'll be watching you." He pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers before rushing off with Ian. Zhou Ning was stunned. Did that mean he could just take them for free? And people said Sherlock was stingy. How dare they? In the basement of the West Lynn General Store, Zhou Ning found Cherry. They had worked together before during the alchemy bomb incident at Vic University. He hadn't expected her to be the Sunkeeper's quartermaster. She was independent from the Church of Ascetics quartermaster, Lucius. Her exchange stock was extensive but eclectic, finished goods like firearms, ammunition, and alchemical potions. Nothing top-tier but cheap and abundant. What stood out the most was a flintlock similar to Richie Burke's a mysterious item of unknown properties. But its exchange cost was a staggering 9,000 reputation points, enough to wipe Zhou Ning's accumulated Sunkeeper reputation back down to indifferent. He didn't have much use for flintlocks anyway, or he might have traded for it on the spot. There were also several dungeon summoning stones available for exchange: Shadow Maze, Cultist Sacrifice Ritual, and Eerie Gallery. To his surprise, there were 2 related directly to him: Alchemy Phantom, and Vic University Alchemy Bomb Incident. Each cost 2,500 reputation points, same as Lucius's prices. Not wanting to take excessive advantage, Zhou Ning exchanged for a single batch of revolvers. After returning to the surface, he waited for a while before Leandro finally walked through the door. Any discoveries? Zhou Ning asked eagerly. Leandro shook his head, a bit frustrated. The poorhouses are too far apart. I visited 3 today but found no sign of Chris Fisher. The only odd thing is that all 3 poorhouses share the exact same layout. Zhou Ning nodded in understanding. It seemed Leandro hadn't discovered the alchemy circle hidden in the secret rooms, but that wasn't surprising. Not everyone had observation hockey like he did. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Ning continued his routine, running his alchemy shop by day and investigating the remaining poorhouses at night. Unfortunately, neither he nor Leandro found any useful clues. The only thing confirmed was that all the poorhouses were likely used as ascender ritual altars. He'd already identified 9 on his end alone. Meanwhile, Sherlock's progress had skyrocketed. Zhou Ning didn't know what they'd done, but the mission percentage had jumped to 91%, almost complete. In addition, after 3 days of continuous sales, Zhou Ning's experience had surpassed 130 million, and his accumulated vectors exceeded 160,000, just 1 step away from evolving mediocre into powerful. Jin's was already level 38, by tomorrow night, or the following morning, she'd reach level 40 and unlock the professional league. That meant Zhou Ning had 1 last day to harvest resources. But he'd also promised John to meet at Vic University the next morning to introduce him to a new business partner. Zhou Ning wasn't one to break his word. Time was running dangerously short. Traversal Simulator update complete. Welcome to the era of Traversal Simulator 3. Just as he returned home, a synthetic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zhou Ning immediately perked up. After several days of downtime, the update was finally done. He shut the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down eagerly, then clicked in without hesitation. Chapter 336, Chapter 337, New Template, New Mode. 1189 words. Chapter 337, New Template, New Mode. Opening the Traversal Simulator, Zhou Ning couldn't help but pause in surprise. Compared to before, after the upgrade, the simulator's texture looked much more refined. If it had once resembled a cheap mobile game interface, it was at least easier on the eyes now. The overall UI layout wasn't drastically different, but there was now a new tab labeled Template Cultivation Mode next to the Traversal Simulation tab. Zhou Ning guessed it was just another new way to milk traversal coins, probably the so-called hidden update. His eyes swept over the various options for a while before deciding to check out the new mode later. For now, he tapped into the mission section first. Back when he'd completed the One Punch Man run, his finger had moved too fast, and he'd missed a red notification dot in the mission tab. His obsessive tendencies had been itching ever since. Once inside, Zhou Ning immediately understood. After countless simulated worlds, the long-term mission A Better Tomorrow was finally complete. A better tomorrow. Only a true hero remains true to himself, and only a man of genuine virtue is truly free-spirited. In over 9 simulated worlds, become a hero recognized by the people. Progress, 9 out of 9. He clicked claim reward, and a notification popped up on the panel. You have obtained a Hero Series template card Superhero ×1. You have gained 240,000 EXP. You have unlocked 2 new hidden missions. Redeem now. 2 hidden missions. Zhou Ning raised a brow. The rewards for this chain of hidden missions had always been pretty stingy. The first time, it only gave him a one-time use superhero template card which turned out to be Batman. The second time was better, a permanent one. At least the mission names sounded grand. Fortunately, the tasks themselves were easy. He didn't even need to think about them. Zhou Ning clicked redeem without hesitation. A better tomorrow. Only a true hero remains true to himself, and only a man of genuine virtue is truly free-spirited. In over 15 simulated worlds, become a hero recognized by the people. Progress, September 15th mission tip. As long as you stay true to yourself, this mission isn't difficult. The real challenge is perseverance. Keep it up, great hero. The arch-villain, you are the nightmare of the righteous, the harbinger of the world's destruction. In over 3 worlds, become a villain who makes the world tremble. Progress, 0/3 mission tip. Indulge your desires. Enjoy your vacation in the simulation worlds. This mission is easy. Go on, arch-villain. Zhou Ning. Easy, my foot. He finally understood the so-called version 3.0 was emphasizing the clash between alignments. There'd been a note before the update mentioning a new affinity attribute. Templates aligned with one's personality would perform better, while those opposing it would be weakened. He was currently lawful neutral, meaning he could theoretically complete both missions, but Zhou Ning suspected the system wanted him to choose a side early. Still, he decided to take things as they came. Whether he completed the missions or not didn't matter. If luck was on his side, it'd happen naturally. He'd just take the free rewards. What annoyed him most was the literary life writing task. After all that effort, the publisher still hadn't replied. Had his manuscript been rejected? Opening the item menu, Zhou Ning claimed his reward and chose use. A burst of purple light flared, followed by a dazzling white flash, the purple hinting at quality, the white at alignment. This was going to be a fairly standard hero-type card. The image on the card became three-dimensional. Zhou Ning stood in an orange skin-tight suit, a belt with an A emblem around his waist, green pants, and a trident in hand. Behind him stretched a vast, endless blue ocean. Towering waves rose as he stood upon the crest, arms outstretched. In the upper left corner, blue ocean waves condensed into glowing text, Aquaman Zhou Ning. Character, Aquaman Zhou Ning. Personality, brave, optimistic, determined, emotionally intelligent. Talents, Lord of the Ocean red, amphibious breathing purple, communication with sea life purple, super physique purple. Skills, close combat advanced, swimming divine, sea beast taming divine, melee weapon mastery advanced, telepathy advanced, magic mastery advanced. Note, this template comes with Poseidon's trident and a harpoon. Aquaman, Not bad in terms of individual strength, 2 divine level skills, 1 orange talent, and a solid skill spread. The issue was that the divine ones were swimming and sea beast taming strong but situational. On the sea, this template would be top tier. Maybe he could send it into the One Piece world and farm points there. Just being able to tame sea kings made him overpowered. After drawing this template, the hero faction expanded as well. Just as the villain faction had a 6-member lineup, the hero side grew from 2 to 4 members. Marine biologist plus Aquaman plus Spider-Man plus strongest sorcerer. Though Zhou Ning still didn't know who the strongest sorcerer was, the lineup suddenly felt epic. The synergy bonuses were similar to the villain's side. Revered Heroes Squad 4, Strength plus 4. Stamina plus 2, Agility plus 2. Synergy effect. When using hero templates in traversals, mission completion rates increase faster. Seeing this, Zhou Ning was almost certain now this update was clearly building up the two opposing factions. After reviewing his gains, he checked the Achievements tab. At some point, a new section had been quietly completed. Achievements: Heaven-Shaking Catastrophe No Stat Bonus, Avengers No Stat Bonus Mission, Impossible No Stat Bonus, Master and Commander No Stat Bonus. Action Movie Tetralogy Part 1 complete. You have gained 80,000 EXP. You have unlocked a hidden mission. Hidden mission triggers under special conditions. Battle Maniac. As a true battle addict, you are always eager to test your limits. Challenge 5 powerful opponents across simulated worlds and create 5 memorable battle scenes. Progress: 0 out of 5 mission tip. Choose the right template, enter the right world. So long as it's not a slice-of-life story, this mission won't be hard. Reward: Random reward. Like the previous 2 missions, this one was basically free, easy to complete naturally. After all, his runs as One Punch Man in the Marvel world and Sword Saint Zhou Ning in the gaming world had already produced countless iconic fights. He wasn't worried at all. With a bit of luck, he could finish it in one go. Once all the red notifications were gone, Zhou Ning exhaled in relief. Now sitting on 160,000 vectas in cash, he figured he should splurge a bit before the next traversal, especially since the draw mode had also been updated. A 10 pull cost 900 traversal coins, 9,000 vectas. After recharging 18,000 vectas, Zhou Ning took a deep breath and initiated the draw. This might be the most expensive pull he'd ever done. He hadn't expected the draw animation to change 210 cards suspended in midair, 3 of them glowing in shades of blue or purple. Tapping them would flip them over. The first 3 were blanks. The 4th card shone with a violet gleam. When he flipped it, a thick book appeared. You have obtained an epic grade item, Devil Fruit Compendium. Devil Fruit Compendium, epic grade. Chapter 337, Chapter 338, Template Cultivation Mode 1268 words. Chapter 338, Template Cultivation Mode. Devil Fruit Compendium use identifies the type of devil fruit you choose, including artificial ones you've created yourself. Note: all devil fruits obtained through the Traversal simulator are in an unidentified state. Looking at the item's description, Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected it to be this advanced. This Devil Fruit Compendium wasn't a reference book as he'd imagined, but more like a devil fruit identifier. It could directly determine a fruit's type. No wonder it was classified as an epic item. For him, this was actually a great reward. After all, trying to identify a devil fruit by its image alone was too abstract. It could be considered a decent start. He had produced and stockpiled quite a few devil fruits recently, planning to sell them to players. He'd also been meaning to pick one to eat himself, but didn't want to settle for less. Now he no longer had that concern. The 4th reward was once again a blank draw. You have obtained a rare item, Browning M1906 pocket pistol, with several 25 ACP rounds included. You have obtained an exotic item, Heisel's flying machine. You have obtained an epic equipment, Coulson's wristband. This item has been collected into the Hall of Curiosities. You have obtained a rare item, M4A1 carbine rifle, with several 5.56 by 45 mm rounds included. That's it. Zhou Ning felt a sharp pain in his chest. Spending 9,000 vectas on this 10 pull felt like drawing nothing but air. Aside from the Devil Fruit Compendium, what else was even worth mentioning? Other than those guns, the prototype of Heisel's flying machine should have come from a quest given by a goblin NPC in World of Warcraft's Ungoro Crater, which required killing a bunch of dinosaurs for their scales. Heisel's flying machine. Exotic item equip effect. Allows you to glide long distances after jumping from a high place. Description: even after a long time, you can still smell the metallic tang of blood on the glider's wings. It was somewhat similar to a hang glider, useful enough, but definitely not worth 900 vectas. As for the other epic item, once Zhou Ning checked its stats, he finally felt a bit consoled. Among everything he got, this one was by far the best. Coulson's wristband quality, epic equipment type, wrist/weapon required level, 58 attributes, plus 7 agility. Effect 1, launches a grappling hook toward a designated target. Effect 2, emits a powerful electric shock. Effect 3, can be used to create an explosive device. Description, a standard piece of agent equipment, created by Tony Stark for Coulson after the nuclear war. Not only was it practical, but it also granted bonus attributes. Zhou Ning equipped it immediately without hesitation. It might come in handy in certain situations. After collecting Coulson's wristband and the Devil Fruit Compendium, both Endless War 2 and Sailing the Seas in the Hall of Curiosities gained a new addition, granting him a total refund of 40 traversal coins. At least it was something of a recovery. Well, whatever it was, money he'd taken off players anyway. Zhou Ning consoled himself with that thought and proceeded with another 10 pull. To his dismay, this round went even worse. Out of 10, 6 were blanks. That was just cruel. You have obtained a rare item, Webley Scott Bulldog revolver with several 45 ACP rounds included. You have obtained an exotic equipment, Iron Spine Serpent Spear. Not until the final draw did a purple glow appear, an epic grade item again, this time also from the One Piece world. You have obtained an epic skill book, Marine Manual Moonwalk. Marine Manual Moonwalk Epic Skill Book. Use, learn Moonwalk, one of the 6 styles of the Marines. Not bad, actually. Zhou Ning had regretted missing out on the 6 styles back in the Across the Seas instance. Although this draw yielded something, spending a total of 18,000 vectas for just 3 decent items made his heart ache. He now deeply understood one universal truth: gacha games are pure evil. He clicked to use the skill book, and as it dissolved into fragments, a new entry appeared in his skill bar. Moonwalk Beginner, you can consume focus to kick the air with powerful leg strength, generating lift that allows you to walk as if climbing invisible stairs. However, you cannot hover for long. Duration depends on agility, focus, and skill level. You can also use it to attack from aerial blind spots. Not bad at all. It seemed to pair nicely with his recently learned Tempest. Use Moonwalk to ascend, then perform a spinning descent with gunfire. It would definitely look cool. After 2 rounds of 10 pulls and an 18,000 vectas loss, Zhou Ning decided to stop. The updated gacha system was something to dabble in, not to sink into. Even if he had a gold mine, it wouldn't survive this. Next, he turned his attention to the simulator's new feature, the template cultivation mode. Upon clicking in, he found an extremely simple UI with only 2 options, and a small question mark icon in the upper right corner. The first option was Find a new character, and the second was Run Traversal Simulation. The simplicity was almost crude. It looked somewhat similar to the regular traversal function. Zhou Ning imagined that if there were a display above his head, it would be filled with question marks. He clicked the question mark icon for more info and suddenly it all made sense. This mode was somewhat like a farming game. You spent traversal coins in the first option to find a new version of yourself, essentially like creating a new character in an RPG. The higher the investment, the stronger the starting stats. After creating the character, you'd send it into a random world via the second option. Each new character would return after 24 hours with a brand new template. For example, spending 100 traversal coins would create a version of Zhou Ning with the initial attribute Feeble. Sending him into a random world allowed you to choose one of 3 growth strategies: cautious, balanced, or aggressive. Cautious was free, balanced and aggressive each required an extra 50 traversal coins. Traversal could occur through either physical or spiritual transfer, meaning the new Zhou Ning might directly replace an existing NPC in that world, resulting in templates like First Emperor Zhou Ning, Spider Sense Zhou Ning, or Injustice Superman Zhou Ning. Choosing cautious might lead to a mundane, office worker Zhou Ning type of life. Balance could go either way, success or failure, while aggressive carried a high chance of death and failed template creation, but could also produce a supervillain or superhero. Everything was unpredictable. Was actually pretty interesting. Yet as intrigued as he was, Zhou Ning couldn't help feeling a chill. Could it be that the templates he'd been purchasing all along were the results of higher dimensional versions of himself running this exact process? After pondering for a bit, Zhou Ning decided to click Find a New Character to see what would happen. A new prompt appeared on screen. You have chosen to find a new character. Searching for another version of you. Please select the initial attributes of this alternate you. Note, attributes are not everything. Even a loser may turn things around. Feeble, 100 traversal coins ordinary, 200 traversal coins outstanding, 500 traversal coins. So this was just about how much you were willing to spend, huh? Basically a money sink disguised as a feature. Zhou Ning exhaled slowly, then decided to give it a chance to scam him just to test the waters. Chapter 338, Chapter 339, Cultivation and Adaptation 1177 words. Chapter 339, Cultivation and Adaptation. Select initial attributes. Facing the three options, 100 for weak, 200 for ordinary, and 500 for outstanding, after a brief moment of thought, Zhou Ning decided on the ordinary attribute, which cost 200 traversal coins, and clicked Confirm. A prompt instantly popped up on the panel. You have confirmed ordinary as your template attribute. Initial template confirmed as green. Matching in progress. Match successful. You are a seemingly ordinary, yet currently popular celebrity. Your greatest talent is acting. Though passionate about charity, you have grown disinterested in everything around you. Just then, you receive the chance to traverse worlds. What kind of waves will someone like you stir up? Stay tuned. Immediately, one of the 4 card slots below lit up with a new 3D card. On it, Zhou Ning was dressed in a white ancient-style costume, holding a curved blade. His face was handsome yet distant indeed, unremarkably ordinary. However, compared to the characters he had previously purchased, this one seemed to lack a bit of life. Zhou Ning tapped directly on the card. In the lower right corner, a small arrow pointed toward the option, Begin Traversal Simulation. After clicking on it, the panel displayed another stream of messages. Randomly selecting traversal destination. Selecting. Selection complete. You have randomly arrived in the world of Date A Live. Please choose your template's traversal simulation tendency. Reserved, 0 traversal coins. Moderate, 50 traversal coins. Aggressive, 50 traversal coins. Zhou Ning. If he remembered correctly, this was the harem anime where the protagonist gained power from beautiful spirit girls by kissing them, a series full of absurd seriousness. The protagonist kissed 12 spirit girls one after another, each fair-skinned, beautiful, and of every imaginable type, all catering to various tastes and preferences. Truly, the very definition of over-the-top indulgence. The power system wasn't bad either, there were indeed supernatural abilities involved. Zhou Ning could only sigh that it wasn't him who had traversed into that world. Given that it was a harem show, courage, keen observation, and a thick skin were indispensable traits. Choosing reserved would only lead to tragedy and heartbreak. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning picked the aggressive strategy and initiated the simulation. Boarding time machine. Traversal complete. Traversal successful. On April 1, 2011, you found yourself confused and disoriented as you arrived in this world. What kind of person will you become next? Stay tuned. After the traversal completed, the card turned white and could no longer be selected. In its upper right corner, a timer displayed 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, steadily counting down. Zhou Ning understood at once. His earlier theory was correct, this cultivation template system really did resemble a farming game. Once the countdown finished, he could simply come back to harvest his template. Since that was the case, he might as well add another chip to the table, open a second field. The Find New Character section had 4 total card slots, meaning up to 4 templates could be cultivated simultaneously. After some consideration, Zhou Ning chose the Outstanding attribute and clicked Create. You have confirmed Outstanding as your template attribute. Initial template confirmed as blue. Matching in progress. Match successful. You are a second-generation immigrant from Huaxia, born in 1977 and raised in Chicago. Growing up amidst an era of rebellion, rock music, and skulls, you seized the opportunity to become a mafia boss reminiscent of Scarface's Al Capone. Just as you were growing weary of this blood-soaked life, you received the chance to traverse worlds. What kind of waves will someone like you stir up? Stay tuned. Likewise, a new 3D card appeared in the slot below. Zhou Ning now wore a black suit, with a scar across his face, looking both handsome and fierce. From this card, Zhou Ning could almost smell the aura of a powerful man. After clicking Traverse, the panel displayed, randomly selecting traversal destination. Selecting. Selection complete. You have randomly arrived in the world of Gotham. He wasn't sure whether it meant the TV series, or the DC universe. If it was the former, Zhou Ning actually hoped he'd end up as Bruce Wayne, creating a mafia boss version of Batman for himself. As for the simulation strategy in Gotham, that was especially important. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ning chose the moderate approach. Survival came first, only the living could make an impact. After completing these two template investments, totaling 800 traversal coins, Zhou Ning decided to stop for now. Whether he would make another investment would depend on how tomorrow night's harvest turned out. According to the updated FAQ, aside from the features he'd already experienced, the reversion function had also been adjusted. Perhaps because he had only played once before, the reversion option currently came with a 70% discount for 3 days. Zhou Ning couldn't help but suspect that behind this simulator lurked another version of Gaben himself. A bargain like that was too good to pass up. Zhou Ning took out his pocket watch. It wasn't even 11 yet. Since his gaming urge was in full swing, he decided to use the reversion mode for another traversal. Reversion mode. By paying double traversal coins minimum 20, you can choose to traverse either as a completely random, or an existing character template. Time and location are both random, and the timeline may have been altered by previous traversals. Rewards remain the same, 3 in total. Opening the reversion interface, 8 selectable worlds appeared before him. With the discount applied, Miss Lost London and Endless War only cost 14 traversal coins, but those didn't hold much value anymore. After a short hesitation, Zhou Ning chose Across the Seas for his reversion. No need to say it, he had already decided to use his Oceanographer template for this one. Not only did it align perfectly with his expertise, but strengthening his abilities was an urgent matter. Zhou Ning's Oceanographer had impeccable control, easily rated S level, but his attack power was lacking. He wanted to see whether he could make his Oceanographer learn the 3 types of hockey, or perhaps eat a devil fruit. Only then could he unleash his full potential. Moreover, the Hall of Curiosities in Across the Seas still had more than 10 empty slots, a perfect opportunity to fill them. 2 birds with 1 stone. Reversion preparing, -18 traversal coins. Please select traversal mode. Traverse using random template. Traverse using existing template. Obviously, option 2. Zhou Ning chose it without hesitation and entered reversion. More than 20 cards split into 3 factions and arranged themselves into 3 rows. Zhou Ning quickly located his Oceanographer card in the Justice faction, wearing a white trench coat and matching hat, and selected it for traversal. The Oceanographer tilted the brim of his hat, eyes sharp and focused, as a bluish-purple phantom spirit quietly rose behind him. Chapter 339, Chapter 340, The Recollection of the One Piece World. 1139 words. Chapter 340, The Recollection of the One Piece World. Match successful. In this parallel world, you are a highly successful oceanographer with a PhD in marine science, still as handsome and cool as ever, and with an invincible stand. As a man who once saved the world, though you haven't made a move in a long time, your power remains. After all, who could possibly replace you as the protagonist? What kind of change will someone like you bring to this world? Let's wait and see. Current world exploration rate, 0%. This world has not yet been developed. If you die during this rewind, the game ends. Note: when using a template to transmigrate, you may freely choose the time and location. Note: in rewind mode, the template character has strong subjective agency. The oceanographer Zhou Ning's alignment is lawful good. You have no control over his actions in this mode. You are thinking about the time and location for transmigration. You did not make a choice. Now boarding the time machine. Transmigration complete. You have arrived on the open sea in the year 1499. From this moment on, the wheel of history begins to turn. Zhou Ning was stunned. The last time he transmigrated, it had been to the year 1516. That meant that after he cleared that world, even the protagonist Luffy hadn't been born yet. If he remembered correctly, Zoro was born in 1504, and Luffy in 1505. Ending up in 1499, before the main characters were even born. What was he supposed to do with that? He sighed. Just a few days ago, he'd been lucky enough to get the One Punch Man template and the secret training method skill. Was this payback already? August 11, 1499, you're drifting alone on an endless sea, completely unable to determine the exact date or location. The only thing you can cling to is a piece of floating driftwood. You have no food or water, but that's not really a problem for you. Using Star Platinum, you knocked out a fish to eat. Fortunately, you still have a small knife in your pocket, so you can slice it into sashimi. August 12, 1499, after drifting for a full day, you use your extensive oceanographic knowledge to observe that the ocean currents here are behaving strangely. It seems a magnetic field nearby is pulling all surrounding currents toward a single point, creating an area teeming with fish. About 85% of the species here are ones you've never seen before. This clearly defies logic. There are roughly 36,000 known fish species on Earth, 21,353 of which are marine. You recognize most of them. The most likely explanation is that you are no longer on Earth. August 14, 1499, you confirm this theory on your third day adrift, when you encounter a gigantic sea monster resembling a leopard with a fishtail, something straight out of legend, rivaling Godzilla in size. Its mass easily exceeds 200 tons, larger than a blue whale. There's no way such a creature exists on Earth. It seems to have mistaken you for food. Against an enemy like this, you never hold back. You activate your stance ability and stop time. Within 2 seconds of time stop, you unleash a flurry of punches that defeat the creature. Its habits seem similar to those of killer whales, intelligent apex predators of the sea. Given time, you could probably tame it, but you're in no mood for that right now. You leap lightly onto its head instead. For a while it keeps trying to drown you, but really, how could that work? Faced with such a vicious beast, your counterattack is merciless. After 3 hours of struggle, the massive creature finally becomes your temporary mount. Achievement unlocked, The Life of Pi. August 17, 1499. After 6 days adrift at sea, you finally spot an island, a large, inhabited one with wild coastlines of dunes and coral reefs, stretching almost as far as Australia's 90-mile beach. You gently pat your sea beast on the head, and let it go before leaping gracefully ashore. Once you reach a small town on the island, you notice the locals' clothing is completely foreign. You realize you can't understand their language. Their fashion resembles 16th century European style, and their speech sounds like something from the Indo-European family. Because of your strange attire, people stare at you, especially a few of the young women. February 2, 1500, after living on the island for almost 5 months, you've finally learned the local language. You find out this sea is called the South Blue, and the island is Batarilla Island, part of the Sorbet Kingdom, ruled by a tyrant king named Bartholomew Kuma. You also meet your neighbor, a man named Roger. For some reason, you get along very well and quickly become good friends. Achievement unlocked, Friends 3. You can tell Roger is no ordinary man. He seems carefree but carries an undeniable aura. When he learns you're an oceanographer, he tells you about a place where all the world's fish gather, AC called All Blue, located at the end of the perilous Grand Line. He says that if his pirate crew hadn't already disbanded, he would have invited you along to see it for yourself. That's probably every oceanographer's dream destination. Even for you, the thought of it stirs something deep inside. Still, you're in no rush. You're only 24, with a long life ahead of you. March 12, 1500, your friendship with Roger deepens. He has a beautiful wife named Portgas de Rouge, already several months pregnant. What surprises you most is Roger's immense power. It's a completely different system from your stand abilities. During a pirate raid, his sheer presence alone crushes his enemies, shaking the entire island, and with a single slash, he sinks a ship. Could you defeat him? At your peak, maybe. 5 seconds of stop time would be enough to do a lot. For some reason, you have a feeling that in this world, you'll return to your peak and even surpass it. When you ask about his abilities, Roger doesn't hold back. He even offers to teach you. This power is called Haki. The type that overwhelms others with sheer presence is called Conqueror's Haki, requiring the will of a king. The two trainable types are Observation Haki and Armament Haki, which aren't too hard to learn. In fact, some races in the Grand Line are born with it. And indeed, it isn't hard to learn. After 60 sparring matches with Roger taking many hits and breaking several ribs, you finally master both forms of Haki. You even resisted the urge to use Star Platinum to punch him. As your Haki improves, your time stop duration increases to 3 seconds, and your physical abilities grow dramatically. Chapter 340, Chapter 341, The Recollection of the One Piece World 2 1385 words. Chapter 341, The Recollection of the One Piece World 2. It wasn't until you personally experienced the power of Haki that you realized Roger's true strength. It wasn't as if you'd never fought him before. Even though he couldn't see your stand, before you could activate its ability, he would always sense the stand's movement ahead of time using Observation Haki. Even when you stopped time, he could promptly coat his entire body with Armament Haki to defend himself. Even with its overwhelming offensive power that surpassed most stands, invincible Star Platinum still couldn't do much against him. You had to admit you underestimated him. Someone like him couldn't possibly be an unknown figure in this world. March 29, year 1500, a young boy visited Roger. Roger was delighted and pulled you along to throw a banquet. The boy's name was Shanks. His bright red hair stood out, and he wore a straw hat on his head. Roger laughed as he told you that he had entrusted his hopes for the future to this boy. Perhaps, before long, you would hear his name resounding across the seas. Shanks's personality was somewhat similar to Roger's: bold, generous, carefree, and loyal to a fault. After a few rounds of drinks, the three of you began talking about your dreams. Roger said his dream had already been fulfilled, and that he now suffered from an incurable illness. His greatest wish was simply to spend the rest of his days peacefully with his wife and child. Shanks said he loved the sea and longed for freedom, dreaming of becoming a free pirate with his crewmates. As for you, you wanted to see the All Blue, the sea where every fish in the world gathered, and if possible, return to your homeland. March 30th, year 1500, after waking from your hangover the next day, Shanks was already gone. Apparently, you'd promised him something while drunk. Ah, right, you'd agreed to sail out to sea with him. Well, you could think about it later. If you didn't feel like it, no one could force you. You were once a delinquent, after all, the kind who'd refuse to pay for food if you thought it wasn't worth the price. April 2nd, year 1500, you found your first job in this world, a bounty hunter. You began hunting down heinous pirates. Because of this line of work, you met a young Marine major stationed at the South CG 178 base named Borsellino. He followed a philosophy of ambiguous justice. He was strong and got along well with you. At least he never tried to embezzle your bounty rewards. Due to the tyrannical rule of the current king, tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, many of his citizens had turned to piracy, wreaking havoc on the surrounding islands. A bit farther away lay another nation, the Torino Kingdom, rumored to be a place where birds enslaved humans. Pirates there were rampant as well. From April 3rd to July 17th, year 1500, during these months, with Roger's guidance and your own battle experience, you had fully mastered observation and armament hockey, faintly returning to your peak state at age 17. Since your stand was the manifestation of your spiritual energy, your growing strength enhanced Star Platinum's destructive power, precision, speed, and time-stopping ability. And this seemed to be only the beginning. On July 17th, you even managed to defeat Roger for the first time by stopping time, but perhaps due to his illness, you could tell his power had noticeably declined. July 19th, year 1500, early in the morning, Roger came to see you, looking far more haggard than before. With a solemn expression, he told you the truth that he was once the Pirate King, and that his illness had reached its final stage. He didn't have long to live. In his remaining days, he intended to stake his life on the future. Earlier, he had told you that his dream was to spend his last years peacefully with his wife and child. That was true, but not the whole truth. He had another dream, to ensure that the will passed down through generations would transcend the flow of time and continue forever. As long as dreams endured, he said, he would never truly die. In his speech, Roger mentioned something called the Will of D, though he didn't elaborate. You didn't know exactly what he planned to do, but you didn't stop him because a person's dream should never be stifled. That, too, was a kind of golden spirit. Before leaving, Roger entrusted you with his sword and pistol, saying he would no longer need them. He then set off alone on a small boat. Though you weren't skilled with either weapon, you carefully preserved them. You obtained epic equipment, Supreme Grade Sword, ACE. You obtained epic equipment, Jackson. You obtained the achievement, Heart of Gun and Blade. From July 20th to August 20th, year 1500, after Roger's departure, you continued your life as a pirate hunter. Even though Roger never asked you to look after Rouge, you still checked on her from time to time during her pregnancy. As for the pirates who trampled on the weak for their own gain, you showed them no mercy. Some you killed, others you captured and handed over to the Marines. Because of your remarkable record and your distinctive white coat, you gained a new title, the White Hunter. The only pirate who ever escaped you during those months was a young man with messy black hair passing through the area. His name was Marshal D. Teach, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Perhaps because of the D in his name, you remembered him vividly. August 22nd, year 1500, you read a report from a news coup. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had been captured by the Marine hero Garp, and would be executed in his birthplace, Loguetown, on September 3rd, year 1500. You couldn't help but feel a faint shock. August 23rd, year 1500, you boarded a Navy ship bound for Loguetown. Borsellino, recently promoted to Vice Admiral, would be traveling aboard the same vessel to oversee potential riots at the execution, and then return to Marine headquarters to report. As one of your few friends in this world, you decided to accompany him to see Roger off on his final journey. Due to the strange geography of this world, the seas are divided into 4 regions: east, west, north, and south by the Red Line and the Grand Line, which intersect almost perpendicularly. At their 2 junctions lie Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land Mary Geos, the headquarters of the world government. On both sides of the Grand Line stretch the calm belts, home to enormous sea kings that actively attack passing ships. With no wind for sails, only Navy vessels lined with seastone could safely pass through. To reach the East Blue from the South Blue, one could either sail directly through the calm belt aboard a Navy ship, apply for permission from the world government to cross the Red Line, or if strong enough simply swim across. Travel was incredibly inconvenient. Along the way, you saw countless sea kings, most larger than the one you'd fought before, but thanks to the seastone, they ignored the ship entirely. After 9 long days at sea, you finally arrived at the East Blue and entered Loguetown. September 3rd, year 1500, you stood beneath the execution platform, witnessing Roger's final moments with your own eyes. Roger saw you too and flashed a wide, fearless smile. The square below the platform was filled with people, some crying, some laughing, some trembling with excitement. Then, with one sentence, Roger ignited the crowd into chaos: "You want my treasure?" You can have it. Go find it. I left everything the world has to offer, all in that place. As the official countdown to the execution began, you fell silent, pulling your hat low over your eyes. As his friend, you couldn't judge whether what he did was right or wrong. You had seen firsthand the devastation pirates could bring. Though some, like Roger, were adventurers and dreamers, many others were like Dio Brando, those who trampled on the lives of the weak without remorse. In a way, Roger's final words would undoubtedly usher in a new era, an era led by pirates. Chapter 341, Chapter 342, The Recollection of the One Piece World 31297 words. Chapter 342, The Recollection of the One Piece World 3. At the same time, on the execution grounds, you spotted Shanks, who had also come to witness the execution. He didn't see you, he was standing among the crowd with a red-nosed young man. Several other people also gave you a strong impression. One was a sharp-eyed young swordsman with a black blade on his back that reminded you of a hawk. Another was a strange man with an onion-shaped head. Another was a cloaked young man whose entire body was shrouded in a cape, and in one corner stood a young man wearing a flamboyant pink flamingo coat. They had all gathered here, perhaps to witness the fall of the previous pirate king. The moment the blade fell, you almost acted, truthfully. If you had, you might have been able to use your 6-second time stop to snatch Roger from the execution platform. But there was no need for that. You simply watched the execution with a blank expression. Forget it, perhaps you should do something after all. Directly across from the execution platform stood a clock tower. Behind you, a bluish-purple phantom spirit suddenly emerged, leaping high into the air until it reached the tower. It drew back its fist and struck the great bell with a resounding blow. The deep toll of the bell echoed across the plaza, a sound that marked the end of the old era, the beginning of the new, and your final farewell to your dearest friend. The sudden, resonant bell startled the attending Marines, and threw the crowd into commotion. Before your eyes, a whirlwind erupted across the plaza, sending people tumbling in all directions. At the same time, threads wrapped around every Marine's body, forcing them into absurd, puppet-like movements. Seizing the chaos, you patted Shanks on the shoulder and led them out of the area. Through conversation, you learned that the red-nosed boy beside him was named Buggy, a trainee member of Roger's crew, and a user of the chop-chop fruit. A devil fruit ability. You immediately took note of the term, recalling the whirlwind and those sudden strings. This power, like hockey, was entirely distinct from the stand system. However, according to their explanation, anyone who eats a devil fruit becomes cursed by the sea, forever unable to swim, something utterly unacceptable for a marine biologist like you. But you couldn't help thinking, could your stand eat a devil fruit in your place? After all, you knew that a stand could interact with physical matter, and could even eat. It was a good idea, but one that required testing. After all, the market price of an unknown devil fruit was at least 100 million berries, and with your current shortage of funds, you couldn't afford one yet. Not long after, Shanks formally invited you to join him. He was planning to form a pirate crew, and carry on Roger's will through free adventure. Buggy immediately refused, saying he had his own dream, to find the world's greatest treasure. As for you, you said you'd think about it, perhaps after Ace was born, you'd decide. On the other hand, Borsalino also invited you to join the Marines. In the midst of the great recruitment drive, you would at least have been given the rank of headquarters lieutenant commander. But you refused. In October of 1500, just as you had predicted, Roger's death inspired pirates all over the world to seek the One Piece. Thus began the Great Pirate Era. Even in the weakest of seas, the East Blue, 4 to 5 new pirate crews appeared overnight. After gradually mastering armament hockey, you tried swimming across the calm belt for the first time. Midway you encountered a familiar figure. As soon as it saw you, it flinched and instinctively tried to flee. It was you again, Leopard-head Godzilla. And once again, it was forced to serve as your steed, carrying you back to Batarilla Island in humiliation. From October 1500 to January 1501, life remained relatively peaceful. After Borsalino left, a Marine named Rear Admiral Leander took over. To be honest, you didn't have a good impression of him. He even tried to withhold part of your bounty. Unforgivable. The result? He got thoroughly beaten up. That's what happens when someone angers you. To avoid further trouble, you took Rouge and left Batarilla Island early, moving to a southern island in the South Blue called Tryon Island to lie low. The island wasn't populous, wasn't under the world government's jurisdiction, and had no king. It was divided into 4 districts, each controlled by local gangs, meaning the Marines had no presence there. Perhaps by coincidence, on your way to Tryon Island, you defeated a pirate ship sailing from the South Blue to the East Blue. Their biggest mistake was trying to rob you. Inside the cabin, you discovered a blue fruit with strange spiral patterns, a devil fruit perhaps. You obtained an epic item, unknown devil fruit ×1. This item may change when acquired from the simulator. You didn't feel particularly excited. After observing it closely for a while, you summoned Star Platinum, and had it pick up the fruit and take a bite. Moments later, a golden and silver-white version of Star Platinum quietly emerged from the mist behind you. As expected, after consuming the devil fruit, Star Platinum had undergone an unprecedented evolution. You named the fruit the Mist fruit. It allowed partial vaporization of the body, and could also generate a vast field of mist that trapped anyone within it, seemingly a rare Logia-type fruit. You hadn't yet named your stand's new form, but it was now far more than just your original stand. After some research, you came to an understanding. Once Star Platinum consumed the devil fruit, even your body received feedback from your stand. You gained partial mist abilities, your physical strength improved significantly, you could generate a small cloud of mist, and importantly, you didn't lose the ability to swim. Experiment successful. You were certain that with your enhanced stand and the power of the devil fruit, if you were to face Roger again, though you'd still be inferior in hockey and combat skill, you could at least fight him on even terms. On January 10, 1501, Rouge successfully gave birth to a baby boy on Tryon Island. According to Roger's wish, he was named Ace, Gold. Coincidentally, on the same day, your neighbor also gave birth to a red-haired boy named Kid, Eustace Kid. Perhaps he and Ace would make fine playmates one day. After settling them in, you left Roger's supreme-grade sword, Ace, and his pistol, Jackson, behind, sincerely hoping that Ace would grow up healthy and happy with his mother. Once you returned to Batarilla Island, you packed your belongings and decided to set sail for the Grand Line. It was about time to pursue your own dreams. From the constant reports of the news coup, you learned that Shanks had already made quite a name for himself on the Grand Line, while Buggy had formed a pirate crew in the East Blue with a bounty of 5 million berries. As for you, your journey was only just beginning. Over the past year, you had saved a decent amount of money and bought a ship for your voyage. But as luck would have it, barely 2 minutes after setting sail, you ran into a large fleet. From their sails, you recognized them as marine escort ships, guarding a luxury vessel departing from the Sorbet Kingdom. Upon spotting your ship, they opened fire without hesitation. Chapter 342, Chapter 343, The Recollection of the One Piece World for 1168 words. Chapter 343, The Recollection of the One Piece World. For just 2 rounds of bombardment, and your ship's sails are already on fire, the vessel starting to sink. Since when did you become such a destroyer of vehicles? At this moment, it feels like you spent all your savings to buy a motorcycle back in school, only for it to be stolen before you could even ride it. Your opponent has successfully enraged you. With a dark expression, you cast time stop, leaping from the nearly sunken ship. Stepping on the mast, you propelled yourself into the air as Star Platinum floated closely behind you. The stand hurled the broken tip of the mast, still attached to a rope, straight at the enemy's ship, hitting dead center along the hull. Thick fog began to spread across the sea. In the dense mist where you couldn't even see your hand, your and Star Platinum's golden white figures flickered in and out of view, always hovering close behind you. Its fist swung out from time to time within its range. Star Platinum's destructive power never failed. One ship after another began to sink, and sailors jumped into the sea like dumplings dropped into boiling water. When only the last main ship remained, you inserted your right hand into your pocket and calmly flipped yourself onto the deck rail. Through the fog, you could make out familiar faces: Leander, and beside him, a fat young man wearing sunglasses and a transparent bubble hood over his head, sitting astride a muscular man with blood trickling from his forehead, using him as a mount. Around him stood several giant bodyguards with iron chains around their necks, as well as armed naval soldiers. Though the fat man didn't yet realize what was happening in the mist, Leander did. He instantly recognized you, and nervously explained that this was all a misunderstanding. The man beside him was Saint Rose Ward, a world noble from the Holy Land Mariehua, and this ship was transporting the heavenly tribute from the South Blue Sorbet Kingdom and Torino Kingdom to the Celestial Dragons. But the fat man showed Leander no respect. He arrogantly shouted that the only reason he had fired on you was because you'd gotten in his way, but now he had changed his mind. He wasn't going to kill you, he preferred collecting captains as slaves. Captain slaves? You've got to be kidding me, fatso. Anyone who knows you could tell you were already furious. You clenched your fist, and Star Platinum behind you did the same. That line of yours seemed to hit the man's nerve. As if deeply insulted, he instantly pulled out his cane. Inside it was a hidden pistol and fired 3 shots at you. Meanwhile, the surrounding Marines and giant slaves all charged forward. Nice try, but Star Platinum's speed surpassed bullets. Its hands flashed, effortlessly catching the 3 rounds midair. At the same time, the surrounding fog grew thicker as you, within that dense shroud, adjusted your hat, and began to stride forward. With each of your steps, all the nearby Marines including the giant bodyguards were bound by writhing fog and couldn't move a muscle. Only a few with strong armament hockey managed to break free, but they still couldn't see clearly in the mist. Star Platinum darted forward through the fog towards St. Rose Ward, and unleashed a storm of punches. ORA. A torrential downpour of blows. For scum like him, you never hold back. You pummeled him for 2 full minutes. By the time you were done, it was impossible to tell how many bones he had left intact. His bubble hood had shattered, and he lay on the ground like a pile of broken mud. Even so, he still kept running his mouth, crying and screaming that the Navy would avenge him and kill you. And who would replace Zhou Ning as the protagonist, then? Without indulging him further, you slapped him across the face several times until he passed out cold. Then you turned on the rest of the enemies. The golden-white Star Platinum flickered through the fog. With each flash, another foe fell. You held back a little on the regular Marines, but as for the detestable Leander, you gave him some special attention, coating your fists in armament hockey and landing 2 extra punches. Within minutes, not a single enemy on the ship was left standing. Ignoring their struggles, you began tossing them one by one into the sea, starting with St. Rose Ward. Mission progress, iconic battle scenes. January 5th. You exhaled deeply, finally feeling your mind clear. Somewhere deep inside, a new power seemed to be awakening. Afterward, you searched the ship. Aside from mountains of berries, the so-called heavenly tribute also contained a devil fruit. You even found a marine combat manual that had fallen from Leander's body. Its contents were quite advanced. You obtained unknown devil fruit ×1. February 3, 1501, you abandoned the ship carrying the celestial dragon and landed on a nearby island. There you saw your own wanted poster. You had been branded a criminal for murdering a celestial dragon. Your bounty, 600 million berries. The highest initial bounty in history, an unprecedented record. Unbelievable. You'd never even intended to become a pirate, yet somehow ended up with a bounty higher than Shanks. You shook your head. Perhaps this was fate. Your next goal remained the Grand Line. No one would dare to give you passage now, but fortunately, you could still swim. You were glad you hadn't eaten that devil fruit. The fastest route to the Grand Line would be through Reverse Mountain, but swimming up it was clearly impossible, so you had no choice but to enter directly from the calm belt into the middle section of the Grand Line. By sheer coincidence, right at the entrance to the calm belt, you encountered that familiar leopard-headed beast again, leopard-headed Godzilla. Was it here specifically to pick you up? For a moment, you almost felt a touch of nostalgic kinship, but it certainly didn't. The instant it saw you, it let out a pitiful wail, rolled over its massive body, and played dead with its white belly facing up. But you didn't let it off the hook. Reluctantly, it became your mount for the third time, tears of deep humiliation streaming down its face as it carried you into the calm belt. February 12, 1501, after a week of travel, leopard-headed Godzilla finally carried you into the Grand Line. During that time, you hadn't been idle. Your mastery of both types of hockey had improved slightly, and from the Marine Combat Manual, you learned a technique called Shurgon Finger Gun. Used by Star Platinum, it proved quite formidable, capable of piercing the sea surface and striking fish deep below. You learned the skill, Shurgon Beginner. February 15, 1501, you finally landed on a populated island blanketed in snow and ice. There, through the news coup, you came across a new report. The Navy's newly appointed Vice Admiral Sakazuki, along with your old acquaintance Borsellino, had been assigned to capture you. Chapter 343, Chapter 344, The Recollection of the One Piece World v 1310 words. Chapter 344, The Recollection of the One Piece World v. To your surprise, the craftsmanship behind the wanted posters in this world is incredibly advanced. Within just a few days, 2 new versions were released. They captured your image perfectly, even the star-shaped birthmark on the back of your neck was vividly visible. As for the 2 enemies you're about to face, to be honest, you've crossed paths with Borsellino several times before, though neither of you ever fought seriously. Back then, you hadn't yet learned from Shanks what devil fruits really were. You simply thought they were some kind of superpower. His speed is astonishing, and he possesses formidable swordsmanship, kicking, and marksmanship skills. His strength is nearly on par with yours. Sakazuki, on the other hand, is someone you've never heard of before. But since his rank is even higher than Borsellino's, it's obvious he won't be weak. You can already tell this will be a tough battle. Over the next few days, you resupplied on this island, which you learned is called Drum Island, located at the front end of the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line is commonly referred to as Paradise, meaning a paradise for rookies. With your current strength, there should be no one here capable of challenging you. February 18, 1501, by coincidence, you once again encountered that ugly man Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who had escaped from your hands earlier. This time, he was eating without paying. The moment he saw you, his first instinct was to run, but with a single time stop and a finger gun, you easily defeated him. You noticed that his physical combat skills and hockey were both quite impressive. His physical strength was certainly not inferior to Shanks. Now that your status had changed from bounty hunter to something halfway between bounty hunter and pirate, you didn't really feel the need to kill him, though you didn't like him much either. You impulsively decided to rob his ship, only to discover that he was even poorer than you. He had actually arrived at Drum Island rowing on top of a wine barrel. You could only wave him off in exasperation, telling him to get lost. Before he left, you even gave him some money for travel expenses. The guy wasn't entirely ungrateful though. Before departing, he left you a log pose. Due to the chaotic hydrological and magnetic environment of the Grand Line, one can easily lose their way at sea. Each island has a unique magnetic field, and the log pose must record the magnetic signature of each island before pointing to the next. Now this was something truly fascinating for an oceanographer. You were intrigued by the principle behind the log pose. Apparently, the islands and seas of the Grand Line contain abundant mineral deposits, causing the entire route's magnetic fields to fluctuate wildly. During the following days, while you waited for the log pose to record the island's magnetism, you continued your training in both physical combat and hockey, focusing especially on practicing time stop. There was a massive species of murderous rabbit here called Lapon, perfect targets for your training. As the saying goes, once you master one technique, you can understand 100 more. After grasping the key to physical training, you gradually mastered 2 techniques known as Soru and Jeppo. The former allows one to perform high-speed movement by stomping on the ground dozens of times in quick succession, producing explosive reaction forces that make it seem like you vanish from sight. The latter enables you to kick the air itself and move freely through the sky, undoubtedly taking your power to a whole new level. You have learned the skill Soru Beginner. Meanwhile, your mastery over time stop also improved significantly. You had always suspected that the duration of time stop was linked to physical strength, since a stronger body provides greater mental energy, thereby extending the time stop period. Just as Dio Brando, being a vampire, achieved a maximum time stop of 9 seconds, while the human limit on Earth was only 5 seconds. Through intense, grueling training, your time stop duration steadily lengthened. Although the cooldown remained the same, requiring you to catch your breath for a while, the active duration increased from 2 seconds to 4, then 6, and now 8. Perhaps before long, your physique might even surpass Dio's limit, allowing you to halt the flow of time for even longer. February 28, 1501, once the log pose had recorded the magnetic field, it pointed northwest. You purchased another ship on Drum Island and set sail in that direction. However, to your misfortune, a large number of marine warships were gathered up ahead. At the bow of one stood your old acquaintance Borsellino, alongside a burly young man in a justice coat. Borsellino gave you a sly wink. "Sorry, little brother," Borsellino said meaningfully. And in that instant you realized the other man was none other than Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Whether on Earth or in this world, the rank of Vice Admiral is already quite high within the Marines. Above them are only Admirals and the Fleet Admiral. They are not to be underestimated. Therefore, you had no intention of holding back. Right from the start, you activated your stand ability, filling the entire sea area with fog. Using Jeppo and Soru, you charged straight at the enemy. The Star Platinum floated behind you like a shadow, launching an all-out assault. The battle that followed was fierce. With the restrictive power of your fog fruit and your near-broken time stop ability, you managed to suppress both Sakazuki and Borsellino. Sakazuki's devil fruit allowed him to transform into magma, vaporizing your fog, not exactly a counter, but enough to hinder your movements. However, Borsellino was still holding back. His performance was even weaker than during your earlier sparring matches. Taking advantage of Sakazuki's ignorance, you focused your stand ability entirely on him alone. As a result, he quickly fell into disadvantage, unable to perceive your stand's presence, nor understand what was happening during the 8 seconds of stop time. He was forced into a purely defensive position, roaring in confusion and frustration as he suffered blow after blow. If not for his highly developed observation haki, which allowed him to anticipate danger and elementalize just in time, he would have already died within your time stop. Even so, his body was soon covered in wounds. The battle finally ended in your minor victory. After several consecutive time stops, your stamina was nearly depleted, but Sakazuki was gravely injured and had to be carried away by Borsellino. Most of the marine fleet they brought was sunk in the process. Mission progress, iconic battle scenes. February 5, March 2, 1501, this unexpected encounter sent shockwaves throughout the seas. Everyone was stunned by your display of power. Borsellino had only just been promoted to Commodore and wasn't widely known yet, but Sakazuki was already regarded as one of the most outstanding Marines in recent years, a future admiral candidate. High combat power brings high bounties. A few days later, your bounty skyrocketed once again, this time to an unprecedented 900 million berries. In the latest issue of the World Economic Journal, a special article personally written by news tycoon Morgans listed you among the 5 most dangerous pirates to emerge in the half-year since the start of the Great Pirate Era, alongside Whitebeard, Big Mom, and others. Dangerous and ruthless, the report called you. You couldn't help but laugh at yourself. March 7, 1501, you arrived at the island following Drum Island, a nation called Alabasta, one of the original 20 kingdoms that founded the world government. Covering over 10 million square kilometers, the log pose required 5 days to record the island's magnetism. To your pleasant surprise, you encountered Shanks again here. Having seen the news of you defeating Sakazuki and Borsellino, he had come specifically to find you. Chapter 344, Chapter 345, The Recollection of the One Piece World 6. 1342 words. Chapter 345. The Recollection of the One Piece World 6. As a rookie sailor just starting out, after 2 months of adventure, Shanks had already gained some fame, with a bounty of 40 million berries, 8 times that of Buggy. His strength had clearly improved as well. As you expected, the first thing he did upon seeing you was to invite you to join him. In return, whoever was stronger could serve as captain. You glanced at Shanks's tiny pirate crew of only 2 people, the other being a chubby glutton named Lucky Roo with a 20 million berries bounty, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Their only asset was an unimpressive little dinghy. 40 million versus your 900 million. It was obvious what he was really here for, a merger. As a friend, you told Shanks about your current predicament, that the Navy's mightier forces might soon hunt you down. But he didn't care, as he said, a free pirate fears no threat. Since that's how it was, there was nothing more to say. You accepted his invitation and sparred with this long-lost friend. Shanks's hockey and swordsmanship shocked you somewhat. Though he was not yet 20, his mastery of hockey was considerably more solid than yours, and his swordsmanship had clearly improved. But without question, your progress had been even greater. With your unpredictable stand powers, you steadily suppressed him, and ultimately won the match. You may well have had the shortest tenure as captain in the history of sailing. After forcibly renaming the crew from the red-haired pirates to your favorite fruit, the pineapple pirates, you handed the captaincy back to Shanks just a minute and a half later. You felt he was far more suited to the role compared to the open and hearty Shanks. You disliked interacting with people and rarely showed emotion. Your dream was still to become an oceanographer, to visit the All Blue in person, and if possible, to see Raftel Laughtail one day. But your attempt to step down wasn't entirely successful. In the end, Shanks became the captain, yet you were still the leader of the Pineapple Pirates. Was there really any difference? Shanks told you that he, too, wanted to visit Raftel someday. For years ago, after collecting the 4 poneglyphs, he stayed behind to care for a sick buggy, missing the chance to complete that voyage, a regret he carried to this day. He said he was now searching for someone capable of fulfilling that captain's dream. During your stay in Alabasta, you also recruited a new member, Ben Beckman, a man not yet 30 from the North Blue. He had extensive seafaring experience, a clear and analytical mind, and a personality you quite liked. The only downside was that Ben Beckman was a womanizer, something you didn't exactly get along with. During those few days, he kept talking about women, how those from the East Blue were the most beautiful, those from the North Blue were the most flexible, and female giants were strong enough to endure the impact of armament hockey. He even mentioned a friend who had once tried the unique slime creatures of the Magic Island and rated them a 9 out of 10. You had always wanted to ask if that friend was really him. March 13, 1501 to March 19, 1503. The next 2 years passed quietly, not without trouble from the Navy, of course. Vice Admirals Akainu and Akiji became your recurring adversaries, losing time, and again yet always returning for another fight. But with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, a flood of new pirates emerged. Figures like Mihawk, Crocodile, Moria, and Doflamingo began to make their mark. Some even went so far as to seize control of world government member nations and crown themselves kings. The once mighty Navy grew increasingly stretched thin. What's more, the steadily expanding Pineapple Pirates were no longer a force the regular Navy could handle. Over the past year, you had recruited several new members along the route, a not yet 17-year-old ship doctor named Honsho, a neat freak without a medical license, the acrobat and dual-blade navigator Bendick Snake, and the musician duo Bank Binge and his monkey partner, Mighty. The crew's lineup was truly formidable, and after several battles, you quickly rose to become one of the few top-ranking pirate crews. Meanwhile, your own strength skyrocketed. Even without using your time-stop ability, you and Shanks could now fight on even ground. Although you never had much talent for observation hockey, your mastery of armament hockey had reached astonishing heights, enough to shock even Shanks, who had once witnessed GOLD, Roger's Peak. After more than 2 years of relentless training since your arrival in this world, your armament hockey had become profoundly refined. You had also fully mastered every technique in the Navy's martial arts manual. You lost the individual skills, Shave Soru, Moonwalk Jeppo, and Finger Pistol Shurgon, and instead gained the combined skill, 6 powers of the Navy. While passing through Water 7, you used your stockpile of sky gold to buy a new 2-masted sailing ship. As the crew's leader and financier, you wanted to name it the Pineapple, but the entire crew vehemently objected. In the end, it was named the White Red. What an awful name. March-April, 1503. After a long voyage, you finally reached the Sabaody archipelago, the point where all 7 routes of the Grand Line converge. It was the final stop before entering the New World, crowded with pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. Your next goal was to travel to Fishman Island to collect poneglyphs, then head toward the New World. The archipelago lay before the Red Line, composed of 79 giant trees, each one forming its own island with a number. At its core stood the largest mangrove in the world, the Yurukaman mangrove. The ground itself was made of roots that emitted bubbles. Honestly, as an oceanographer, you had grown numb to this world's wonders. It was hard to imagine a tree that could root in seawater and exhale salty bubbles. According to Ben Beckman, the Navy headquarters wasn't far from here, so while charging your log pose and coding the ship, you needed to stay low-key or you might attract a vice admiral, or worse, an admiral. You truly did keep a low profile. But the Pineapple Pirates did not. During your time here, you ran into the largest pirate crew currently sailing, the Whitebeard Pirates, who also aimed for the New World. A clash was inevitable. The cause was ridiculous. Your chef Lucky Roo and the Whitebeard crew's chef Thatch fought over the same ingredient. What began as a minor quarrel soon escalated into a full-on brawl as other crew members joined in. The noise was unbearable. By pirate custom, you had no choice but to duel Whitebeard himself to settle the dispute. The loser would apologize, but apologize was not a word in your vocabulary. The battle was fierce enough to draw the attention of both the Navy and the world government. Whitebeard, wielder of the Quake fruit, was known by the Navy as the man with the power to destroy the world. His weapon was one of the supreme-grade blades, Murakumajiri. At under 50, he was still in his prime. Every movement could trigger earthquakes. In the end, the fight was brutal, but neither of you claimed victory before the Navy intervened. The outcome was a draw. The admirals Sengoku and Zephyr personally arrived to stop you, resulting in an unprecedented melee. Shanks and Zephyr clashed evenly. Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Marco engaged Sengoku in a strange balance of power. The entire nearby island was obliterated by quakes, the clouds themselves shattered. Mission progress, iconic battle scenes. March 5. During this battle, you unexpectedly awakened a new power. You could suppress opponents with sheer will alone. Perhaps this was what Roger had called Conqueror's Hockey. In addition, your time stop duration finally reached 11 seconds. At your current rate of growth, even if you couldn't defeat them yet, it was only a matter of time. Chapter 345, Chapter 346, The Revolutionary Army. 1549 words. Chapter 346, The Revolutionary Army. The result of this battle was that neither of the 2 top pirate crews managed to determine a winner. Instead, part of the Marine headquarters near an unnamed island was destroyed. Even after deploying 2 admirals, the Marines still failed to capture either crew, and could only watch helplessly as you completed coding your ship and left, utterly humiliated. Afterward, more than 10 Marine warships pursued you, but you used Platinum Star to sink them one by one. They were practically powerless against you. Platinum Star, combined with Time Stop, was the natural enemy of all ships, the ultimate vehicle killer. Its devastating efficiency left no doubt, making you nearly unbeatable in naval combat. Before you knew it, you had become one of the strongest forces on the entire sea. Meanwhile, the news coup of the World Economic Journal captured the entire chaotic battle at the Sabaody archipelago and published it in their latest issue. The coverage focused especially on your clashes with Whitebeard, Shanks vs. Zephyr, and the fierce skirmishes among Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Marco, and Sengoku. This battle completely shattered many people's worldviews. Who would have thought that not only were the captains of these 2 top pirate crews powerful, but their subordinates were equally formidable? Black Arm Zephyr, one of the few who stood at the pinnacle of armament hockey across the seas, a former admiral and symbol of the Marines' might, fought to a stalemate against Lucky Roo and Ben Beckman of the Pineapple Pirates, as well as Marco from Whitebeard's side. Even Vice Captain Shanks battled Sengoku evenly. What made it all the more shocking was that Sengoku and Zephyr were already aging, while the members of both pirate crews hadn't even reached their prime. Thus Morgans, president of the World Economic Journal, proposed a new concept, to recognize the Pineapple Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates as sovereigns reigning above all others, emperors of the sea. You and Whitebeard were respectively titled the two Sea Emperors. Your bounty skyrocketed to an astounding 1.5 billion berries, while your crew's collective bounty reached 4 billion. You couldn't help but think, I haven't even done that much. Is this world's currency just printed for fun? Aside from that headline, another piece of news caught your attention. The island of O'Hara, the sanctuary of archaeologists in the West Blue, had been obliterated by a marine buster call. You frowned deeply. As a scholar yourself, you had once considered visiting O'Hara to study its archives. The brutal suppression of unarmed scholars was something you found utterly intolerable. On April 21, 1503, the White Red departed from the Sabaody archipelago, this time with 3 new members aboard, all of whom were exceptionally strong. 2 of them were Silvers Rayleigh, the former first mate of Roger's crew, and Shaki, the owner of the Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Ironically, the earthquakes Whitebeard caused had been very controlled, only 2 buildings collapsed on Sabaody. Perhaps intentionally, one was the Celestial Dragon's auction house, and the other was their bar. After a brief exchange with Shanks, the 2 joined your crew temporarily. Rayleigh, who had once accompanied Roger to the final island, told you with deep meaning that Roger had once prophesied the birth of 2 new kings, one possibly being the mermaid princess who holds Poseidon's power, and the other, Roger believed, would be his son Ace. But Rayleigh doubted that. Perhaps, he said, someone like you, who appeared like a comet, is the one he foresaw. He offered to guide you to Laugh Tale anytime, as long as you wouldn't be disappointed by what awaited there. Though the offer was tempting, you refused without hesitation. You believed that the journey toward Laugh Tale was an essential part of life itself, that if you sought shortcuts, or ways to skip that journey, a part of your life would be lost forever, no matter what powers you possessed. Rayleigh said nothing more, but his gaze toward you changed subtly. The 3rd new member was an old acquaintance, Marshall D. According to him, he had defected from Whitebeard's crew because he believed you, rather than the aging Whitebeard, were the one who could truly change the world. You were skeptical of his motives, but Shanks seemed to know him, and approved his joining. Only later did you learn that they had met years before, and that the scars across Shanks's face came from that very encounter. At the Fishman Island, 10,000 meters under the sea, you saw deep-sea creatures you had never encountered before. Schools of fish and whales roamed freely, and your knowledge of marine biology was expanding by the second. The scenery was breathtaking, immense coral forests and ship graveyards. The island itself was protected by a massive double-layered semi-spherical bubble shield, with an air pocket in between. Ships that entered via the wrong route would have their coating stripped away and merged into the island's membrane, sometimes crashing into the ground below, the very reason for the ship graveyard. Within the coral forest, you found a letter of apology written by Joy Boy to the Mermaid Princess, expressing remorse for failing to fulfill his promise. Nearby, guided by Rayleigh, you discovered the first red poneglyph. Once all 4 red poneglyphs were gathered, they would reveal the route to Laugh Tale. On April 26, 1503, you passed through the long underground tunnel beneath Fishman Island and arrived at the New World, a sea full of mysteries and dangers. At its end lay Laugh Tale, where the ultimate treasure, the One Piece, was said to rest. Whoever found it would become the Pirate King. Inevitably, you and other great pirates, as well as the Marines, would battle for dominance over this ocean. You unlocked the achievement, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. At the entrance of the New World stood Marine G-1 base, home to the Navy's elite force in these waters, commanded by an old acquaintance, Borsellino, now a vice admiral. Yet as the White Red sailed past the base, not a single Marine ship dared to intercept you. Only when your ship disappeared into the distance did a few cannon shots echo weakly, more like a farewell salute than an attack. In May 1503, to your surprise, compared to the so-called paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, nearly every island in the New World was embroiled in war. Some were invaded by pirates, others fought each other, all for the absurd purpose of collecting enough heavenly tribute for the celestial dragons. Otherwise, they risked marine retribution. You thought incredulously. On one such island, you encountered a mysterious cloaked man you had glimpsed once before at the Pirate King's execution. Beside him stood a peculiar man with an abnormally large head and a massive, imposing figure, whom you also recognized, Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant of the Sorbet Kingdom in the South Blue. The cloaked man introduced himself as Monkey D. Dragon and explained his purpose. He spoke of the massacre on O'Hara 1 month earlier, of how those unarmed scholars had merely voiced objections to laws they found unjust, only to be slaughtered. They hated war, he said, yet they were destroyed by it. We must build a force strong enough to change this world. The will of O'Hara will not be in vain. Bartholomew Kuma then shared his own story of how, to protect his people, he had taxed them heavily to gather enough heavenly tribute for the celestial dragons, making himself a scapegoat for their anger. As long as people live, he said, there's hope. Even hatred can spark hope. But no matter how much he sacrificed, he could never satisfy the dragon's greed. In the end, he was overthrown and became a pirate. The world government must fall, Dragon declared. A world that discards whatever it deems unnecessary will never know true happiness. Their words struck deeply within you. You made a pact with Dragon, to form an alliance and build strength in secret. When the time came, you would strike together, to end unjust wars and overthrow the celestial dragon's tyranny. Thus, the Revolutionary Army pledged full support in your cause to upend the unequal rule of the world government. From May 1503 to August 1505, another 2 years passed. During that time, the Pineapple Pirates' power expanded rapidly. Because both you and Shanks were fair and benevolent leaders, many nations plagued by pirates declared themselves under your crew's protection. This inevitably led to conflicts with other pirate crews, and with the world government. You also freed countless slaves captured by the celestial dragons. Of course, you also proved why you were one of the Sea Emperors. Having just turned 29, you had reached your peak. According to Rayleigh, in pure combat power, you had already surpassed the former pirate king, Roger. Not only had you mastered the 6 powers and all 3 forms of hockey, but your mist fruit had also awakened. Your bounty rose to 2.5 billion berries, and you earned a new, rather Chinibio title, the White Emperor. Chapter 346, Chapter 347, The Final Battle 1223 words Chapter 347, The final battle. Over the past few years, you've had occasional clashes with other powerful figures, and many hot-blooded young pirates seeking to rise in fame have challenged you, hoping to make a name by defeating you. But you have never lost. Every fight ended the same way, you instantly annihilated your opponents. Among them were Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, and the rookie Moria with the Shadow fruit. They came arrogantly, but left in utter defeat, so broken in spirit that their strength regressed instead of improving. No one ever discovered the secret of your invincibility. None of your foes realized that in the instant they fell, you had actually stopped time. After 5 years of training, you've managed to extend your time stop duration to 15 seconds, perhaps the very limit of the human body. Meanwhile, the bounties of your Pineapple Pirates have risen in tandem with their growing strength. The crew is now known as the pirate group with the highest average bounty in history. Shanks carries a bounty of 1.9 billion berries, and even Ben Beckman's bounty has reached 1 billion. Ben Beckman has become the captain of your first division, Lucky Roo commands the second, and Marshal D. Teach, thanks to his exceptional power, serves as the 3rd division captain. As for new blood, a remarkably skilled sniper named Yasop has joined your crew. Despite being a newcomer, his combat ability already surpasses that of your 3rd strongest fighter, the chef Lucky Roo. His precision, able to hit a target from 100 paces, is unmatched, showing great potential. On another front, as Big Mom's power continued to expand, she and Kaido, ruler of the Wano country, were recognized by Morgans as standing on equal footing with you and Whitebeard. Thus, from the year 1504 onward, the sea entered the era of the 4 emperors. In September of 1505, the Pineapple Pirates once again clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. Just like before, another massive battle erupted, sparked by a simple dispute among crew members. Why should you be called the White Emperor? Isn't that disrespectful to Whitebeard? This battle, too, culminated in a one-on-one duel between you and Whitebeard. In truth, there was no real hatred between you, perhaps even a sense of mutual respect, but sometimes, fights break out for the most absurd reasons. Now at the peak of your physical prowess, you completely overpowered Whitebeard. The fight destroyed 3 deserted islands, and the aftershocks created massive tsunamis. After 1 hour and 40 minutes, Whitebeard could no longer withstand the relentless barrage of Platinum Star's punches, and was finally knocked down. Mission progress, iconic battle scenes 4 of 5. After your victory, you didn't kill or humiliate Whitebeard. Instead, you let Shanks mediate, and the 2 crews held a grand, 3-day feast together, resolving the conflict in true pirate fashion. You and Whitebeard even became good friends afterward. The aftermath of that battle was far greater than you expected. Your bounty rose once more to 4.08 billion berries, second only to Roger's 5.5648 billion and Whitebeard's 5.046 billion. This marked the height of the Navy's alertness toward you. It was even said that the legendary marine hero Garp, who once captured Roger himself, had joined the effort to hunt you down, an honor previously reserved only for Rox and Roger. In February 1506, battle erupted suddenly. Near the waters of Dressrosa, you encountered the Navy's strongest force to date, Fleet Admiral Kong, who once commanded the famous Ed War, Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, Hero Garp, and monstrous newcomers Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan all present. Was the Navy headquarters abandoning itself entirely? Yet even in the face of such overwhelming might, you showed no fear. You were the first to strike, launching your assault on the Navy fleet. With your awakened mist fruit, you could blanket the entire sea in fog. If you wished, you could bind more than half the Navy in an instant. Within the mist, Platinum Star could transcend its usual range and freely move anywhere the fog reached. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army, who had been silently amassing strength, entered the fray. Over the past 2 years, they had occupied the White Earth island of Baltigo in the New World, recruiting powerful figures such as Inazuma, the sheer fruit user, and Bunny Joe. Just days before, Dragon himself had come to you, saying that the time had come. After years of spreading his ideology, countless nations were now filled with people eager to overthrow the world's decaying system. Let the first spark ignite with the destruction of the Navy's main force, he declared. What unsettled the Navy most was that Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea to join the assault. 3 great powers had reached an agreement not long before, determined to begin, at this very moment, the complete overthrow of the Celestial Dragon's rule. The ensuing battle was unimaginably fierce. Even though the Navy was ambushed, their strength still matched yours. Your top fighters Shanks, Rayleigh, Ben Beckman, and Teach all found worthy opponents of their own. In the end, after what would later be called the Paramount War, your forces destroyed most of the Navy fleet. Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku perished in battle, while Garp, Sakazuki, and Kazan were gravely injured. The Navy's elite force was nearly wiped out, marking the bloodiest war in marine history. Legendary status +1 mission progress. Iconic battle scenes May 5 complete. In March 1506, the sudden war shook the entire world. The Navy's strength was shattered, and its prestige plummeted. Zephyr was promoted to Fleet Admiral, while the new 3 admirals Garp, Suru, and Magellan temporarily transferred from Impel down took command as the Navy retreated on all fronts. From June 1506 to September 1509, after 3 more years of struggle, you liberated one nation after another from the St. Doria Kingdom of the South Blue to the bridge nation of Tequila Wolf, freeing countless slaves forced to build bridges. By then, nearly all of the South, East, and North Blues had been freed from the Celestial Dragon's control. In July 1509, you even took Shanks to visit Rouge and Ace, who were living peacefully on Tryon Island. They were doing quite well. Thanks to your recent fame and good reputation, when you found Ace, he was playing a make-believe Marines vs. Pirates game with a red-haired boy. Draped in a white bedsheet, Ace was pretending to be you, while the other boy had to play the Marine. You smiled something rare for you and took Shanks' straw hat, placing it on Ace's head. Shanks didn't object, in fact he smiled as well. Although Ace pleaded to join you on your voyage, you refused, instead making him a promise that one day, you would meet again on the seas and hoping he would continue to grow up carefree until then. In November 1510, at 34 years old, you got married. Your bride was a gentle woman from the East Blue named Elena. Ben Beckman, who had bet heavily on you marrying a warrior-like giantess from Elbath, lost miserably. He had always assumed that someone as domineering as you would choose a woman just as fierce. Not long after the wedding, you began your world voyage. Your destination, the fabled All Blue, and the final island, Raftel. Rayleigh joined this voyage as well, and soon, you would launch your final assault against the world government. Chapter 347, Chapter 348, New World, a Recollection Complete. 1436 words. Chapter 348, New World, a Recollection Complete. Only 3 red poneglyphs remain. One is in Big Mom's hands in Tato Land, one lies in Wano country, and the last is entrusted to your ally, the Revolutionary Army, to retrieve. When the White Red reached Tato Land, Big Mom, just as her gluttony sickness flared up, attempted to resist. But after taking a heavy beating, she had no choice but to surrender her red poneglyph. In January 1511, you arrived in Wano for the first time. The scenery reminded you of your previous world, nostalgic even. But that warmth evaporated the moment you met Kaido. Not only did he refuse to hand over the red poneglyph, he even demanded that you kill him, claiming to be an immortal monster. How infuriating. In the end, under the crushing weight of absolute power, Kaido suffered a miserable defeat. It was his subordinates who offered up the red poneglyph in exchange for his life. A few days later, the Revolutionary Army Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma delivered the 4th red poneglyph. Efficient as ever, this ally of yours truly proved reliable. You finally possessed all the road poneglyphs pointing toward Laugh Tale. In July 1511, after a long voyage, you reached the final island recorded by the log Posewater Star Island. Rumor had it that the All Blue lay somewhere nearby, most likely at the point where the 4 red stones intersected. Guided by Rayleigh, it didn't take long for your crew to find the place. It was unlike anything your marine science could explain, where the seas of the east, west, north, and south blue converged into a massive downward current. Perhaps because of that, the ocean below was the true All Blue. Following the downward current, the White-Red reached the deepest layer. There, a vast cerulean sea stretched before you, teeming with countless species of fish you had never seen. It was a paradise for ingredients, for chefs, and a dreamland for oceanographers. At the center of the azure waters was a small island, the legendary site of the One Piece. Whoever found this treasure would become the Pirate King. Marshal D. Teach charged forward first, eager to uncover its secret. You, however, had little interest in such things. You stood quietly, content to savor the journey of seeking the treasure. To you, that adventure was the true treasure. The title of Pirate King meant nothing. What mattered more to you was your research. This world lacked logical, systematic marine science. Once everything was over, you planned to write a comprehensive oceanography textbook. In a world where over 90% of the surface is covered by sea, such knowledge was sorely needed. After the exploration, Shanks and Ben Beckman were left speechless, while Teach wore a look of deep disappointment. Rayleigh, on the other hand, grinned mischievously. Clearly, he'd known the truth all along. From their mouths, you heard a tale both comedic and tragic. The so-called Void Century had been filled with absurd farce and betrayal. 20 human kings abandoned their alliance with the D-Clan in pursuit of eternal life through the Op-Op fruit, and even turned their blades against their former allies. World nobles. What a joke. After Shanks and the others copied the inscriptions, you busied yourself cataloging the new marine species of the All Blue. Previously, humanity had recorded 21,353 types of fish, but here, that number was at least 5 times greater. Even with existing ichthyological guides as reference, the workload was massive. On top of that, you needed to survey local water conditions, so you conscripted the rest of the crew as laborers. After 2 months of non-stop research, you received good news through a den mushy. Your wife, Elena, had given birth to a beautiful daughter. She wanted you to name her Jolene, you said at once. The name came to you naturally. You immediately dropped all fieldwork and set sail for home. The study could wait. Jolene was indeed adorable, her mother's green hair, your own features. After spending some blissful time with your family, you set out once more, this time to strike at the celestial dragons and the world government. Because you had spent the past few years liberating slaves and crushing the Navy's elite forces, every race once enslaved by the celestial dragons now rallied behind you: the fishmen, longlegs, longarms, minks, even the rare lunarians. The Navy, unusually, remained holed up, too demoralized to fight back. You didn't seek slaughter. You merely ordered the liberated races to blockade Marineford, preventing interference. In August 1512, you led your fleet to the Holy Land of Mariehua. Facing the world government's banner atop the Red Line, you had Yassop aim his rifle and pull the trigger. Amid thunderous cheers, the flag burned to ashes. Then you stormed the palace of the Celestial Dragon King, clashing with the hidden royal guard, the Holy Knights, the last line of defense for the dragons. Behind them stood the 5 elders, armed and vigilant. Higher still, a towering figure loomed: the legendary Celestial King, Emu. It was clear, this would be the most grueling battle of your life. To your surprise, the commander of the knights, Saint Figurland Garling, looked strikingly similar to Shanks, even wielding an almost identical weapon. Anyone could tell they were connected, yet you chose to trust your comrade and the bond of friendship. Garling's strength rivaled that of Whitebeard at his peak. The long scar on Whitebeard's chest. Garling's handiwork. With a swing of his naginata, Whitebeard sent a quake shockwave crashing toward him, and the 2 titans clashed fiercely. While Whitebeard's crew and most of the Revolutionary Army held off the Holy Knights, you led the charge forward. Next stood the 5 elders. Shanks, Beckman, Rayleigh and Rue, all members of the Pineapple Pirates, and the formidable dragon stayed behind to engage them. You used Sora to flash ahead, straight toward Emu. The white and gold stand shimmered behind you, unstoppable, resolute. What followed was the hardest battle of your life. Emu wielded the ultimate power of devil fruits, possessing the abilities of the barrier, time, and ice fruits simultaneously, and controlled Uranus, the ancient weapon capable of manipulating weather and firing devastating energy beams. In the Grand Palace, you clashed violently. Emu could rewind, fast forward, extend, and compress time itself. You could freeze it for 15 seconds. Flowers and trees around you wilted, sprouted, bloomed, and bore fruit within moments. Your duel unfolded like a surreal labyrinth of time, absurd, chaotic, and magnificent. In the end, your invincible platinum star and your indomitable will prevailed. After several pages worth of ORA barrages, Emu was utterly beaten, motionless on the ground. Such is the fate of those who trample the weak. Justice had finally triumphed. You obtained the legendary artifact, Uranus. When you dragged Emu's massive body before the 5 elders and the Holy Knights, their will to fight collapsed. They surrendered one after another. The Revolutionary Army took charge of dealing with the celestial dragons, while you, disinterested in politics, simply lowered your hat brim, shoved your hands into your coat pockets, and walked away. In January 1513, a new world government was founded. Everyone wanted you to be its first leader, but you refused. To you, teasing Jolene and researching marine science were far more meaningful than leadership. In time, a towering statue of you was erected on the Red Line in the new Mariehua. You stood with one hand holding your hat brim, gazing toward the sea. Before you, a sea king leopard-headed Godzilla leapt from the waves. Witnesses claimed they'd twice seen you ride that creature. It later became a protected species, living peacefully ever after. After your refusal to lead, a new constitution was enacted. The head of the world government would henceforth be elected by the member nations every 4 years. You didn't care who took the role, but Shanks, Beckman, and even Blackbeard each served terms. Your Pineapple Pirates became known as the cradle of leaders. In the following years, you devoted yourself to writing the new oceanography textbook, recording everything you knew. Occasionally, you'd gather with Shanks and the others to reminisce. When the work was complete, you were immortalized as the founding pioneer of oceanography in this world. In April 1535, Jolene married her husband, of all people, was Ace. After thinking it over, you couldn't help but smile. In 1542, Elena passed away. You said nothing, but sorrow lingered deep within. Then one morning in July 1547, you woke up to find yourself once again in a familiar Prisonerita City's jail. Just like years ago, your still young mother stood outside the cell door, flanked by 2 police officers. Recollection complete. Congratulations, you've successfully finished this traversal. Chapter 348, Chapter 349, Review 1279 words. Chapter 349, Review Summary. Congratulations. This retrospective has been an overwhelming success. You've completed a brilliant and dazzling life and perfectly cleared this map. In this journey, your life has surpassed 99% of all travelers. As someone once said, the hymn of humanity is a hymn to courage, the greatness of humanity lies in its courage. You gave everything you had, changing this world with your sense of justice and courage. You treated your friends with sincerity and trust, never backed down before evil, and perfectly embodied what is known as the Golden Spirit. Not only did you personally overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and become the symbol of the New World government, but you also changed everyone around you. You even became the founder of marine science in this world, and your research has influenced countless oceanographers. In the years that followed, you became the benchmark by which greatness itself was measured. Evaluation, S. World Exploration Rate, 100% plus 1. Due to your profound influence on the world of across the seas, you've received 28 traversal coins. Because of your tremendous impact on the history of world science, you've earned an additional 32 traversal coins. Once your world retrospective evaluation reaches grade A, you'll obtain a one-time descent card of that template. Rewards have been distributed. Current card count, 2, because you achieved an S-rank evaluation and perfectly cleared the scenario. Oceanographer Zhou Ning has been updated to White Emperor Zhou Ning. When your luck is extremely high, this character can now appear in draws. This evolution also applies to all cards currently in your possession. Since your exploration rate has reached 100%, your next simulation will be a reward map, and its difficulty will increase accordingly. Your current alignment, lawful neutral, lawful good. Under your current alignment, rewards gained from exploring evil-aligned maps will be reduced. Finally cleared. It wasn't until the simulation ended that Zhou Ning came back to his senses, letting out a sigh of relief. The oceanographer's stellar performance made him want to exclaim, "That was awesome." Honestly, after so many simulations, he had rarely seen such a smooth, unstoppable run. In terms of sheer strength, this template ranked among the very top in his collection. Strictly speaking, the oceanographer's initial stats weren't all that impressive, but his personality as a hot-blooded protagonist fit perfectly with the One Piece world. Add to that his phenomenal growth potential, the bug-level skill Platinum Star, and perhaps the influence of that rare title Savior. Savior, rare title. +1 legend rank. During simulations, your power growth will be more efficient, especially when you're still weak. This is the defining trait of most saviors. All these factors combined made this exhilarating domination possible. It felt like having cheats-enabled Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Emu. Every powerhouse fell one after another before him. Still, this would likely be the oceanographer's swan song. Once the template evolved into a hidden one, the White Emperor card, just like the Lich King Joker, lost its spirit and dimmed, retaining only collection and synergy value. However, this perfect performance brought unprecedentedly rich rewards. The luxury loot was dazzling, and he even managed to complete all 5 iconic battle scenes from the action series in one go. Even without wielding the greed-inducing sword of Cortez, Zhou Ning almost wanted to mimic Lei Bao, curling his fingers into claws and shouting, "I want it all." As for the options, retrospectives didn't allow you to choose specific items or abilities. In his first one, the Joker had brought out the Super Soldier Serum and 2 purple talents. That saved him the headache of choosing since honestly, it was impossible to pick. The item list included Roger's sword and gun, numerous devil fruits, and even the ancient weapon Uranus he had always dreamed of. The skills section offered the remaining 5 forms of the Navy's 6 styles, all the oceanographer's talents and skills including the long-coveted bug-level ability Platinum Star. Below the retrospective interface was a Claim Rewards option. When he clicked it, a prompt appeared, "You have chosen to claim your rewards. You obtained an epic item, Unknown Devil Fruit times when you obtained a universal skill, Navy 6 styles. You obtained a legendary item, Uranus." The first 2 prizes were a bit disappointing: no Platinum Star, no sword or gun of the Pirate King, but when he saw the last reward, all disappointment vanished. He had actually acquired Uranus, the ancient weapon capable of controlling the weather. According to legend, possessing any one of Uranus, Poseidon, or Pluton was enough to become the Pirate King. This was far superior to the Sword of Cortez, which was loaded with side effects, and could only manipulate wind or rain. In his inventory, a red, spiral-shaped devil fruit appeared, along with a rod that looked somewhat like a magic wand, its tip adorned with a blue gem. Wait, Uranus was a stick. When Zhou took it out of his inventory, he noticed a small, inconspicuous button near the base of the wand. He didn't dare press it yet, but when he swung it around, it really did feel like something straight out of Harry Potter. Legendary item, Uranus. Type, blunt weapon damage, 6191239 attack speed, 4, attribute, +1 strength effect, allows control over weather across a vast area. Each use consumes 1/7 of mana or rage of focus. On sunny days, it can harness sunlight to fire a highly penetrative laser beam. Description, advanced lunar technology. Emu used it solely to maintain sunshine and rainfall in Mariehua. Note, crafted from ultra-dense URU steel. You can also just bash your enemy's skull in with it. This thing didn't disappoint him. In a world where the weather could shift in an instant, it was an outright weapon of mass destruction, able to summon lightning or hurricanes at will. With no concern for energy cost, it could even be fired 7 consecutive times. Pure, unadulterated power. As for the devil fruit, it was probably the mist fruit that the oceanographer had eaten in the simulation. Even so, Zhou used his recently won devil fruit encyclopedia to appraise it, and to his surprise, it wasn't. He actually recognized it from the anime. Epic item, // fruit paramecia type. Allows the user to transform any part of their body into blades, and grants skin as hard as steel. This was Zhou first time seeing a non-Zoan fruit. Its ability wasn't bad, but clearly not suited for someone like him, a style idol. He figured he could sell it to other players for a good price. After securing an original devil fruit and Uranus, Zhou received 18 traversal coins, and 40 more refunded in the Hall of Curiosities. Another synergy line appeared, Power to Rule the World. Power to Rule the World, Uranus plus Pluton plus. Even a fool could tell the last one was Poseidon, but since the manga stated that Poseidon was the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, Zhou had no idea how to bring her out. After reviewing his gains, Zhou saw, just as he expected, a new red dot flashing in his task list. The progress for the mission True Hero had increased to 915, thanks to the completion of Battle Maniac, which the oceanographer had impressively cleared in a single go. Battle Maniac. As a battle addict, you constantly seek to challenge yourself. In a simulated world, face 5 powerful opponents, and complete 5 unforgettable battle scenes. Mission hint, choose a suitable template and world. As long as it's not a slice-of-life setting, this task won't be too difficult. Mission reward, random reward. There was a follow-up to this quest, and its progress bar now read May 10th. Without hesitation, Zhou chose to claim it. Chapter 349, Chapter 350, Specialty Reward 1422 words. Chapter 350, Specialty Reward randomly drawing. Your reward this time is Specialty Reward. Specialty. Zhou Ning couldn't help being surprised. Talk about irony, he'd put so much effort into those chain quests hoping for a specialty reward, yet never got one. But now, when he casually completed a side quest, he actually drew one. Unbelievable. Please choose one of the following 3 specialties as your reward. Judgment of the Earth Goddess, resistance to abnormal status plus 10%, defense plus 8%, damage against enemies under abnormal status plus 35%. Hidden traces, stealth ability plus 45%, greatly reducing the chance of being discovered while infiltrating, agility plus 8. Rapid fire, your speed with ranged weapons is far above average. Attack speed plus 20%, an additional plus 5% when using revolvers. To be fair, all 3 were ordinary specialties, not exactly powerful, but for a freebie, still quite practical. After some thought, Zhou Ning chose the second one. Combined with his Phantom Thief title, his infiltration success rate would skyrocket, essentially gaining a free thief profession. Not to mention the extra 8 points of agility. The first option was tempting, but like the devout acolyte, it was a specialty exclusive to the Church of the Earth Goddess, definitely a trap waiting to explode in his face. Choosing that one would probably lead straight to death. You have learned the specialty, Hidden Traces. That wrapped up all the rewards from his last time rewind. Oh wait, not quite. During the simulation, he had also earned a rare point of legendary value, bringing his total to 5. It seemed to have triggered some kind of panel notification, but the message had scrolled by too fast earlier and he'd missed it. Scrolling back through the system prompts, Zhou Ning found the inconspicuous notification. Your legendary value has reached 5 points. Your fame has spread beyond the Bryston Kingdom. Neighboring nations have begun to hear your name. You have obtained the epic title, the Legendary. The Legendary, your EXP/reputation, a skill proficiency gain rate increases by 15%, 3% times legendary value, NPC affection gain rate plus 15%, 3% times legendary value. The total EXP value of your daily quests increases to 250%, 50% times legendary value. The maximum quest level you can issue has increased to A rank, but rewards must match the quest level. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up with delight. The title didn't sound particularly flattering, but it lived up to the simulator's reputation. Everything it produced was top tier. Each point of legendary value already gave him a 5% EXP bonus. With this 15% on top, that was an extra 40% overall. Combined with his divine favor effect, his growth would now be even faster. On top of that, as player levels and awareness rose, C and D rank quests were becoming harder to use to keep them busy. This title truly couldn't have come at a better time. Excellent. Considering this rewind had only cost him 18 traverse coins, yet brought back 118 in return along with all these goodies, Zhou Ning was in a very good mood. He smoothly opened the forum for his daily round of spectating. The current hot topic was no longer himself, but the upcoming First Apocalypse Profession Tournament. With the event drawing near, the renowned data analyst Xiangnan Qingtian had been updating the level and power rankings daily. At present, the top-ranked player was Jin's, level 38. 7, a representative of the Wandering Gunslinger class. She hadn't logged off for 5 days straight, the very definition of a grind god. People were half joking that she might just ascend to heaven any minute. Second place was held by Alex, a top player from France's Cross Guild, level 37. As the first to advance to the warrior class, his advantages had become increasingly apparent after level 30, pushing him ahead of the crowd. Third was Sunken Star Beneath the Water, a man powered purely by his wallet. Fourth and fifth were One Great Wave of Heat from the Elegy Club, who had just bought the Bird Fruit, and Quinton, a British lightning mage. 6th through 10th were split evenly between wandering gunslingers and meteorologists, with the remaining spot occupied by a knight. Zhou Ning actually knew the 2 wandering gunslingers XP, and Wrath of Thunder chasing wins. As for the power rankings, Xiangnan Qingtian still placed One Great Wave of Heat first, Alex second, and Jin's third because, honestly, a flying wandering gunslinger was just terrifying. Alex, on the other hand, earned his spot through sheer performance despite being a melee class. His arena win rate hovered around 95%. Xiangnan Qingtian also noted that the gap between gunslingers and warriors wasn't large yet. The true difference would only show once they reached full level after their first profession advancement and unlocked elite specialties. That made Zhou Ning chuckle. He remembered very clearly when his own wandering gunslinger reached full advancement. He had chosen the firearms genius specialty, and it had been a fusion type. His damage output was absolutely monstrous. As a professional instructor, he'd truly worked himself to the bone for these players. The next morning, Zhou Ning happily tidied himself up. Today, he had an appointment with John to meet their business partner. It was going to be a busy day after the meeting. They'd still have to continue operations. With the professional tournament likely starting tomorrow, this could well be his most profitable day yet. Just as he opened the door, a postman stood outside the railing holding a letter. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, the man's eyes lit up and he broke into a smile. "Are you the legendary Wayne Stirwell, sir? I've got a letter for you." Zhou Ning. It sounded impressive but honestly kind of awkward. He tipped the postman 5 rose hens, smiling politely despite the embarrassment, then opened the envelope. Inside were 3 100 Vectas bills, and a letter from Darkland's first publishing house. The editor-in-chief, Edberg, wrote enthusiastically, praising Zhou Ning's Harry Potter. The 300 Vectas was an advance payment, and the royalty rate was 15%, the highest his position allowed. If Zhou Ning had no objections, he was asked to reply. Zhou Ning didn't particularly care about the royalties as long as it completed the quest. That was enough. He asked the postman to wait, went back inside, and penned a reply to Edberg before handing it back. If all went well, that quest would be cleared soon. Taking a carriage to the familiar Vic University, Zhou Ning found it just as he remembered students in uniforms hurrying across campus with books in hand. Some girls waved or tried to strike up a conversation with him. Ah, the boundless energy of youth. Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He collected quite a few love notes along the way. Today happened to be the day Magic Ball star Huggins was visiting Vic University for an exhibition match, and the field was packed. Magic Ball was a sport similar to volleyball, extremely popular throughout the Bryston Kingdom. Players were usually wind or fire-type magicians with strong builds. Wind and fire naturally counterbalanced each other. If the wind overpowered the fire, it snuffed it out; if weaker, it fanned the flames. The ball itself was made of special alchemical materials capable of storing and channeling wind and fire magic, providing propulsion. The rules were much like volleyball. If the ball hit the ground, went out of bounds, or wasn't properly returned, that team lost the point. Zhou Ning wasn't interested in the game, but among the crowd, he spotted Cress Bradenreiser, that well-endowed young lady, sweating as she sold roasted sweet potatoes. As expected of the ever-thrifty Bradenreiser family, they never missed a chance to make money. Smiling, Zhou Ning walked up to her stand and pointed at one of the sweet potatoes. "How much for this one?" "6 Vaney," Cress began, then noticed who it was. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly corrected herself. "No, 2 Vaney. Wait, 3 Vaney, special price for you." "How about 12 Vaney for 2, then?" Zhou Ning laughed. He hadn't expected the notoriously stingy girl to offer him a discount. Cress had been the heroine in the original game story, with quite a major role. Zhou Ning had always wanted to recruit her into his guild. Getting on her good side early certainly couldn't hurt. After chatting with her for a bit, Zhou Ning finally took his leave, and returned to his long-unvisited dorm. John wasn't around, and his dog Polly was happily running about. Next door, the chubby Fred was still enthusiastically shouting, "My turn." Too absorbed in his card games to even bother watching the Magic Ball match, he was now a fully certified card addict. Chapter 350, Chapter 351, Chris Fisher 1307 words. Chapter 351, Chris Fisher. Ever since he'd lost even to the newbie duelist Richie Burke last time, Zhou Ning's match record had completely stagnated. Feeling the pressure from the old lady in his ring, Zhou Ning got up and went to the next dorm room, wondering if he could help her find an easy opponent to beat. When Zhou Ning pushed open the door, he couldn't help but hiss in surprise. The small dorm room was packed with people. 2 tables were running for Yu-Gi-Oh! Matches at once. The biggest crowd had gathered around Fred, and the top warrior deck duelist, his acquaintance, Warren Morton. Fred was using a grim, insect burn deck that was downright sadistic, while Warren's was a straightforward, orthodox dragon deck. The result was disastrous. Warren was completely crushed, and with Fred's obnoxious laugh providing a mental assault on top of the loss, even the onlookers felt their blood pressure rise. Wayne, did you notice? A lot of people in this dorm are tainted with an ominous aura. It's probably related to the poorhouse nearby, Molly whispered softly from the ring. Then should we check out the poorhouse later? Zhou Ning asked. Since this place is so close to the poorhouse, it's normal for some of that aura to rub off. What I mean is go duel already. I haven't won in ages, Molly said bluntly. Zhou Ning. Do you even remember you were once the grand archpriest of the ascetic church? You'll stoop to anything just to win. Just then, Warren Morton sighed as his LP dropped to 0 defeated. Fred spotted Zhou Ning, and greeted him with a grin. Nice weather today. Isn't this the so-called mortal duelist Wayne Sturwell? John told me he had to step out, and said to tell you to come back around 4. So how about a match or 2? Wayne, he just called you mortal. That's an insult, Molly said. Was that meant for me? He's clearly insulting you, Zhou Ning said, amused and irritated. After all, he'd been dueling on her behalf this whole time, and he'd even gone easy on the newbies. After bickering with the old lady in his ring for a bit, Zhou Ning decided to grant her wish. He'd play a couple of matches before leaving. It wouldn't take long anyway. It turned out to be a disaster. Even with Molly's brilliant commands and despite Fred's streak of cursed draws, Zhou Ning was utterly trounced. Fred's deck was disgusting enough, but combined with his endless taunts and mocking laughter, it became a triple-layered mental attack. Zhou Ning lost badly, looking completely defeated. Fortunately, the photo-brain system wasn't interested in Yu-Gi-Oh! Otherwise, the entire thing would have been recorded. If Fred weren't just an ordinary person, Zhou Ning would have been tempted to punch him then beg him not to die afterward. After losing to Fred, Zhou Ning went on to lose to his fanboy Morton and another classmate. After an hour of torture, he ended with a miserable 0-4 record and left in shame. Since John said he'd be back at 4, Zhou Ning obviously couldn't just sit around waiting. He left a note on the table and headed for his alchemy shop. His in-game, Grind King, had already reached level 39, and he needed to make use of every minute. Passing the training field, he saw that the star player Hawkins's Magic Ball exhibition match had begun. Hawkins was a high-level fire mage, tall and muscular, with a head of golden hair, and a face like Brad Pitt's. It was no wonder he was famous. As Zhou Ning approached, the wind mage opponent gathered power, and sent the magic ball soaring high, trying to launch it over Hawkins's head. Hawkins leaped with 1 foot, flames blazing from his right hand, and spiked the ball down with crushing force. Amid gasps from the crowd, the ball absorbed a mass of fire element energy, glowing red-hot as it rebounded off the ground straight toward a little girl nearby. Without thinking, Zhou Ning used Shave, flashing forward instantly. He caught the ball precisely in his right hand. At once, the magic ball's glow faded. Zhou Ning tossed it back to Hawkins with a smile. Ignoring the students' chorus of gasps and admiring looks, Zhou Ning gave a polite nod to the little girl, then walked through the crowd and out of the school gates. Even after leaving campus, Zhou Ning's expression stayed thoughtful. He'd sensed the same ominous aura from Hawkins, and through his chi observation, he could tell Hawkins, just like the late Joshua Lambert, carried the scent of death. His alchemy shop was just across the street. He was about to cross when he noticed a carriage coming from the southwest road, turning onto another street. It was only a fleeting glimpse, but it caught his attention immediately. The carriage was coming from the direction of the poorhouse southwest of Vic University. The driver was a middle-aged man with graying hair and a cold, lifeless gaze, and, just like what he'd felt at Count Robbins's estate, Zhou Ning sensed that the man had no trace of life. What are the odds? Zhou Ning's eyes sharpened. He was just about to slip into an alley and tail the carriage, when another set of wheels rumbled from the opposite street. Sherlock was driving a shabby carriage following from afar. Zhou Ning. That's way too much of a coincidence. With a light leap, Zhou Ning landed beside Sherlock on the driver's seat, startling him. When Sherlock saw who it was, he exhaled in relief. What's going on? Did you find something? Zhou Ning lifted the curtain. Inside sat Leandro and Ian. Zhou Ning greeted them, took a seat, and asked casually. We're tailing the man in front. He's Morlick, the butler of the informant Adam Aiden. You were right before. Adam Aiden definitely has issues. According to our investigation, the serial killer Jeremy Wayne Aiden is one of Adam Aiden's distant relatives, Sherlock said. Zhou Ning nodded thoughtfully. He'd already suspected as much. Aiden wasn't a common surname, and in the Bryston language it meant sea monster, a name only a family founded on maritime trade would embrace. We used TrueSight to observe Adam Aiden's recent behavior. In the past few days, he's met at his home with Count Robbins and Harrison Rivers, and yesterday with Duke Brown Lambert, who just returned to Darkland from ruins. All of these meetings were arranged and driven by Morlick. For the past 2 days, Adam Aiden's place has been quiet until today, when Morlick went out for the first time. He stopped by that poorhouse earlier and spoke briefly with the director before leaving, Sherlock explained. TrueSight was a mysterious artifact owned by the Sunwatchers. By paying a certain price, they could view events that occurred within a specific area up to 2 days prior. Zhou Ning sighed quietly. He had a bad feeling about this. After the assassination and the loss of his son, Brown Lambert should have broken ties with Robbins and the others. But apparently, things weren't that simple. As a Sunwatcher, Sherlock was an expert in tracking and maneuvering. Keeping his distance, he followed the carriage skillfully without being detected. Soon, Morlick's carriage stopped at a welfare home near Gore Street, and he went inside. Let's wait here for a bit, Sherlock whispered. We almost ran right into him earlier. This welfare home sat at the eastern edge of Darkland, a blind spot Zhou Ning hadn't yet had a chance to investigate. The group waited quietly outside for a while until Morlick reappeared alongside a tall man with deep-set eyes and heavy brows. Zhou Ning took a deep breath. He was sure of it now. His spiritual senses picked up a thick stench of darkness and blood from the man. A dark side practitioner. 9 times out of 10, this was the man he'd been searching for. Chris Fisher. Chapter 351, Chapter 352, The Grand Estate. 1172 words. Chapter 352, The Grand Estate. At the same time, a prompt appeared on the panel. You have completed the B+ hidden quest. Find Chris Fisher. Total time, 4 days 12 hours. You have gained 127,000 experience points, and a random item reward. Claim now. After so many chain quests, there was no way this reward would be ordinary, but now wasn't the right time. Zhou Ning decisively chose to postpone claiming it. The panel then updated again. Your B+ hidden quest Find Chris Fisher has been updated to track Chris Fisher. Quest difficulty, B+. Quest description, after numerous twists of fate, you have finally located Chris Fisher. Now, attempt to follow him and uncover the conspiracy behind him. Hint, as a demon, Chris Fisher possesses sharp perception. Do not approach within 200 yards, or the quest will fail. As the saying goes, you wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, yet find it effortlessly in the end. After checking so many orphanages, he had finally found him. Zhou Ning exhaled in relief. It might have been a coincidence, but the quest progress bar didn't lie. Still, one thing puzzled him slightly. According to the records, Jeremy Aiden was a short, overweight white middle-aged man whose hobby was dressing as a clown selling candy at various festivals. Yet, the man before him was tall and thin, with brown skin, and the appearance of someone from ruins. How could that be possible? Leandro's face lit up with excitement as he lowered his voice, saying, You don't think that man up there could be? Before he could finish, Sherlock made a sharp gesture for him to keep quiet. The reason was simple. Powerful dark-type professionals often had a sixth sense for their names being spoken, especially at close range. Leandro closed his mouth in frustration, resting his chin in his hands as he gazed across the street. The men suspected to be Chris Fisher boarded a carriage with Morlick, which then slowly began moving eastward. This orphanage marked the easternmost part of Darkland. Beyond it lay the eastern suburb's vast estate sparsely populated, near the long-abandoned Darkland mine. That was the very place where, in the simulator, cultists of the cursed god once sacrificed miners to summon the evil god Nyastora. The site was now a leveling zone, haunted by the undead of low-level miners wandering underground. As Sherlock restarted the carriage, Zhou Ning realized this quest was far more difficult than it seemed, perhaps even a trap. Tracking missions were a common quest type in Apocalypse Online. Zhou Ning had done countless of them in his previous life. But this time, the one driving and maintaining distance wasn't himself, it was Sherlock. One mistake could cause instant failure. Try to stay as far as you can. If we get too close, he'll notice. Keep at least 200 yards between us, Zhou Ning whispered. Sherlock nodded solemnly. The ensuing pursuit made Zhou Ning's heart pound. The carriage ahead moved at a deliberately slow and erratic pace. Fortunately, Sherlock's tracking skills were reassuring, no mishaps so far. But good luck never lasts. Before long, a traffic jam brought the carriage ahead to a halt. To avoid drawing attention, Sherlock didn't stop immediately but merely slowed down until their distance was dangerously close to 200 yards. Caught off guard by the sudden situation, Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned. Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed another carriage behind them trying to overtake. Inspiration struck. He gripped Uranus with his right hand and summoned a gust of wind. Within a small radius, the carriage behind was pushed forward, cutting sharply in front of Sherlock's and forcing him to stop. That was close. Zhou Ning let out a long breath. Sherlock clearly realized what had happened and shot Zhou Ning a strange look. "You're a meteorologist too?" he asked. "Half of one," Zhou Ning replied with a faint smile. Inwardly, he gave Uranus a silent thumbs up. Compared to Cortez's sword, Uranus offered greater variety and finer precision in controlling the weather, an absolute weapon in this world. Its only flaw was that it consumed a fixed percentage of focus, making the cost steep. Moreover, it lacked some of Cortez's sword's exotic rain types, such as acid rain or frog rain. However, Uranus could manipulate not just wind and rain, but also thunder, hurricanes, fog, and snow. He would simply choose which to use as needed. After that brief scare, the rest of the pursuit went smoothly. Once the congestion cleared, they maintained a steady distance of 200 yards, increasing to 300 as they entered the quiet outskirts. After about half an hour, the carriage ahead finally stopped before a massive estate. Chris Fisher and Morlick got down and walked inside. Zhou Ning glanced at Sherlock, who confirmed with a nod it was an estate belonging to a branch of the Aiden family. They definitely needed to take a look inside. Sherlock thought for a moment before saying, "Ian, stay here for backup. Wayne, Leandro, you're with me. Stick close." A prompt appeared on Zhou Ning's panel. "Captain of the Sunwatcher Squad, Sherlock, has invited you to join the team. An NPC team quest." Those were rare. Zhou Ning clicked yes with mild surprise. Sherlock Moriarty has joined the party. Leandro Pessa has joined the party. Checking the team window, Zhou Ning noted that Sherlock was only level 58, lower even than Richie Burke. His classes were meteorologist/sunwatcher/reader. Stronger than before but not by much. Leandro, on the other hand, had broken the level cap, now at level 63, just 2 below Zhou Ning himself. His classes were warrior/sunwatcher/alchemist. Now that was a real protagonist leveling up while barely lifting a finger. They slowed their steps and circled to the side of the estate. Sherlock took out a black-covered book, flipped through a few pages, and pressed his hand to a line of text. Immediately, a stream of intricate blue script floated from the pages like musical notes, and a shadow enveloped the three of them. Some kind of mysterious relic again? Zhou Ning wondered silently. The Sunwatchers' background was clearly formidable. They were, after all, backed by both the ascetic church and the Bryston royal family. Don't stray more than 10 yards from me, or you'll lose the concealment effect, Sherlock whispered. Not that Zhou Ning needed it. With his Phantom Thief title and Hidden Traces ability, he could easily infiltrate alone. But there was no need to show off now. He simply nodded and followed Sherlock into the back courtyard. What he saw there made his eyes widen. There were far too many familiar faces. Professor Bislocke, the ancient elf Archmage Lyrid, Chris Fisher, Morlick, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man stood before a small lake, deep in discussion. In the lake, a massive familiar figure was slowly moving. It was the former King Charles VI. Who would have thought the giant they had searched for months was hidden right here, in the estate owned by the original complainant? Chapter 352, Chapter 353, Chain Quest Complete 13:01 words. Chapter 353, Chain Quest Complete, but the giant seemed to have no consciousness at all, just kept circling the small lake step by step in the drizzle. On the ground around it was an alchemy array, its pattern intricate and complex. Zhou Ning sharply noticed 7 blank nodes on the array, apparently corresponding to the 7 altars of the Ascendance ritual. What do they mean to do here? Could it be they're trying to create a god? For some reason, Zhou Ning's heartbeat began to quicken. Thump, 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 pounding harder and harder. You called me here just to watch this big fool act stupid, the unfamiliar middle-aged man asked impatiently. He wore a finely tailored crimson suit, his eyebrows and beard carefully trimmed, clearly a noble of Bryston. Don't rush. The experiment is only 1 step away. We're about to see the results. Professor Bislocke chuckled softly, then turned to Morlick and Fisher. Did you bring the materials? They're here, plenty of life energy and flesh gel. Took me quite some effort to get it. Chris Fisher replied in a deep voice. As he spoke, he had Morlick carry over 7 alchemy barrels placed on the ground. When opened, they were filled to the brim with a pink, glistening gel so full it overflowed, giving off a heavy, bloody stench. According to Goodwin's formula, don't add too much flesh gel at once, or it might backfire. The overflow of spirit could cause the ritual to fail, said Archmage Lyrid, who had been silent until now. A great man once said that failure is the only path to truth. A king's soul can be used to create for alchemy giants. We've already failed 3 times, this time we'll surely succeed. Bislocke's expression grew feverish as he gestured toward the blank-eyed servants standing around. To prevent failure, I reduced the life energy and flesh gel use this time. If the amount still isn't enough, we can sacrifice these people, use their flesh and blood to make up the difference. As expected, even the king was taken and used for alchemy. Truly miserable. Zhou Ning could feel that Sherlock's mood must be extremely complicated right now, but he kept silent, continuing to watch. By now, the rain had stopped and sunlight broke through the clouds. Bislocke looked up at the sky, then placed the barrels at each of the 7 blank nodes, opening the lids one by one. When the 7th barrel was set down, the alchemy array instantly blazed to life. White lightning-like patterns lit up in sequence along the barrel's placements. Moments later, the gel inside the barrels vaporized, condensed into a single bolt of lightning, and shot straight into the giant's body. At the same time, a hurricane made purely of spiritual energy roared to life, whipping up violently. With a whoosh, the wind tore back Archmage Lyrid's hood, revealing his true face, a gray-haired, aging ancient elf. The giant raised its head and gave a soundless roar. The hair on its forehead was blown back by the sudden gale, and the pressure rolling off its body kept rising higher and higher. Did it work? Everyone present looked excited, their faces glowing with anticipation. Even the usually calm Lyrid's eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at the alchemy giant. Zhou Ning's heart pounded faster, his bangs whipping wildly in the wind. With a snap, he pressed down his hat. He could clearly sense it, the giant before him had already transcended the extraordinary, evolving step by step toward demigodhood. Even more terrifying, it didn't seem to have a limit. Its power kept climbing. Excellent. Brilliant. The previously sneering middle-aged noble began clapping. His Majesty the King will be delighted. This is exactly the effect he was hoping for. Once everything is ready, the plan can begin at once. His Majesty the King. Zhou Ning's heart jolted. That title caught his attention. At that moment, notifications popped up across his interface. You have completed the B+ hidden quest, track Chris Fisher. You have gained 340,000 experience. Large chain quest, Undead's Trail has been completed. Mansion of Mystery completed with extra credit. The Hidden Truth completed with extra credit. Resentful Spirits in the Night incomplete. Origin of the Undead incomplete. Overall progress, 62%. Quest rating, B+. You gain 560,000 experience, random reward ×1, and 12,000 reputation with the Sunwatcher Order. B rank quest, Pursue the Giant's Truth completed. You gain 420,000 experience, and 8,000 reputation with the Sunwatcher Order. Your Sunwatcher Order reputation has reached revered. Quest has advanced to its final stage, Slay the Alchemy Giant 0/1. Bonus rewards, Slay Chris Fisher 0/1, Slay Damian Lyrad 0/1, Slay Professor Bislock 0/1. Quest hint, this mission is extremely difficult. Proceed with caution. Zhou Ning hadn't expected it when luck strikes, it really can't be stopped. He'd just cleared all his accumulated quests in one go. As for the few players who'd spent money to buy into those missions, he'd compensate them later. What now? Do we intervene and stop the ritual? If we wait any longer, it might be too late to act. Our only choice would be to run, Zhou Ning whispered. Are you confident? Sherlock's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in a low voice. If not, we should retreat and bring reinforcements. Not sure, but I can try. You two step back. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Zhou Ning looked up at the sky. The blazing sun was out, perfect weather for firing the Uranus. If the Uranus wasn't as strong as he hoped, he still had 2 White Emperor descent cards. At least, his life wouldn't be in danger. Then be careful, Sherlock said solemnly after taking a deep breath, sensing Zhou Ning's seriousness. Zhou Ning activated his Phantom Thief title. Once Sherlock and Leandro had withdrawn, he retrieved the Uranus from his inventory, narrowed his eyes, and aimed the staff's tip at the giant roughly 200 yards away. Then he triggered Hot-Blooded Echo of One Punch Man and pulled the trigger. From the staff's tip burst a beam of light thick as an arm, like a sudden flash erupting from the deepest, darkest void. It cut through the air silently, piercing straight through the giant's skull. The giant, in the critical stage of evolution, let out an earth-shattering howl. The chaotic, massive energy inside it suddenly found an outlet. Its enormous head exploded violently. Professor Bislock, who had been admiring his creation, snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and filled with disbelief. A moment later, the giant's massive body collapsed to the ground, crashing down with a deafening boom, and sending a devastating shockwave across the area. The Uranus's destructive power far exceeded Zhou Ning's expectations. He had never imagined that, combined with Hot-Blooded Echo's critical multiplier, and a lucky weak point hit plus several environmental factors, the shot would result in such unbelievable damage, instantly killing the alchemy giant. Sherlock and Leandro, watching from behind, both widened their eyes in shock. Even though they had already raised their estimation of Wayne Stirwell again and again, this overwhelmingly destructive attack sent chills down their spines, making the men seem even more unfathomable. After unleashing that terrifying strike, the Uranus's laser entered a 7-day recharge cycle. It now needed sunlight to recharge before it could be used again. Who did that? Bislock's face twisted with rage. But Chris Fisher, quick to react, pointed his hand toward Zhou Ning's hiding spot. A crimson beam shot straight at him. Zhou Ning rolled forward just as a massive explosion erupted behind him. Corrosive marks spread outward from the blast's center like a plague. Wayne Stirwell. You again. Bislock roared, his voice filled with unprecedented fury. Zhou Ning didn't reply. Everyone here, every single one, was an advanced class powerhouse. There was no need to hold back now. He crushed the White Emperor card in his right hand and chose to activate it. Chapter 353, Chapter 354, The White Emperor 1625 words. Chapter 354, The White Emperor. Just then, a thick fog suddenly rose over the manor, once so clear and view so dense that one couldn't even see their own hand before their face. Zhou Ning lifted a hand to steady his hat brim, and stepped out from the swirling mist. Behind him floated a white and gold evil spirit, shadowing his every move. Unlike in previous possessions, after the system's latest update, Zhou Ning could now distinctly feel that his emotions were in control, though inevitably, he'd absorbed traces of the possessed card's combat instincts, habits, and speech patterns. Leandro's eyes widened slightly. This was his third time feeling a predator's deadly presence from Zhou Ning, a danger so instinctive it made his heart race as if he might die at any moment. Tap, tap, tap. With a slight bend of the knees, Zhou Ning suddenly leapt forward, crossing a large distance in an instant. Without a sound, he appeared right before Chris Fisher, fist raised high. The platinum star mirrored his motion, raising its gleaming white gold fist as well. To his credit, the moon was fearless. Instead of retreating, he twisted his body to face Zhou Ning head-on. At the same time, his frame swelled, bones jutting from the sides of his skull as he transformed into a massive demon wreathed in green flames. He opened his mouth and spat out a foul incantation in the demonic tongue, Hellfire. He thrust out his right hand, sending a flurry of pitch-black fireballs surging toward Zhou Ning. Seizing the moment, Bislok hurled an alchemy vial in Zhou Ning's direction. Amid the spreading smoke, a squat, bloated earth elemental quickly took shape. Meanwhile, he lifted a strange artifact self-slaying crossbow of Boudica, the divine archer, and a beam of light began to coalesce. It was a clay elemental golem crafted by a master-level alchemist, single-use, but capable of greatly slowing its target upon impact. A troublesome foe indeed. But Sherlock and Leandro joined the battle right on cue. Sherlock threw 2 packets of mixed powder, and the sky instantly dimmed. Thunderclouds gathered overhead. Then, with a crack, lightning struck down at Professor Bislok. Leandro's blazing greatsword followed suit, cleaving downward in a fiery arc. The protagonist's strength was now on full display. Meanwhile, the fog grew even thicker. Zhou Ning's silhouette flickered in and out of sight, his eyes gleaming with cold contempt for everything before him. As the torrent of fireballs came rushing in, the platinum star merely opened its hand and crushed them. To onlookers, it looked as if Zhou Ning simply reached out into the air and, defying all natural law, snuffed out the fireballs mid-flight. A heartbeat later, Chris Fisher staggered backward. "I can't see what's happening at all." Leandro turned his head just in time to catch the scene. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have missed something. He hadn't seen what happened in between. It was as if he'd blinked, and suddenly Zhou Ning was frozen mid-punch, his loose white sleeves fluttering in the air. The massive flaming demon behind Fisher had already taken countless blows, its head lolling as it began to collapse. But it didn't fall. Zhou Ning ignored the stream of damage numbers flashing across his system panel, -734, -549, line after line, and, expressionless, grabbed the demon's host by the collar, dragging him straight into the crowd. Just then, the stone golem Bislok had summoned swung its fist toward Zhou Ning, but Fisher's body collided into it, sending the golem flying apart in an explosion of dirt and rubble. Fisher's body, lifted by the impact, happened to block the self-slaying crossbow's shot meant for Zhou Ning. As he charged forward, Zhou Ning dipped low, his white coat flaring behind him. Moments earlier, Zhou Ning had used time stop. Truth be told, Chris Fisher had been formidable. He'd even managed to briefly break free of the frozen time effect with some unknown artifact. But under the Platinum Star's relentless barrage, he was crushed before he could unleash most of his powers. His body, along with the shattered golem, was hurled through the air and slammed heavily into the ground. The Platinum Star hovered silently above, opening its palm toward Zhou Ning. Resting there was a small pendant, an unknown artifact taken from Chris Fisher's body. In the distance, Lyrid's pupils constricted. He instinctively took a step back, shock breaking through his usually stiff expression. He hastily chanted a complex elven incantation, summoning a bolt of violent lightning that cracked through the air toward Zhou Ning. As a high-level archmage nearly at demigod rank, Lyrid's spell carried faint divinity and a sure-hit property. Unfortunately, Zhou Ning had already seen the attack coming with his observation hockey. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise as white mist surged to meet the lightning, swallowing it whole. It was one of the awakened mist fruit's most reliable defensive techniques. Then, in Lyrid's view, the world suddenly went dark. A fist grew larger and larger before his eyes, and before it even touched him, pain exploded through his body. He was hurled backward, gouging a deep trench in the ground before slamming into a wall. A massive red number flashed above Lyrid's head. Desperate, he pressed his right hand into his chest and drew out a talisman, throwing it forward. Prohibition, attack. Zhou Ning froze briefly, confused, his assault pausing for an instant. Lyrid was just about to blink away when his instinct screamed an even greater danger was descending. His hair bristled with static, silver-white lightning rising across it as he layered twin ice shields around his body. But at that very moment, the platinum star swung its fist. Aura, 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 aura. In an instant, both shields shattered. The platinum star's fists blurred strike after strike, punch after punch. The air rang with sharp pa-pa-pa sounds as countless blows rained down on Lyrid like a storm. The damage numbers flooded the combat log in a relentless stream. After 2 full minutes of pummeling, Lyrid's health finally hit 0. A gaping hole now marred his chest, revealing a tangle of delicate circuits and gears beneath. You have slain Damien Lyrid Puppet LV. You have gained 120,000 EXP. Clearly, this Lyrid wasn't the real one. The guy was as sly as they came. Zhou Ning shook his head slightly. His time-stop cooldown had just finished refreshing. He activated it again, stepped forward, grabbed the still-resisting Professor Bislok, and drove a brutal headbutt straight into his skull. Bislok staggered back and collapsed to the ground. The system prompt flashed again. You have completed A-rank mission, slay the alchemy giant 1-to-1. Based on bonus objectives and contribution ratio, your completion grade is A+. You have earned 1,520,000 EXP, plus 6,000 reputation with the Sunwatchers, and 1 random reward. Claim now. All of Zhou Ning's hidden missions were now marked in green complete. It seemed everything was finally over. Zhou Ning exhaled, relieved. This quest had taken him months to finish, an impossible feat for ordinary players. The rewards were bound to be generous. As for claiming them, he decided to wait until tonight. When Sherlock and Leandro emerged from the time-stop's end, they saw Zhou Ning standing calmly, wiping his forehead without expression. Bislok lay unconscious at his feet. The entire enemy force had been wiped out in the blink of an eye, save for one trembling middle-aged nobleman in a crimson coat, who stammered, "Don't come any closer. I'm Bobby Sawyer, advisor to His Majesty the King." Even Sherlock looked baffled by how fast the battle had ended. Shaking his head, he stepped forward, handcuffing the nobleman. "My apologies, Count Sawyer, but you'll have to come with us to the Sunwatchers' headquarters." Leandro took charge of escorting Sawyer into the carriage. Sherlock lingered behind to speak with Zhou Ning. "Wayne, since this case touches on sensitive matters, especially involving His Majesty, I'll need you to keep this confidential. Of course, we'll share the investigation results with you afterward." Zhou Ning had already anticipated this. He nodded readily and added, "As far as I know, similar rituals are likely taking place in other poorhouses. You'd better find a way to destroy or seal those places off before anything worse happens." "I'll do what I can," Sherlock said after a long pause, nodding gravely. At that moment, the possession card's duration ended. Zhou Ning could feel the immense strength draining from his body, leaving a hollow sense of loss. The power of the Platinum Star had been intoxicating, stronger even than the Lord of the Seven Seas or the vampire. It was a shame he hadn't drawn it for himself. By now, other Sunwatcher squads had arrived to secure the battlefield and cordon off the area. Zhou Ning returned with Sherlock and the others to the West Lynn General Store, where Sawyer was taken through the underground passage most likely bound for St. Raymond Cathedral. Zhou Ning, meanwhile, traded with Quartermaster Cherry for a batch of firearms he planned to sell to players later. Yet as he left the store and headed toward the alchemy shop, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling. The whole affair had gone far too smoothly, almost suspiciously so. From his plan to visit the school with John, to John suddenly canceling at the last moment, it was odd. John might be reckless, but keeping his word was the one thing he was known for. Then, when Zhou Ning left the school, he'd been delayed by Harkins's stray manosphere for exactly 2 minutes, just enough for him to run into Morlick's carriage from the poorhouse. And coincidentally, Sherlock had happened to be investigating there, and was trailing Morlick's carriage at that very moment. All these little coincidences pieced together like parts of a larger pattern. Was he just overthinking it? Chapter 354, Chapter 355, Demon Hunter at max level 1415 words. Chapter 355, Demon Hunter at max level. Know when more than 3 coincidences come together, chances are it's not a coincidence at all. The most reasonable explanation was that the same damned little book had once again tangled itself around him. Zhou Ning was nearly driven to a nervous breakdown by it. But what exactly was that book's goal in scheming to lead him all the way to Adam Aiden's manor? Zhou Ning exhaled slowly. Right now, the only potential threats left were the hidden organizations lurking throughout Darkland, and those 18 charitable orphanages. Fortunately, Sherlock had promised to do his best to destroy or shut down those orphanages. Hopefully, that matter could be settled soon. Not far ahead was his alchemy shop, still packed to the brim as always, the crowd shoulder to shoulder. Richie Burke and Bosun Berg were doing their best to maintain order. Before he knew it, this place had already become the player's de facto main city. Many logged in just to idle here, looking for teammates, dungeon runs, or simply to trade. Completely outrageous. Zhou Ning's plan to set up his guild base here was based on this very reason. In fact, he had already set mirror markers both here and at home, allowing him to freely teleport between the two at any time. But since there were simply too many players around, he didn't want to expose the mirror's secret so soon, so he still chose to come by the old-fashioned way. As he reached a nearby alley corner, he ran into Mrs. Turing, cheerfully pushing old Turing's wheelchair. Since her illness, it had been over a month since Zhou Ning had last seen her. Apparently, the potion made from the undead and life cores had worked wonders. Compared to before, Mrs. Turing looked vibrant and full of life. With a warm smile, she greeted him, "Good afternoon, Wayne." "Good afternoon, both of you." Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for them. To him, these two weren't just cherished friends. Since his transmigration, they were also a couple whose enduring love he deeply admired. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, Mr. Turing smiled broadly for the first time in ages. "Thanks to you, Lorela has recovered well. We're planning to move back to Brasana soon, a beautiful coastal town. You could say we're returning to our roots." "Oh right, I've already prepared a gift for you. Come by this evening, you won't be disappointed. Consider it a token of gratitude, and a man's kind of toy." He gave Zhou Ning a playful wink. "Remember not to eat before you come. I'll make a few authentic southern Bryston dishes for you," Mrs. Turing added with a cheerful laugh. Zhou Ning nodded with a smile. But what exactly was a man's toy? Surely not that kind of toy. He'd seen similar items sold at the auction house before, alchemy-crafted ones that could vibrate on their own. The image alone was too much to imagine. After chatting a bit with the Turins, Zhou Ning crossed the street and arrived at his shop, ready for one last major round of profit. After this, he planned to temporarily wash his hands of direct sales and entrust all transactions to Richie Burke and Berg. To make sure this final harvest went smoothly, Zhou Ning uploaded one last batch of high-demand goods to the shop, the Navy 6 styles, and a relatively rare devil fruit, specifically, the quick-slash fruit he had brought from the One Piece world. Of course, the Navy 6 styles had been shamelessly renamed by Zhou Ning as the Wayne 6 styles. Except for Moon Step and Shave, the rest were general-purpose skills that all classes could learn. Prices ranged from 50,000 to 100,000 depending on the move. As for that top-tier devil fruit, Zhou Ning priced it at 4,000 vectas, leaving it to fate to find its new owner. Just then, Jins had come out of a dungeon, brimming with energy as she stood in front of the shop waiting for Zhou Ning. She was just shy of reaching level 40 and planned to pull another all-nighter to get there in one go. But since Boss Wayne wasn't like other NPCs too unpredictable and often disappearing for long stretches, she wanted to grab her skills first, then go grind to level 40 and join the preliminaries. Other players looked at her with awe. The girl hadn't logged off for 6 straight days, an incredible feat of stamina and bladder control. She ate, drank, and handled everything inside her dive pod, yet still looked full of energy. Her sheer vitality was awe-inspiring. When Zhou Ning arrived, Jins immediately rushed up and bought every available skill she could, including, but not limited to, observation hockey and armament hockey. As for the devil fruit, she couldn't afford it yet, but she was confident she wouldn't lose to anyone else. As the protagonist's #1 fangirl, she had analyzed his combat footage frame by frame, achieving an impressive 95% accuracy rate. Now she just needed to show it off. Did the protagonist just add new stuff again? Jins gasped. Wayne 6 styles. Moon step, shave, tempest kick, paper art, iron body, finger gun. So many amazing skills. And what's this? Quick slash fruit. You can turn any part of your body into a blade and your skin becomes as hard as steel. Mom, I want this one. But then she saw the 4,000 vectas price tag. And deflated instantly. After spending a fortune to learn all the skills she could, Jins hurried off again, shouting in the guild channel, level 39 Wanderer Gunslinger LFG for dungeon insane aim, insane DPS ++++. Zhou Ning. In his past life, this girl had also participated in the first professional league. He'd seen her replay. The flaming greatsword was flashy enough, but her combat strength was average at best. She'd been eliminated in the first round of the main event. He wondered if, now that she had reached peak grinder form, she could achieve a breakthrough in this tournament. Once it was confirmed that 4 of the new skills were general purpose, not gunslinger exclusive, countless players flocked in, surrounding Zhou Ning's shop. They were all just as shocked as Jins: tempest kick, paper art, iron body, finger gun for general skills, each one clearly powerful in real combat. Wayne Sturwell truly was every player's best friend. This final frenzy didn't disappoint. Business was even better than the previous days. Experience points skyrocketed like a rocket launch and players kept pouring in. Zhou Ning could only feel both pain and joy, adjusting into a comfortable position to let the autosell feature handle things. While waiting, he took the opportunity to organize his abilities and claim 2 random quest rewards. Glancing at his panel, Zhou Ning saw that his accumulated experience had reached a staggering 1.7 billion, a truly astronomical figure. A small part came from monster kills and chain quests, but the vast majority was earned by shearing the sheep, the players themselves. How many players had he milked dry to reach this number? He couldn't help feeling a pang of guilt. But guilt or not, the harvest had to go on. Miss this golden window, and the profits would drop dramatically. With that much experience, the best use was, of course, leveling up. His main class, Demon Hunter, was currently level 38 with a cap of 45. His total level sat at 65, though that included 2 subclasses, so it was a bit inflated. All he needed to do now was max out his Demon Hunter level, and his power would take another major leap forward. Once a player's level reached 60 and beyond, leveling the main class became increasingly expensive in experience. That's why most players at that stage switched to leveling subclasses. But as a certified rich man, Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. He spent nearly half his experience points to boost his Demon Hunter straight from level 38 to the cap at level 45. Your main class Demon Hunter has reached LV, Agility +4. 5 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 5 Spirit +2. 3 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 3 Stamina +2, Willpower +1, gain 3 free attribute points. Your main class Demon Hunter has reached LV, Agility +4. 5 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 5 Spirit +2. 3 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 3 Stamina +2, Willpower +1, gain 3 free attribute points. Your main class Demon Hunter has reached LV, Agility +4. 5 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 5 Spirit +2. 3 Expert Legendary Physique +1. 3 Stamina +2, Willpower +1, gain 3 free attribute points. Chapter 355, Chapter 356, Protagonist Halo 1279 words. Chapter 356, Protagonist Halo. As the Demon Hunter class reached its maximum level, another prompt appeared on the panel. Your Demon Hunter class has reached the maximum level. You gain an additional bonus of +12 agility, +4 stamina, and +6 spirit. After his Demon Hunter leveled up to max, Zhou Ning once again received a round of attribute boosts. But the most important part, just like when the Wanderer Gunslinger hit max level, was that he could draw for a new specialty. What Zhou Ning anticipated most was that as a second-tier class reward for reaching max level, he had a chance to obtain one of the long-awaited legendary specialties, at the very least, an elite one. Your Demon Hunter has reached level 45. You have earned one class specialty reward. Please select one of the following 3 specialties. Note, this specialty will directly affect all Demon Hunter class users. Choose carefully. As the prompt appeared, 3 options flashed onto the screen. Combat Intuition Legendary, Reaction Speed +15%, additional +12 agility. After an enemy initiates an attack, there is a 35% chance to strike first. Bullying the Weak Elite, damage against slowed or frozen enemies is increased by 60%. Combat Expert Legendary, critical hit chance with melee weapons +25%, range and accuracy with bows +25%, critical damage with firearms +25%. Also grants the ability to deploy advanced traps. 2 legendaries out of 3. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. Honestly, all 3 specialties were top-tier choices. The first could prevent ambushes with a 15% boost in reaction speed paired with his Spider Sense title. He could practically preempt attacks in the truest sense. Bullying the Weak, though only an elite specialty, would be extremely powerful under snowy conditions. He could control himself a stable 60% damage increase. Its strength was nearly on par with a legendary. As for Combat Expert, it made him a literal all-rounder. The added trap skill was considered god tier in PvP back in his previous life, exceptionally strong. After some thought, Zhou Ning chose the first specialty, Combat Intuition. Sure, other players might think Combat Expert was more practical, but so what? He was the class mentor. You have obtained the specialty Combat Intuition. Zhou Ning checked his panel. With the bonus from his expert level Extraordinary Physique, gaining 7 levels had given him +31 agility, +14 stamina, +16 spirit, and +7 willpower. Except for strength, which never increased, his agility once again saw a qualitative leap. Counting the results of recent training, template synergies, and the +20 agility from 2 new specialties, his agility finally broke the 300 mark for the first time. That was about the entry threshold for higher-tier professionals. Once he completed his next class advancement, he would officially step into that rank. Now Zhou Ning's movements were more agile than ever. He could easily perform high-difficulty maneuvers, and his firearm control had improved dramatically. As for the 21 free attribute points from leveling up, Zhou Ning didn't continue investing in agility. Instead, he evenly distributed them between spirit and willpower. With several million experience points remaining, he didn't bother saving them. He upgraded all 3 types of hockey by 2 levels each, pushing them past master level to grandmaster level. His most practical one, observation hockey, even reached great grandmaster level. He then raised ripple breathing technique to master level, anticipating possible synergy with later skills. After that, Zhou Ning spent a good amount of experience upgrading all his frequently used composite skills to master level as well. Once all those expenditures were done, his panel looked completely renewed. Name, Zhou Ning/Wayne Sturwell Race. Human Template. Elite NPC Upgradable Experience, 12,750. Class, Demon Hunter 45/45, eligible for advancement subclasses. Linguist LV 10/10/10/Master Alchemist LV 17/17/30, Natural Force Affinity, 0 Arcane Affinity, 0 Talents. Omitted attributes. Strength 56, Agility 301, Stamina 121, Willpower 120, Spirit 146, Charisma 100, HP 3120/30, 120 Stamina, 690/690 Willpower, 120/120 Focus, 3580/3580 Combat Power, 24,220. Legend Rank, 5 Renowned Evaluation. You are now among the top figures of the supernatural world. Even across the entire Apocalypse continent, you are a well-known legend. Free points, 0. Judging from the stats alone, he already met the standard for a high-tier professional. As for actual combat strength, Zhou Ning was confident he could take on one without a problem. And that wasn't all. After gaining a new legendary specialty and maxing out his Demon Hunter level, he noticed the conditions to upgrade to a boss-level template were now fully met. The Advance button beside his class had also lit up, signaling the path to his third-tier advancement, Gun God. He clicked the upgradable option beside the template, and a prompt appeared: your template advancement conditions have been met. Proceed with upgrade. After selecting yes, another notification popped up. You have advanced to the boss template. Your rank has increased. Attributes slightly enhanced. Resistance to abnormal statuses improved. You gain a suppression effect when battling beings of lower rank. Your HP and focus pool have increased. You have acquired an aura-type skill, Protagonist Halo. The earlier parts were expected, but that last line stunned Zhou Ning. After all this time, he had finally done it. The ability he'd envied in Leandro for so long, Protagonist Halo, was now his. He could finally proclaim with pride, "I'm the protagonist." As for the rest, he'd seen similar prompts before when unlocking level caps. Rank elevation meant longer HP and MP bars, reduced suppression from higher-ranked beings, and greater resistance to mental or emotional effects such as confusion, frenzy, and fear. Though the system didn't specify exact details, Zhou Ning could feel that his strength had improved far beyond just slightly. His HP and focus had each increased by over 1,200, reaching 4,320 and 4,700 respectively. His attributes had also risen by 5 to 10%. Facing mythic beings like the Spider Mother, he would now suffer far less suppression. When he checked the advancement requirements for the third-tier class, he even felt that the Demon Hunter's conditions were relatively lenient. Advancement requirements. After reading all the requirements, Zhou Ning received a new mission. You have triggered an A-rank mission, Demon Hunter Advancement Mission Description. The class you created, Demon Hunter, has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, you must refine your gunmanship and techniques for hunting transcendent creatures through practical combat. Mission objective: defeat or slay 6 high-tier beings using firearms, melee, or close combat weapons. 3 must be land-based and 3 aquatic. Reward: qualification for Demon Hunter class advancement. Zhou Ning. The advancement requirements themselves were manageable. He'd done this plenty of times before. At worst, he could use the simulator to search for new skills. But this mission? Was the system joking? Hunting transcendent beings was one thing, but having to divide them evenly between land and sea? That was ridiculous. Looks like his road to becoming a gun god would still be a long one. Next came the 2 random mission rewards. Given the task's extreme difficulty, the rewards had to be exceptional. Zhou Ning, both nervous and excited, chose to claim them. You have obtained Gold Skill Upgrade Card ×1. You have obtained Outfit Phantom Thief ×1, Summon Ticket Character of Choice ×1. The first reward alone shocked Zhou Ning. Unlike the previous gold skill point he had used, this one could even upgrade special skills, meaning it could be applied to family techniques or even stand abilities. Such an item was rare even in the late game. Chapter 356, Chapter 357, the upgraded substitute ability 1352 words Chapter 357, the upgraded substitute ability. As for where this precious golden skill card should be used, Zhou Ning immediately made his decision. Both Clan Creed and his substitute ability could be considered his trump cards, equally important. However, Clan Creed could be upgraded through in-game methods such as being promoted to a Clan Creed noble. The substitute ability, on the other hand, could only be upgraded using a golden skill card. If only I had 2 golden skill cards. Zhou Ning clicked his tongue, then chose to use this one on his substitute ability. A prompt immediately appeared on his interface: your special skill, Bohemian Requiem, has been upgraded to Master Level. Bohemian Requiem Master Level 2. The weaker the projection is compared to yourself, the less energy it consumes and the longer it lasts. If the projection is stronger than you, there's a chance the manifestation will fail. Even if it succeeds, the resulting projection will only possess a portion of its true power, not its complete form. After the skill advanced to Master Level, the previously unknown 4th effect finally revealed itself. For you can now project not only characters and objects but also scenes. The realism and power of your projections have increased, while the concentration required has relatively decreased. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up. The enhancement after this upgrade was even greater than he'd imagined. Now that he could even manifest entire scenes, could he perhaps bring forth a high-tech laboratory? It was worth testing after all. With enough imagination, the potential of this ability was limitless. Clearly, this precious golden skill card had been well spent. As for the second reward, the costume, it was essentially a new feature. After examining it, Zhou Ning felt it was somewhat inferior to the first reward. The so-called Phantom Thief outfit, as the name implied, was modeled after the attire of Phantom Thief Zhou Ning in the simulator: a white suit, a white high-brimmed hat, and a monocle. Wearing it granted bonuses to disguise, theft, and magic tricks. Simply put, it didn't really boost combat power, more of a stylish cosplay. Handsome, but that was about it. The other reward, a custom character descent card, allowed him to choose freely from any template he had previously used as a possession target. The prompt mentioned it could even include one-time use templates, though the duration was limited to 5 minutes. This would serve as Zhou Ning's final trump card for now. He decided to keep it in reserve. After finishing his upgrades, Zhou Ning felt overwhelmingly powerful again, the energy surging within his body making him feel every bit the peak demon hunter. However, this exhilaration came at a cost. The massive wave of experience points gained from his spree was now almost entirely depleted. For the time being, it would be nearly impossible to reach another such leap in strength. Still, experience points left unused were just cold numbers on a screen. Only when converted into combat power did they have meaning. As the saying went, success or failure, life is bold, just start again from scratch. He even hummed the tune as he thought it. Pulling out his pocket watch, he checked the time. His joyful spree was nearing its end. Most of the firearms and alchemical items he'd brought had already been sold, as had the devil fruits and various skills. Zhou Ning hadn't bothered to appraise the devil fruits beforehand, since selling them as blind boxes gave the post-unboxing duds a better mystique. As a result, someone had actually hit the jackpot. A streamer named Bighead Fish had purchased a rare paramecia-type fruit, the weight fruit, which allowed the user to freely alter their body weight from 1 kilogram to over 10,000 kilograms. Quite a practical ability. Still, Zhou Ning was a little disappointed. Although he'd earned plenty of money and experience, his quick-slash fruit, priced at 4,000 vectas, still hadn't sold. It seemed that rich whales like Star Beneath the Sea were rare indeed. Good times never last. Dusk was falling when John appeared at the corner of the street, a carriage behind him. He waved at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning glanced at his experience bar, just back up to 13 million, ignored the players begging him to stay, and coldly declared the shop closed for the day. He still had things to do. After meeting John's investor, he was heading to the Turins for dinner. Sorry, some trouble came up at home, John apologized as soon as he saw Zhou Ning. The red light district my family owns got raided by the Earth Ring. They said someone was cosplaying the Earth Goddess to provide illegal services. I had to rush back for a bit. No problem, Zhou Ning replied, though his eye twitched. Who had the guts for that? Cosplaying a priest was one thing, but the Earth Goddess. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, so where are we going now? Darkland Fortress. You'll never guess who the investor is, an incredibly prestigious person. Giving him 30% of the shares is absolutely worth it. After this, our Game King will never have to worry about sales again. John grinned. Darkland Fortress. That was the power center of Bryston's government, the residence of the royal family, and offices of the cabinet. Basically, a mix between Buckingham Palace and 10 Downing Street. This investor sounded pretty high up indeed. Who is it? Zhou Ning asked, intrigued. Yes, that Harkin's full name, Harkins Charles Arthur Hudson. He's the younger brother of King Charlie VII, titled Prince Harkins. Believe it or not, he came to me himself, said he really believed in Game King, and wanted to invest. John said with a hint of pride. That Harkins. What kind of prince skips out on royal parties to play games? Zhou Ning instantly recalled the magic ball star he'd run into at school earlier that day, a man who looked eerily like Brad Pitt. He'd sensed traces of death energy around him then. Could that have been a coincidence? Not far ahead stood Darkland's landmark, a massive clock weighing 13.5 tons, its pendulum alone over 600 pounds. It was mounted atop one of the fortress's annex buildings. 2 rows of guards stood before the fortress gates, halting John's carriage. After John explained their purpose and showed the invitation, one of the guards led them to park nearby and escorted them into Darkland Fortress. The fortress interior was solemn, decorated in white and blue tones. On the front wall hung the golden-eyed lion crest of the royal house of Charlie. The left corridor led to the offices, the right to the royal living quarters. Then Zhou Ning's gaze sharpened. Through the doorway on the left, he spotted Brown Lambert and Spark Lambert, the father and son he'd once rescued. They were walking down the corridor, but both turned to look directly at him, their expressions cold and lifeless. A chill ran through Zhou Ning. Those eyes weren't theirs. The feeling was all too familiar. Just like the spider-formed Argus, Joshua, and the other nobles, he could almost be sure of it. During the time they'd been away, the father and son had inevitably been replaced. At the far end of the left corridor, he also saw the chubby boy's father, Prime Minister Vernon West, along with familiar faces like Harrison Reeves, Count Robbins, and 2 hooded figures entering a room together. Aside from Vernon West, it was practically a gathering of villains. Why were all of them meeting here? What were they planning? Wariness surged in Zhou Ning's heart, tinged with deep curiosity. Urged along by John, he entered the right side door. After another turn, they came to a long corridor. At the 6th room, John pushed the door open. Inside was a lavishly furnished chamber. Seated within, raising his glass with a smile, was none other than the blonde, muscular man Zhou Ning had met before, Prince Harkins. Chapter 357, Chapter 358, The Final Plan, 1813 words. Chapter 358, The Final Plan. You must be the legendary Wayne Stirwell, right? This should be our second time meeting. Harkins extended his hand to Zhou Ning, with a polite smile. To be fair, Harkins looked rather presentable dressed in noble attire. But seeing the heavy aura of death lingering around him, Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel uneasy, almost afraid he might suddenly keel over from the influence of that damned little book. If that really happened right in front of him, how could he possibly explain himself? He'd instantly become the prime suspect in the prince's murder. Harkins then gestured for the guards who had brought them in to leave, inviting the 2 of them to sit down. With a genial chuckle, he said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I invited you here not just to meet my partners, but mainly to understand more about the project I'm investing in. I want to know about the upcoming development plans, so I can hand them over to my private team for assessment." John and Zhou Ning exchanged a glance and nodded. "That's not a problem," John said, "but I'll need to insist that we sign a contract first." We should ensure that our cooperation is legally protected before any further discussion. Of course. Harkins agreed without hesitation, explaining, even though I'm a prince, my disposable income isn't much. I still have to fund an entire Magiball team. So every investment must be made with caution. Being a Magiball star has been my dream since childhood, and creating a team of my own fulfills that dream. Besides, I want to establish a Magiball league someday, but that would require massive funding. Your Duel Monsters project shows incredible potential for profit. I can provide you with the widest sales network available. A Magiball league. Whether it succeeds or not, that was quite an ambitious idea, assuming he lives long enough to see it through. Zhou Ning quietly exhaled. Seeing that Zhou Ning didn't react much, Harkins continued, I first learned about Duel Monsters by accident. My carriage overturned halfway to an event, and I missed a match. Later, while resting in a tavern, I saw the game for the first time. It was fascinating and addictive. The first time I played, I actually skipped training for it. After just one day, my first thought was, I have to invest in this. Things like cosplay, whips, candles, and the rest of that decadent nonsense should have been thrown into the dustbin of history long ago. Bryston doesn't need such corruption. Perhaps your creation could reshape the world's entertainment. As Harkins spoke passionately, he slid a prepared contract across the table. Clearly he had come ready. But did he really not realize that John's family business revolved around that very kind of decadent nonsense? His idealistic views were dangerously naive. After all, what man doesn't have his vices? John, however, didn't seem to care about that. After carefully reviewing the contract, he signed his name without hesitation. Then John and Harkins launched into an animated conversation that covered a staggering range of topics, not only Duel Monsters, but also poetry, philosophy, and the meaning of life. The atmosphere was almost suspiciously intimate. Being a straightforward man, Zhou Ning wasn't interested in such things. What he was interested in was what the villains on the other side of the building were discussing. Slightly hunching his back, he asked apologetically, I'm having some stomach trouble. Could you tell me where the washroom is? Just around the corner and down the hall, fourth door on your right, Harkins said casually. Once outside, Zhou Ning immediately straightened up. He glanced back. 2 guards were patrolling between the intersecting corridors. Thanks to his phantom thief, Zhou Ning quickly identified their blind spots and slipped past them, practically back-to-back with their routes. Moving silently, he reached the far end of the left corridor. The meeting place these people had chosen was unusually remote, deep within the office section of the building. The closer he got to that conference room, the faster his heart pounded. It wasn't hard to guess someone inside had to be at least demigod level. Otherwise, such oppressive pressure wouldn't exist. Hugging the shadow of the corner, Zhou Ning heard the muffled voices inside. An old, rasping voice spoke first. The ritual has been long in preparation. Talania, is your Life Alchemy Society ready? We're ready, a deep voice replied after a pause. We had 18 almshouses in total. Because of Wayne Sturwell's interference, 6 were either destroyed or abandoned. But 12 altars remain operational, all genuine, all engraved with large-scale alchemical arrays, ready to activate at any time. Excellent. Once the Ascendant ritual succeeds, the amassed deaths should be enough to revive the evil god Nyastora. His Majesty's divinity will ascend accordingly, the old voice croaked on. And the Retreat Society? Our operation must face no interference. You're also responsible for producing the proper amount of blood required as a precondition for Nyastora's awakening. In return, your association will receive full preaching rights across the Kingdom of Bryston. Whether or not you manage to revive the Spider Mother is of no concern to us. Leoncavallo's 4-act opera gave us no hint of that. Ever since it encountered Wayne Sturwell, it has lost control several times, becoming dangerously unstable. We have no objections. As long as we gain preaching rights, all is well, came the next voice. It was none other than Vernon West, the fat boy's father and the kingdom's prime minister. His tone rose and fell smoothly as he continued, all extraordinary forces that could interfere with the ritual are under our supervision. Today, the circle of Earth will be flooded with false reports, keeping them too busy to intervene. The city's entire red light district is under our control. Aside from the first squad, Qian West and his Sunwatchers have already been dispatched to Temple Port to investigate a supernatural incident. They won't be back anytime soon. Right, Joshua had mentioned before that the fat boy's mother was a member of the Retreat Society, and that many high-ranking nobles, including Joshua himself, were entangled with her. So Vernon West being replaced, or perhaps having always been one of them, was impossible. Now the full picture was beginning to emerge, and it was horrifying. Most of Bryston's upper echelon were evil through and through. Another chilling thought struck Zhou Ning. Qian West and the upper ranks of the Watchers likely knew at least part, if not all, of the truth. But for their own interests, they'd chosen silence. Cold sweat gathered at Zhou Ning's temples. He finally understood what Mr. Turing had meant: there are no legends in Darkland. The vile each have their own vices, and the noble each their own form of corruption. How true that was! After a brief silence, the old, rasping voice spoke again. Since everything is in order and nothing remains unresolved, let the plan begin. No more delays. In a dimly lit room, a book lay open upon a desk. Line by line, new words began to appear across its pages. The plan proceeds exceedingly well. Formerly named William Charles Arthur Hudson, Charles VII is without doubt the central figure of this grand opera and one of its ultimate beneficiaries. From the very beginning, he was deeply tied to the Life Alchemy Society. To resurrect the evil god, the association, and the curse god cult naturally found common ground through him. They share mutual interests. The curse god cult requires vast amounts of blood and resentment for the revival of their deity, while the Life Alchemy Society needs a king of their own to rely on. The three ancient elves who lead them still dream of completing Alfred the Madman's ascendant ritual. Thus, their true target was never Charles VI. That pitiful emperor was merely bait. Charles VII and the Life Alchemy Society murdered his father and captured his soul. They needed it for experimental refinement of the ascendant ritual, to gather data, and ensure success. It also served to divert the attention of the Watchers and Wayne Stirwell. But both the association and the cult lacked capable executors. Jeremy Wayne, now known as Chris Fisher, became an ideal pawn. As a branch member of the Honesty family, he was upright, kind-hearted, and talented in business. Yet in this world, good men rarely prosper. His wife's betrayal and his terminal illness shattered his faith, reducing him to a pedophile, a serial killer, and a complete clown. His involvement brought manpower, wealth, and ruthless efficiency to the plan. The Retreat Society's participation was almost accidental. They required abundant faith energy to feed the dark spider mother, Madalida. Vernon West surprised me most. He seemed respectable but was secretly a cuckold, enslaved by desire, and easily ensnared by the order. Through him, they could manipulate officials and silence dissent. Thus, the Retreat Society entered my vision as our second ally. Everything proceeded flawlessly. The only variable was Wayne Stirwell. His repeated, over-the-top performances created many unexpected complications, which infuriated me, but the overall trajectory remained intact. The Poor Relief Act passed without issue, funneling countless civilians into workhouses, where endless labor harvested their resentment and life energy. Numerous altars were erected, each capable of reaping massive life force through the alchemical arrays. For the grand finale of this opera, Bislocke, Chris Fisher, and even Charles VI had outlived their usefulness. Worthless actors make perfect sacrifices. By orchestrating a series of coincidences, I ensured Wayne Stirwell, and the Watchers focused all attention on them, drawing them straight into the manor. Even if Wayne hadn't come, Charles VI's evolution would still have failed. The life energy in the flesh gel was far from sufficient. Inevitably, Wayne delivered yet another spectacular performance, but he had no time to stop what was happening elsewhere. No one could. Finally, for the sake of our opera's best supporting actor Wayne Stirwell, I wished for him to personally witness the final, grand act. That was my only indulgence. I caused a carriage accident so that Harkins Charles Arthur Hudson would encounter dual monsters. As a born gambler, he would be instantly fascinated and eager to meet its creator. On the day of the meeting, Vernon West would have the Retreat Society's prostitutes impersonate the Earth Goddess to lure in clients, drawing the Circle of Earth's investigators' attention and delaying John Fowler. As a result, Wayne Stirwell would arrive at Darkland Fortress no earlier than 5:49 p.m. His insatiable curiosity would guarantee he witnessed the grand finale firsthand. Every coincidence precisely arranged. Now the book no longer exuded madness or chaos. Each word was clear, each line meticulously logical. At that moment, black lightning erupted from the rooftops of all the almshouses, intertwining in the air until it blanketed nearly the entire city of Darkland. Simultaneously, a blazing notification appeared on every player's interface including Zhou Ning's its words burning like fire. Apocalypse V1. 2. The Darkland Cataclysm officially begins. Chapter 358, Chapter 359, The Calamity of Darkland. 1199 words. Chapter 359, The Calamity of Darkland. When black lightning spread across most of Darkland, countless ordinary citizens looked up in fear, wanting to see what was happening. But in the very next moment, black smoke rose from the tops of most of their heads, drifting up and gathering over the rooftops of every charity house in the city, absorbing, swirling, and coalescing into something unknown. Those ordinary people then turned one after another into black wraiths made entirely of shadow or shambling undead who wandered aimlessly, guided only by the instincts they had in life. Darkland, the grand capital of the apocalypse world, a city blessed by the gods, with a population of more than 8 million, lost over 6 million lives in an instant. At the old Turing residence, Turing was busy preparing dinner. Since Wayne was coming over that evening, she had specially decided to make a few of her signature dishes like clover-fed veal and breast and slow-cooked chicken. Chatting away to her husband while she worked. "We'll have to wait a bit before I can take you out for a walk. I need to finish these 2 dishes first. Slow-cooked chicken takes time." I know. Old Turing sat in his wheelchair, fiddling with an alchemic battle armor nearly as tall as a moon, a rare smile curling his lips. It was a gift he had promised to give Zhou Ning, a toy for men, as he called it. Though he rarely said it aloud, his heart was filled with gratitude toward Zhou Ning. He knew full well that without those life-saving undead cores and life cores, his wife would never have survived the winter. After losing all their sons and daughters to war and disease, she had continued to care for his paralyzed body with the same tenderness and patience for over 40 years now. He dared not even imagine what it would be like to lose her. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky above, and he felt something being drawn out of his body. In the distance, Lorela's condition was even worse. Her complexion turned ashen, and she began gasping for air. Within 10 seconds, her skin had gone gray, her eyes rolled white, and she had become an undead, a soulless creature moving only by the faint echo of her living instincts. "No, Lorela." His trembling hands reached out toward her as he called her name again and again. Then he saw her raise her head, taking stiff, halting steps toward him. Old Turing shut his eyes in pain. Then he felt a gentle push from behind, soft, familiar. She was pushing his wheelchair. She pushed him out of the room. 5:50 in the evening, the same time as always. For 40 years straight his wife had always taken him out for their evening walk. Even now, as a mindless undead, her instincts remembered. Not far from there, on the edge of the trade district, in front of a newly opened diner, Marissa was crouched on the ground picking vegetables while her daughter played nearby, running around happily with the neighborhood children, playing a game they called Weather Child. She still wore the hat that kind young man had given her. Who's the weather child? Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Who's the weather child? Fog, dew, cloud, frost. Marissa watched her daughter laughing as she ran farther away, and couldn't help calling out, "Sylvia, dinner's ready, don't go too far." "Got it, Mom," came the bright, crisp reply. Marissa smiled. Though her husband had died in an accident, thanks to that kind young man's help, she'd received some money. Following his advice, she'd left the welfare home and used that money, along with her small savings, to open a modest little restaurant. Life was hard, yes, but as long as they were alive, there was hope. In just one day, she'd earned 7 roast hens. At this rate, her daughter Sylvia might even have a chance to go to school someday and truly escape the life of the lower class. The thought brought a gentle smile to her face, and her hands moved even faster as she worked. Before long, she finished preparing the vegetables, and was about to stand up when she suddenly felt something drifting out from inside her body. A puff of black smoke rose above her head, Sylvia's, too. Through her blurring vision, she saw Sylvia stop mid-run. A moment later, her daughter and the other nearby children turned into ashen-faced undead or pure black silhouettes of shadow. Tears rolled down Marissa's cheeks. Life had finally been getting better. Why did it have to turn out like this again? Her consciousness faded, and moments later, yet another undead began to wander aimlessly. The same scene repeated itself in every corner of Darkland, every area under the shadow of the charity houses, the trade district, the docks, the harbor, the canal zones. Countless people without supernatural abilities or those who were already weak turned into undead or shadows and died one after another. Even many transcendent beings began to weaken. The Darkland calamity had officially begun. Meanwhile, on the Apocalypse Forum, an unprecedented storm of discussion exploded. Posts about the new version filled every page. Many players uploaded screenshots, showing hordes of townsfolk turning into undead right in the streets. Preachers of the Retreat Society appeared across the city, spreading their doctrine. Amid the chaos, people looted, murdered, and burned, spilling more and more blood. Many players were killed by them, and the blood gathered into a massive sphere that hung ominously in the air. So this was the Darkland calamity. Players who had never seen such a vast, terrifying event in the game were stunned. At the Darkland fortress, Zhou Ning, who had just finished organizing his thoughts, felt a chill crawl down his spine. He had seen the posts on the Apocalypse Forum, and with his observation hockey, he could feel it too. In that instant, countless lives had been snuffed out, their life force and resentment surging toward the skies above every charity house. So the Ascendant ritual had begun already. The more critical the situation became, the calmer Zhou Ning's mind grew. He could sense that one after another, the presences within the fortress were vanishing. They must be using supernatural means to scatter throughout the city. His long-standing sense of foreboding had finally come true. If his guess was right, the situation outside was even worse than he imagined. From their conversations, he'd learned that this plan involved 4 factions: the Bryston royal family, the Curse God cult, the Life Alchemy Society, and the Retreat Society. Their immediate goal was to help Charles VII ascend to godhood and resurrect the sealed evil god beneath the city, Nyastora. He now had 2 choices: leave Darkland at once with his abilities. Even if Nyastora descended, it couldn't harm him, or try to stop the ritual and save as many people as possible, at the very least preventing the evil god's resurrection. After a brief moment of weighing his options, Zhou Ning drew a deep breath and clenched his fists. He still wanted to save everyone he could. After living in this world for so long, he could no longer treat it as just a game. Chapter 359, Chapter 360, The Great Summoning. 1553 words. Chapter 360, The Great Summoning. After using shave several times in a row, Zhou Ning burst out of Darkland Fortress. What greeted his eyes was a scene so suffocating that he could hardly breathe. Because of the strange and erratic weather, rain had already started to fall from the sky, while on the other side, thick fog mixed with heavy snow blanketed the city. To the left lay the canal, to the right the great clock tower. They were close to Wither's Higher Cathedral Square, where the 7th day of the Sun Goddess's Christmas parade was taking place. The nearby streets were still lined with floats and devout believers. But now, though the floats remained, the singing and dancing faithful had all turned into dark shadows and undead, packed so densely that the end of the horde could not be seen. Countless visible clusters of resentment and life energy gathered together, rising into the sky. It looked like the end of the world. At that moment, several hidden quests on Zhou Ning's game panel quietly updated, revealing a new follow-up. You have triggered an S-rank main quest, Save Darkland. Quest reward, unknown. Zhou Ning froze for a second. An S-rank main quest. The requirement was simple: save Darkland. This didn't conflict with his current goal at all, so he accepted without hesitation. All around him, hooded cultists in black cloaks were searching for any living human, some preaching, others raising their blades. What made Zhou Ning's scalp prickle was that as blood, resentment, and negative emotions converged, the enormous blood sphere in the sky grew more solid, while down below, within the heavy fog, a massive spider-shaped shadow appeared. It prowled back and forth, occasionally striking at transcenders rushing toward the disturbance. Though only a phantom, the mythical creature's aura radiated overwhelming pressure. Ordinary transcenders didn't even dare to move under its presence; they trembled and bent at the waist. Only a few priests from the ascetic church stood their ground, unleashing dazzling divine arts one after another. Among them was someone Zhou Ning recognized instantly: the current High Patriarch of the ascetic church, Stuart Crow. He held an ornate staff, using divine word spells to subtly alter the spider's movements, slowly chipping away at its health bar. That's the dark spider mother Madalida, Zhou Ning realized. For now, it was just a phantom. He couldn't tell whether it was a projection summon, or if the deity's true body was preparing to descend. If Madalida and the evil god Nyastora descended simultaneously, even with all his trump cards, victory would be far from certain. Worse still, he could sense multiple spider phantoms stirring throughout the city, spreading death wherever they went. As for the one before him, Stuart Crow seemed capable of handling it, so Zhou Ning turned his attention elsewhere. Raising his ebony and ivory pistols, he leaped forward and pulled the triggers, activating Hive Shot. A storm of bullets poured out. Hive Shot was a technique from Devil May Cry, used by Dante in gunslinger mode. It condensed magic, ripple energy, or hockey into bullets for ultra-high-speed fire, doubling the pistol's destructive power. Most of these cultists were transcenders between levels 40 and 50. At Zhou Ning's current strength, it was like mowing grass in Musa mode. In the wind and rain, his white coat flared like a blooming flower of death, while cultists fell one after another under his gunfire. But there were far too many of them. Zhou Ning quickly issued a bounty quest in the regional channel, accessible to all players nearby. Save Darkland, A-rank main quest. A great crisis is imminent. The cultists are attempting to summon an evil god, beginning with the destruction of Darkland and ultimately the entire world. Follow Wayne Sturwell and eliminate every cultist you see. This is a bounty-style mission with a total pool of 4 million EXP. Accepting the mission costs 3,000 EXP. Rewards are distributed proportionally to the top 50 contributors, individuals or parties. Of course, the main quest tag was something Zhou Ning had filled in himself during quest creation, but the A-rank classification and 4 million EXP reward were genuine. That was the upper limit of what he could issue. With the player base now averaging over level 30, the cultists shouldn't pose much difficulty. It also forced players to choose sides. After all, if endlessly revivable players sided with the enemy, their destruction could easily surpass that of an evil god. Soon, players noticed the quest, and the massive EXP reward sent them into a frenzy. Holy crap! A-rank main quest. Wayne's posted another one. This has to be the first A-rank main quest in the entire game. That EXP is insane. 4 million EXP if you factor in the bounty pool, that's over 10 million. If I'm lucky, I could hit level 40 in one go. The forums exploded again. Thousands of players eagerly spent 3,000 EXP each to accept the mission and joined the fight. Within minutes, cultists in Zhou Ning's vicinity were swarmed by players, each one surrounded and beaten down by mobs. Zhou Ning looked up. The massive blood sphere overhead hovered in the southwest of the trade district near the border of the canal district, close to his own shop. That area housed laborers and craftsmen, an epicenter of resentment and negative emotion. From the beginning, blood from across the city had been flowing there non-stop. Only now did Zhou Ning fully grasp that the ritual was complete. The descent of the evil god could no longer be stopped. All he could do was fight to the end, do his part, and leave the rest to fate. But how could he reach there quickly? After a moment's thought, Zhou Ning pulled out Damien's ordinary mirror. He'd already imprinted a mark on the full-length mirror in his alchemy shop, allowing instant travel. Through the mirror's reflective teleportation, Zhou Ning emerged from his shop seconds later only to find it deserted. Richie Burke and his men had vanished. As he stepped outside, his eyes froze. At the gates of Vic University, a massive spider phantom rampaged through the streets. A hooded stranger stood on its back, while Professors Edwin and Riley fought desperately to hold it back. Down an alley, a familiar undead figure pushed a wheelchair forward, while a few players peeked from behind walls, preparing to attack. Zhou Ning fell silent. He hadn't expected Mrs. Turing to become one of the undead. Gone was the kind and gentle woman he once knew. Her face was ashen, her aura chilling. Yet she still clung to her mortal habit, pushing Mr. Turing's wheelchair for a walk. Turing was still alive, though frail, his expression calm. "Move aside." Zhou Ning's tone was flat as he stopped the players from attacking. He walked up to Mr. Turing, at a loss for words. "It's all right, child. This is fate." Turing's face softened when he saw Zhou Ning, relief flickering in his eyes. "Can I ask you for one last favor? Help Lorela rest in peace. She's suffered long enough. You have triggered E-rank quest, slay Lorela Turing. Accept/decline. Reward, Mr. Turing's final gratitude." It might be the hardest E-rank quest Zhou Ning had ever received. Yet faced with the old man's pleading eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. His face twitched slightly, then he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A bullet infused with ripple energy pierced Mrs. Turing's skull, turning her to ash. "Thank you," Mr. Turing murmured, his eyes dimming. Then he looked at Zhou Ning again. "The gift I left you is in my living room. You'll like it. The key's above the flower pot by the door. Also, in my desk drawer, you'll find my alchemy notes and another key to my old house in Brasana, 37 Cross Street. The weather there's fine all year round, and the wine is wonderful. If one day you have nowhere to go, you can settle there." He rambled for a long while, then held out his hand. "Wayne, may I borrow a gun?" "Wait, you," he was cut off as Mr. Turing smiled faintly. "I'm just an old alchemist left behind by the times. This world has no place for me anymore, and I can't live without Lorela." Zhou Ning took a deep breath and placed a pistol in his hand. He had never experienced it himself, but he understood this was love. "Thank you." Turing pressed the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Perhaps his skull was too hard. The bullet lodged inside without passing through. His head drooped forward. Zhou Ning stood silently for a while, lifted his hat, and placed it over his heart. A deep, wordless fury burned within him. Darkland has no living legends left. He looked up at the spider phantom still rampaging in the distance, and exhaled slowly. From his inventory, he took out the prepaid hourglass and borrowed 1,000 points of mental energy from his future self. Instantly, his mind grew crystal clear, his thoughts expanding infinitely. For the next hour, he would have 1,120 points of mental energy. Then, channeling his heightened observation haki, he flicked a golden-edged UR card from his fingers. Without even checking its contents, he activated its manifestation ability. When he descends, scorching gales will sweep the earth barren, and the living shall become corpses. Descend Obelisk the Tormentor. Chapter 360, Chapter 361, The Might of Obelisk the Tormentor. 1145 words. Chapter 361, The Might of Obelisk the Tormentor. Using an unimaginably powerful spiritual force, just one touch was enough for Zhou Ning to come into contact with a certain image hidden within the card. Immediately after, the card in his palm radiated a brilliant seven-colored light. He raised his hand high, then slammed his palm heavily against the ground. "What's Lord Wayne trying to do?" someone among the surrounding players asked in confusion. The Wolf Dog Squad had just come out of a dungeon, and were browsing the forums to catch up on the new version's updates. XB and Jinx exchanged glances and shook their heads. But what happened next gave them their answer. In an instant the surroundings dimmed. The ground began to crack apart as countless phantom stone pillars crumbled down. Deep, ethereal chanting echoed faintly through the air. Amid the dawn-like radiance and coiling electric serpents, a violent aura descended rapidly. Moments later, a colossal, resplendent blue figure revealed its true form. Strange markings covered its face and body, its eyes glowed crimson, exuding divine majesty and terrifying power. Obelisk the Tormentor descends. As one of the three Egyptian god cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! The god of the earth and the god of destruction, Obelisk the Tormentor was the embodiment of a true deity. With a spiritual attribute value of 1,120, Zhou Ning could barely summon it. It was almost certainly Obelisk's strongest form. Even with his current mental strength, he could not control it for long. The status panel displayed the summoned being's attributes: True Ancestor, Obelisk the Tormentor Race, Divine Beast. Rank, Invisible Attack Power, 40,000 to 120,000 Specialties, Godly Physique, Godly Strength. Magic Immunity Skills, Soul Energy Max, Divine Hand, Critical Strike, Fist of God, Shockwave. It was strong, terrifyingly strong, but still not enough. Expressionless, Zhou Ning raised his hand again. Another card appeared in his right palm. When he flipped it over, it revealed a blue-eyes white dragon. With a wave of his hand, he materialized it once more. A raging whirlwind surged through the space as a radiant beam of light shot down from the heavens. Come forth, blue-eyes white dragon. Blinding light burst forth, and the white dragon descended, spreading its wings across the battlefield. But Zhou Ning didn't stop. He drew another card, this time, an 8-star card, Trihorn Dragon, and materialized it as well. The two great dragons raised their heads together and unleashed a thunderous roar. As one of the three Egyptian gods, Obelisk the Tormentor possessed a skill called Soul Energy Max, which allowed it to gain infinite attack power for a short time by offering 2 sacrifices. In the real world, the strength of those sacrifices determined how long that infinite attack power would last. I offer Blue-Eyes White Dragon and Trihorn Dragon as tributes to activate Soul Energy Max. In an instant, both dragons shattered, replaced by Obelisk's ever-surging aura. White winds and shockwaves erupted across the ground, strong enough to sweep up a small child. On the status bar, the attack power indicator changed, displaying the symbol infinity. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That thing's insanely strong. The players nearby gawked, speechless with shock. XP was the first to react, but with his limited vocabulary, all he could manage was a cracked, trembling, holy crap to express his awe. But Obelisk the Tormentor wasn't a monster, it was a god. And no mortal player could withstand the divine pressure radiating from a god. Moments later, all the onlookers grew dizzy, their breathing heavy and strained, before they simultaneously burst into white light and vanished skyward. Zhou Ning leapt lightly into the air. His white coat billowed as he landed on Obelisk's shoulder. Through his stand ability, he formed a subtle psychic link with the deity, then pointed forward toward the shadowy spider projection. That was the first target. By now, the massive blood sphere hanging above the trade district had swollen even larger. Countless streams of blood converged into thick chains, pouring into it. It now resembled a gigantic heart, pulsing violently with louder and louder beats. Everyone present could feel the suffocating pressure intensifying with each throb. We must act quickly, Zhou Ning muttered to himself. Professor Edwin. Professor Riley. Fall back. Zhou Ning shouted in a deep voice. By this point, the spider projection had summoned an uncountable swarm of smaller spiders that surged toward Edwin and the others. Obelisk moved with blinding speed, charging straight at the spider projection. At that moment, Edwin and Professor Riley had just finished a round of attacks using stone spikes and talismans to clear out a wave of smaller spiders. When they saw Obelisk, they both instinctively stepped back, their pupils contracting sharply, struck speechless. Edwin had already noticed Zhou Ning's earlier movements, but only now did he truly feel that this blue giant radiated divine energy even greater than that of the dark spider mother, Madalida. It was almost certainly a true god. But since the divine war, most deities had either fallen into slumber or withered away. Those few that remained typically roamed the astral realms, not the mortal world. Whether benevolent or malevolent, they could only descend through divine incarnation, never directly manifest. So where did this blue divine beast come from? Before Edwin could think further, he turned his head and saw Wayne Stirwell's blue giant slam directly into the spider projection. The air itself seemed to freeze. Obelisk the Tormentor raised its massive right fist high, a storm of energy swirling around it, and brought it crashing down. The shadow it cast was enough to blot out all light around them. Fist of God, shockwave. The violent airwave obliterated a swarm of newly hatched spiders in an instant. The hooded man standing atop the spider projection was struck with terror. Instinct warned him of imminent doom. He tried to make the spider projection dodge, but Obelisk's fist smashed down before he could move. The earth trembled violently. The impact left a massive crater, with cracks spreading out like a spiderweb for over a kilometer. -4,199,977. A colossal damage number floated above the spider projection's head. Its long health bar vanished instantly without even a scream. It collapsed like it had been cleaved in half by an axe. The system notifications rang out one after another. You have slain the Dark Spider Mother, Madalita Projection LV. Gain 270,000 EXP. You have slain the Retreat Society's Darkland Regional High Priest, Derek Aiden LV. Gained 140,000 EXP. Extraordinary Creature Kill Progress Land, 1/3, C, 0/3. Milestone achieved, Power Unleashed I. Milestone achieved, Power Unleashed 2. Power Unleashed I, inflict over 1 million damage in a single attack. Power Unleashed 2, inflict over 3 million damage in a single attack. These milestones were typically only achieved in the late game, each granting an additional 3% and 5% output bonus respectively. He hadn't expected that by pure accident he'd managed to complete both at once. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.